Welcome to Paul Fletcher International, the home of British kart racing. At nearly 1,500 metres in length, this is the longest, this is the fastest, and this is one of the best racing facilities anywhere in the country. And this weekend, 7 British kart champions will be crowned. Bambino, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, Cadet IAME, Mini X30, Junior X30, and Senior X30. Over the next 2 days, you're going to see some of the best racing you have seen all year in the British Kart Championship. Motorsport UK has truly saved its best till last. Now in Bambino, Finley Hinds has a 1-point lead over Mansell Raceway winner Edward Haynes. But Rowra winner Luca Holmes-Balak is also in with a chance. And the Bambinos, they got 1 round this weekend, and they score their best 5 out of 6 scores. In Junior TKM and TKM Extreme, they've got 1 round as well. They count their best 7 out of 9 scores. In Junior TKM, Alistair Cresswell has the lead, but there are 5 drivers in with a realistic chance of taking the title. Kim Bolton winner Louis Harvey also is right up there. So is Harvey Roth, Harvey Cole, Jack Saunders. They're all chasing Alistair Cresswell, who won last time out at Fulbeck. In TKM Extreme, it's Adam Sparrow, the O-Plate, who has the lead. Now, he's won both finals so far this year, but he hasn't been qualifying very well. And the fact that he's lost points in qualifying, that means that Theo Hesketh and last year's champion James Pashley are both still in with a fighting chance of hunting him down. Now on to Cadet IAME. Cadet IAME, Junior, Mini and Senior X30, those drivers will score their best 10 out of 13 scores. And they have 2 rounds this weekend. It's a double header. So double points available, double the drama. In Cadet IAME, Macaulay Bishop has a very, very narrow lead. There have been 4 different winners from 4 finals this year, but the one driver who's chasing him the hardest, who's just a few points behind, is Nathan Tighe. Now Nathan, he is the British kart champion this year. He won the GP plate at Kart Masters at, guess where? PFI. So maybe the advantage is with him. In Mini X30, Vinnie Phillips has won 4 out of 4 finals, but he hasn't won the title yet. Leo Robinson and Gabriel Stilp have been chasing him every inch of the way. It's going to be very difficult for either Robinson or Stilp to catch Vinnie Phillips. The main question is, can Phillips remain perfect throughout the season? In Junior X30, Bart Harrison has the points lead. Now, Bart hasn't actually won a final yet. His nearest challenger is his teammate from Mick Barrett Racing, Josh Rowledge. But on drop scores, look for Oliver Greenall, who's won 2 finals so far this year. He's dropping less points than the others because he's also had several retirements. Finally, on to Senior X30. Danny Curl looks like he is going to seal a 3rd title, but it's not over yet, not by a long way. However, it's going to take a bit of a miracle for Gus Lawrence or Sean Butcher to catch him. The key is for 2nd place because there's just 20 points separating Lawrence in 2nd from Tyler Reid down in 8th place. It's going to be a fascinating battle. The other question that we have to have answered this weekend is, what's the weather going to do? It has been torrential rain here in practice on Friday, but the forecast is set for some dry, some wet over the weekend. Who is going to claim the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship in these 7 classes? Stay tuned over the next 2 days to find out. I guarantee you, you will not be disappointed.
Welcome to Motorsport UK's coverage of the British Cup Championships here at PFI. Let's go for a lap on board with Bart Harrison. We start the lap off with the Bruno Ferrari S's flat out through this section, clipping the first apex on the right, then the left, trying to avoid the exit curb. You go under the Litchfield Bridge as you steam towards turn 2, the banking. Up the hill now, you want to clip that first apex nice and early, run out wide. There are different racing lines as you go up the hill though in towards turn number 3. Massive curve on the inside here, try to avoid that. An even bigger curve here in the exit of turn 4, optional to hit that one. You then head down the hill in towards hairpins 1 and 2, the original turns 2 and 3 on the circuit after the extension was put in 2011. The first heavy braking zone on the circuit, a great opportunity to gain places fast as you brake heavily for hairpin 1 and again for hairpin 2, picking up that nice apex and back on the power. Dead ahead in towards the Fullerton S's, another great opportunity for overtaking, picking up those apexes, getting on the curbs, trying not to run out wide onto that rumble strip. We then head down the back straight in towards Bobby Game Corner, a very fast 90-degree right-hander, clipping that apex curve on the inside, try not to run out wide again. Then we head in towards the very long right-hander and then the tight left-hander of the Mike Wilson complex. You exit out of here onto a tiny straight, then it's the final part of the lap, the left-hander, very fast sweeping, holding that inside curve, the tight apex here, and again not running out too wide onto the start-finish straight to finish the lap here at PFI.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Paul Fletcher International Circuit and the final round of the Motorsport UK 2020 British Kart Championships for the IAME X30 Bambino and TKM classes. My name is Henry Beaudette, and joining me, as always, in the commentary box is Anthony Jordan. And we are going to bring you 2 days of fantastic on-track activity here from the home of British kart racing in Grantham in Lincolnshire. Anthony, welcome to PFI. This is the first time that you've been here to commentate on the British Kart Championship racing.
It is, yes. I have been here before in the past, quite a few years ago. It's been a bit of a break since I was last here. But yes, great to be here back at PFI, British Kart Championships, and for another than the finals. Yes,
this promises to be a fantastic weekend. You can see on circuit at the moment, we have the TKM Extremes. They're doing their second practice session. Now, like we said in the intro, the Cadet, IAME and X30 classes, they have a round of the championship today and another round tomorrow, so 2 separate rounds for them. For the TKMs and the Bambinos, they've got 1 round spread over the 2 days, so they're still going through the practice and qualifying sessions. They will have a heat race towards the end of the day. And what Anthony and I am going to do is going to try our level best with our calculators, fingers and toes, to keep you up to date with the championship situations. Of course, helped by Motorsport Timing UK, who will be providing some excellent little graphics on the screen to keep you, the viewers, watching the Alpha live stream, up to date of who is doing what, because, of course, dropped scores come into play as well.
And I think they're involving the drop scores as well, isn't it?
The
work
timing
magic.
Genius that is Ian Rogers is promising us good things, and I'm sure that he will deliver. But
I'm sure he will.
So this is an Alpha Live production of the Demon Tweeks sponsored Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, and first race is coming up very shortly. So we're going to start the day off with Mini X30, and here is your starting lineup.
Indeed, it is Leo Robinson starting on pole position alongside Charlie Webb on the second place. Then it's Vinnie Phillips and Wesley Swain on row 2, Cathal Clark and Rylan Etchberg on row 3.
Row 4 sees Gabriel Stilp in the Croc Promotions number 10 and Ella Stevens, who's just come back from Paul Ricard, where she was one of the FIA Women in Motorsport contenders. Jack Hobson and Joseph Rippin are on row 5. Lewis Bird and Ethan Simmons, the GP plate holder, he starts on the outside of row 6.
Ending the grid off of the 13 karts that we've got here, Thomas Bierman in the 75 for KR Sports.
Yeah, good to see Thomas Bierman finally joining the championship. He is the younger brother of Oliver Bierman, who is the European champion, European X30 champion, now racing Formula 4. We did have 14 drivers. Freddie Allen, sadly, has withdrawn from the meeting. And here is a look at the dummy grid. There's Wesley Swain about to get into his Fusion Motorsport karts. Now, briefly, as we watch this, to bring you up to speed of the championship standings, Vinnie Phillips, just on cue, there he is, number 87, Vinnie Phillips. He's won all 4 finals so far. He's not the champion yet, but he is not far off, I think. Leo Robinson, our pole sitter, is second in the championship. Gabriel Stilp, third in the championship. Ethan Simmons is fourth. But Stilp and Robinson are the only drivers that can realistically, mathematically, take the title away from Vinnie Phillips. But it's going to be hard for Vinnie to lose it this weekend. There is the number 92 of Wesley Swain. That's Alistair Goss, his mechanic, having a little chat with him, last bit of advice and what have you. Mini X30, Anthony, all season. The grid, like I say, it's been one of the smaller ones we've got here in the British Kart Championship. But between Phillips, Robinson and Stilp, even though Phillips has won the 4 finals, the racing has been superb, very hard fought between all 3 of them.
No, it really has. It's been throughout the year, keeping a very close eye on all 3 of them. You know, we started out at Rowra. That was a fantastic round, of course, there. They've shown it all the way through the season. And to finally finish it off at, I have to say, the home of probably British karting, PFI, you know, absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a run to the line, I think. Yeah,
and, you know, I think that even though Vinnie Phillips has been, you know, and he's going to try and win this from the front, this is obviously the best chance that, you know, Stilp and Robinson and any of the other drivers have got of getting that first win of the season, because now Vinnie, and we spoke to him yesterday, we did the track walk with him yesterday, which you'll see a little bit later on, he's obviously thinking of championship as well as race wins. So he's sort of, he's stuck in the middle a little bit, isn't he?
He is, yes. He is stuck in the middle. Yeah, it's been an interesting development, of course, all the way through that, you know, with Stilp being so close, you know, so he's the only crop promotion really in the positioning.
Yeah,
really
Ryan Ashberg and Jack Hobson have shown flashes, but to be fair, Stilp has been the only one that has been consistently battling for the race wins at you know, every single step of the way.
He's always been there on the heels of Phillips. So
nipping away as a croc does.
Yeah, yes. Very good. But yeah, it's... No, very good. Of course, throughout the day, we are, of course, live, YouTube, Facebook, everything like that. If you do want to get your comments in, we can see them in the commentary box, which would be excellent to know what you want to say. Well, I would like to know what
we will be able to see them, but yeah, so you can tune into this on the Motorsport UK Facebook page.
You can.
The British Kart Championship Facebook page, the Demon Tweeks Facebook page, and the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Yes.
All those. Yeah, so there we are. There's no excuses not to be, I mean, and if you're in Wales, you're not allowed to go out. I mean, they let me out just because, but they want to let me back in.
No.
That's the problem. But you've got no excuse. You've got to sit home, you know, and you know, the Formula 1, well, that's just going to be over by the first corner pretty much anyway. So you've got no excuse if you're living in Wales not to be tuning in. The entire population is, all of you.
All of you.
That's a direct order.
Excellent.
There is Ella Stevens. She was, like I said, one of the drivers that went to the FIA Women in Motorsport shootout at Paul Ricard, or Le Castellet, as people with a bit what culture call it.
Yeah.
She wasn't old enough to go through to the final stage, but a fantastic experience for young Ella, who, while we're speaking of Wales, started her career at Landau International, the global home of World Motorsport, the birthplace of champions, no less. And, interesting little bit of trivia, on all the promotional pictures that Landau produce, or the South Wales Karting Centre produce, Ella and my son are the 2 drivers that are the featured in there. You know, I've got her autograph, because she could be famous one day. She's very talented there, as are all these drivers. There's the number 11, Cathal Clark. So Cathal Clark moving up from Cadet IAME to Mini X30. And you'll see that happening quite a bit. You know, Cathal, obviously, he wasn't going to win the British Cadet Championship, and he was getting a little bit big for the kart, so they've moved him up there. And it adds, and of course, it does add an extra fusion arrow to the bow to the arrow. What's the arrow to the no? There's a phrase there that I completely messed up. But anyway,
you're nearly there.
Nearly there. Here we go. On to the rolling lap. Anthony, you've already talked everyone round a lap of this PF International circuit with Bart Harrison. Here we go. The track is nice and dry. Well, mostly
is it
dry?
I would say it's about 70% dry. There's patches all over the circuit. It's, you know, it's still dry enough. They're all on slicks, of course. You know, the track is pretty much dry. But it's, if you run wide, if you just catch that puddle,
yes,
it's always that.
And this circuit, you'll notice, it's nearly 1,500 metres long. There are lots of long straights. It is perfect for slipstreaming. I mean, it is the most... it's the circuit where slipstreaming and drafting is more important than any other in the country. It's dry on the racing line, which means that we're probably going to see a nice big train of karts. But like you said, there are slight damp patches offline, which is going to make the overtaking part. You can slipstream up and catch somebody, but you've got to take a risk if you go offline to try and overtake them. But here we go then. So it's going to be Leo Robinson and Charlie Webb, Vinnie Phillips and Wesley Swain, Cathal Clark and Ryan Ashberg. The final weekend of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships is go. Start the first heat, 8 minutes off into the Bruno Ferrari S's, and already we've got Ethan Simmons in trouble.
Yep, GP plate there, looked like a little bit of contact in the back of the field, got that front of the kart, caught on the inside curb, sparks flying out from underneath, but managing to get back going again.
And that also held up the number 10 kart of Gabriel Stilp. So that's not good for Gabriel and the Crop Promotions car. We've got Ryan Ashberg in 4th place. The outside front row starter, Charlie Webb. He's dropped back there. You can see they're running a little bit wide there. Cold tyres. Oh, that's the number 54 kart of Joe Rippin. They're just understeering into one of the Fusion drivers. I think that might have been Freddie, number 92, Wesley Swain. More slippery than I thought. You can tell the way they're tiptoeing around, Anthony, that even though they're on slick tyres, they are, the grip levels are not optimal.
They are sub-optimal, I would say. I've got that out nice and early.
Yes.
7 minutes then left on the clock. We're nearly at the end of lap number 1. The timing tower will appear on the left-hand side of your screen. Across the line, there it appears. So Leo Robinson still leading with Vinnie Phillips hot on the tail. That just nose to tail all the way around. You're probably going to see this throughout the entirety of the race as they work together to try and pull away from the main pack. We have seen it all the way through. Then it's Precision Racing's Charlie Webb in 3rd, down a position obviously from the original starting spot of 2nd place. Just see there in shot. Then comes the rest of the gaggle flying down the hill.
Yeah, you've got Ashberg in the 73, Ella Stevens in the 28, and Cathal Clark on his debut in the class in the number 11 kart. So what we're going to probably see now is that Vinnie Phillips, I would imagine, is going to be quite happy to push Leo Robinson away. They're pulling away from this group. Now, Charlie Webb in 3rd place, he's all on his own. He hasn't got anyone to slipstream with, to work with. So if the group behind, Ella Stevens, Ryan Ashberg and Cathal Clark, sort themselves out, possibly you'll see Charlie Webb falling back into their clutches, and then maybe the 4 of them could start working together. But of course, it's blustery, it's overcast, rain is sort of forecast off and on. So it's going to be a very, very treacherous day. You can just see there, just off the racing line, there's still that slippery patch, and of course it's very, very cold here this morning as well, which is not going to help track temperatures heat up at all, and it's not going to dissipate the water either.
It's not, no. As we watch this train of 3 karts, the 28.
There's a move.
It was a
half move.
Tried it.
Now, Cathal Clark in Cadet, which is what he'd be racing up until this weekend, that would have worked.
Yes.
But with a little bit of extra power, the wider track of the karts, he didn't quite pull it off, and actually it slowed him and Ryan Ashberg down. It allowed Ella Stevens in number 28 kart. It's slight breakaway. That's 4th, 5th and 6th with Wes Swain 7th, Gabriel Still 8th, Joe Rippin 9th, Jack Hobson 10th, then it's Ethan Simmons, Lewis Bird and Thomas Behrman.
Indeed. 5 minutes left on the clock. We have completed 2 laps thus far. We're nearing the end of lap number 3. So this is obviously the longest lap in the UK, the longest lap on the calendar. And it's something that we've not seen. These drivers, they've got a lot of rest time, haven't they? Yeah, they do. This track's very, very... we both walked this weekend. And, of course, there's lots of straights. So they can sort of relax themselves, but the curbs and the bumps. Oh, yes. Vinnie Phillips was actually saying yesterday, we were looking at some of the curves, especially going to the first corner, he's saying it really hurts. When you got down, your backside in the seat, it hurts you. The ribs are okay. They've all got rib protectors on these young drivers. But and there's a move from Swain to the inside of Ashberg, and Gabriel Stilp follows Swain past. He's on the same car, Ashberg. Oh, and there we go. There's another move. Now, Gabriel Stilp, he's got to be aggressive now. He's got to. He moves over there. There we go. There we go.
On cue.
That's a and,
he was. And of course, Ashberg was forced offline. A little bit of slippery stuff on the inside of the track, and he just understeered off. On the slick tyres, just like a skating rink.
That's the danger that they've got out there. If they do, there's a huge patch of the wet stuff as they go into the hairpin 2. The middle of the track, so the optimal place of where you want to go, you have to make the lunge really late, because it's right on the apex, so you're diving it down the inside, and that's the tricky bit. And of course, if you do go offline, get your tyres wet, the next braking zone happens exactly like that, on cue.
It was like Ashberg turned right instead of left.
Yes,
he didn't. The car just understeered it. Up the front, we're watching this battle between the number 11 of Cathal Clark, the number 92 of Wes Swain, and the number 28 of Ella Stevens. As Cathal Clark goes past Ella Stevens. Up the front, Leo Robinson is actually pulling away. So Vinnie Phillips, as we suspected, he is playing points games. Now, you don't score championship points for anybody finishing this race. At the end of the 2 heat races in the X30 and IAME classes, the classification, the overall standings at the end of the 2 heat races, you score points in those. So, Vinnie Phillips, he is allowing, Robinson's driving very well, the Anglo-Algerian driver, Leo Robinson. He's just driving very well, but Phillips is not, pressuring him. He's not he's dropped back. He's in no man's land. He's safe. You know, there's no one around him. This is perfect for Vinnie Phillips. Although for the viewer, the lead battle is quite spread out. Charlie Webb doing a fantastic job in third place. The main battle's fourth on backwards. You've got the three Fusion teammates, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Then the two Mad Croc entries of Stilp and Hobson, seventh and eighth. But for Vinnie Phillips, championship-wise, this is the perfect start.
It is, yes. It's nice controlled at the front. Like I say, working well together at the start. But yeah, like I say, it's all about the points this weekend, really, isn't it? It's you want to gain as many positions as you can. You know, he's happy with second place. Like you say, he is safe. And it's all about, the points going into the finals. The pre-finals are a bit later on as well. So it's, the heats themselves, they're going to be fairly tame at the front, you would expect. It's more in the mid-pack. Here is where it's going to be a little bit nose to tail and a little bit argy-bargy.
And because there is obviously, I mean, every driver that finishes from one, if you finish from first and second, invest in Joe Rippin. Oh, okay, fair. Or under investigation, that's what it means.
No, not invest,
Well, you might want to invest in his career, who knows. So I mean, obviously, if you finish in all the British Championship classes that you're watching this weekend, if you finish in between first and 10th, in the class, you get a national seed. You get that number for the next year if you stay in the class. So if any of these drivers who finish in the top 10 of the championship, if they stay in this class next year, they get to use that number. Like you can see, Stilp obviously finished 10th last year. That's why he's using the number 10. This will probably be his final year in this class. I'm sure. I know Vinnie Phillips and Leo Robinson, I think, they're both moving up. But some of these younger drivers and lighter drivers will be looking to stay in this class for a second year. Good 5-kart battle there. So Stilp, in that number 10 kart, he fell back to 8th or 9th at the start when he caught up behind Ethan Simmons. And if you look, Simmons is still down in 11th place, but Stilp has been able to claw his way back up into the top 6, and he is eyeing Clark and Swain in front of him. So Ellis Stevens has fallen back to 8th in the number 28 kart.
Yeah, happened at hairpin 1, so it was a move from the 92 of Wesley Swain, dive down the inside of Ella.
And flinchingly polite there, Anthony, because obviously I was babbling on and looking at pieces of paper and championship standings when that happened, and you waited.
No.
You waited half a lap and waited for me to just Henry, shut up and let me explain what happened to the viewer. There's Gabriel Stilp, a little bit of tyre smoke, locked it up under braking, made the move, but Jack Hobson is going to overtake them. But no, he's not.
Well, no, he got past one. He got past the 92, but couldn't get past Stilp. So slots in behind, and I'm pretty sure that Stilp's on a sort of mission that you say, don't overtake. You know, I'm quick. I just want to get in front. You know, I'm up there in the points. You know, don't hinder that.
Yeah, and I mean the clock has just struck 0. So when Leo Robinson comes past the start-finish line, as he has just done, the last lap board, well, it's not a board, but we're high-tech here at PFI, the last lap digi flag has gone out.
Yep.
And Robinson leads by 1.1 seconds. And there's two Crocs side by side going into the banking there, and that was Jack Hobson absolutely sending one up the inside of Gabriel Stilp. It's cost them both a bit of time because that Fusion driver, that Ella Stevens, capitalises, and just behind that's Joe Rippin in the number 54 MLC kart, tried to make his presence felt. So it's all nice and steady at the front, but gloves off at the back.
The gloves are very much off at the back as, again, there goes the number 14. Hobson down the inside of Ella Stevens, gets that position then, goes massively defensive onto the wet stuff, so that could be a disaster into the next corner. It is, though, your race leader at the moment, though. It is Robinson, sorry. Leo, good old Leo, out the final corner. He's going to come across the finish line to finish race 1 of the day in first place. Phillips as well crosses second place. Good result for Phillips. Comfortable there in second place. Then it's Charlie Webb in third. The rest of the field slotting through now as well.
As they crossed the line, that was Hobson there. So Hobson did cross the line in front of Stevens and Stilp. And again, what could Jack Hobson do? He had to defend. He had to, because if he didn't defend, then Stevens or Stilp would have stuffed it at the inside. Now they may have slid off, but Hobson's thinking, but they might not, and that would be a disaster. So Leo Robinson wins the opening heat race of the day here in Mini X30 at PFI. Vinnie Phillips, job done in second. Third for Charlie Webb, great result for the precision racing driver. Cathal Clark on his debut in the class finishes fourth, and a very heavy Fusion Motorsport presence in this race. Wesley Swain comes home in fifth, Hobson sixth, Stevens seventh, Gabriel Stilp eighth. Joe Rippin 9th and Ethan Simmons rounding out the top 10. Gabriel Stilp, he's been battling with Robinson and Phillips all year. More often than not, he's come out of that triumvirate. He's come out third. He knows he's got to be aggressive. He showed that aggression in it. There he is. He comes in. He showed that aggression in that race. He knows this is his best chance for a win because Phillips is like not in 100% attack mode. Obviously, I'd messed up the start. Behind that driver there, Ethan Simmons, who went for a spin. But he did fight back. We saw a lot of aggressive moves. They didn't all work, but that's good for him. He said he's in an aggressive mood. He's feisty this weekend. The croc is certainly, someone's poked it with a stick, and you never poke a crocodile with a stick. So here they are coming into the weighbridge area to make sure that each driver and kart comes up to the minimum class weight, and then they go out into Parc Ferme, the paddock area. That is where we're going to be a little bit later on. We
are indeed, yes. Yeah, we're going to have a good old chin wag with some drivers. We're going to grab them against their will. We're going to just bring them over, bring them over to us.
We grab them against their will, figuratively, not literally, just in case HR are listening. Okay. No. That's anyway. There's Charlie Webb. Look at that. Having it in the foreground there. There's your race winner, Leo Robinson. Now this is winter kart mechanic bingo. James Fugit there.
Still in shorts though.
Still in shorts with the fusion or the synergy graphics there. He's gone for some sort of plain coloured DAP arrangement, but they do look quite expensive. The T-shirt has been replaced by the very tight-fitting fleece. It may be not tight-fitting, and the bobble hat now instead of the sunglasses. There
it
we go.
Isn't. Yeah.
Next race coming up shortly. Junior X30. Now we've got 36 drivers in the class. Over half of them in this race. 24. Take it away.
Indeed, Matthew Higgins starting on pole position with Oliver Greenall right alongside with Fusion Motorsport. Then it's Joshua Rowledge and Daryl Taylor on row 2. Aidan Lynn and Luke Watts rounding out row 3.
Row 4 is Oliver Stewart and Sam Heading. Row 5, Archie Walker and Alicia Barrett. And row 6, Harvey Ryby, and it is Ryby, not Ribby, I got it confirmed. And Connor Clifford for the KR Sport team rounds out the top 12.
Bart Harrison, who joined us for that lap. Very thankful for Bart for that lap. On 13th place. Then it's Harry Cottrell in 14th. Lewis Johnson-Cool in 15th place. Then it's Sam Shaw 16th. Charlie Rippin and Mitchell Gibbons in 18th.
Yeah, Charlie. Bart Harrison, 13th points leader. Adam Hayes starts 19th. Harry Burgoyne Jr. rounds at the top 20. Mikai Singh in 21st. And Hayden Chance 22nd. Finley McKee and Reese Newburn round out the 24 kart grid. So 36 drivers, 34 go through to the final. They're split into 3 groups, A, B and C after qualifying. Now in this group you've got Bart Harrison, your points leader in kart number 77, starting 13th for the Mick Barrett Racing team. His teammate Josh Rowledge, who is second in the point standings, starting right up at the front, in fact on the inside of row 2. Have to say that is, like I said, Anthony, suboptimal for Bart Harrison. Now, the Mick Barrett Racing team, they've got Ben Barnacote here with them this weekend, helping to do some driver coaching.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
That's a very, very, very good thing.
Oh, okay, good.
Ben Barnacote, the most decorated Kartmasters driver of them all, who knows this circuit like the back of his hand. Matthew Higgins, now last time out at Clay Pigeon for the Rotax round, Matthew Higgins was on fire, Anthony. Well, not on fire, he was on form.
Yes, he was on form. I think that's a better way of saying it. But, No, definitely so. It's been a fantastic season for Matthew Higgins, of course, with Rowra being an exciting one. He stopped midway through the race from out underneath a kart. So, fantastic sportsmanship and, and still doing an incredible job at the front.
Yes, the point standings. Bart Harrison, Josh Rowledge, before drop scores of 1 and 2. Sam Shaw, third of the point standings. He's starting down in 16th in this one. Luke Watts is 4th. He's not in this race. He'll be going out in the next heat. He's 6th on the grid here. Then Daryl Taylor, Oliver Greenall. But Oliver Greenall on drop scores is right up there in the point standings. Now, a little bit of jostling coming out of the final corner. They're into the tram lines, and we are not
No, false
racing.
start. It is a false start. The flag came out. I think it was just in the back of the field. I could see quite a few karts out of position, not
Yes.
in the tram lines.
I saw a Litchfield Motorsport kart.
Oh, apparently the green flag has come out.
Oh, that's an interesting one, because I
I definitely saw a light.
Red. Well, the drivers look like they're off and racing. The start light didn't come on, but hey, they've noticed. Now let's have a little look. They are absolutely racing. Nope,
No,
they're going to go around
no,
again.
they are
I think
going
there
round
was-
again.
Yeah, there's definitely some confusion. We haven't seen the signal from the. Now they're slowing down. The front runners are slowing down.
Yeah.
Are the tail enders going to get the message?
Yes, they've got the
Just
message.
about.
Just in time. Just in the nick of time.
A little bit of confusion there, but luckily no harm, no foul. And there, the marshal on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see they're saying, "Calm down, boys. It's only another rolling lap."
Exactly that. Like you say, looked like one of the Litchfield karts just in the background, not within the tram lines. And I have to say, that's probably to do with some of the water that's on that side of the track. You know, the drivers are trying
Yes.
to avoid it, and the only way they can avoid it is coming out the tram lines. But unfortunately, they have to be within those tram lines.
Having a look to see which Litchfield kart it could have been. It was Aidan Lynn, I'd imagine, because he's the only Litchfield kart in this race.
Oh, well, there you go.
There we are then. But here we go. Now, they come into the tram lines once again, much cleaner. Now the lights are green. We're off and racing. Oh, Higgins gets squeezed going into the Bruno Ferrari S's, but Greenall then gets on the damp patch, has to scrabble round the outside. They all get through cleanly. Oh, no, they don't. Under the bang into the inside barrier. Driver out of the cart. Well, actually, he came back into the cart.
Yeah.
But he's okay. That was the racing continues. Yellow flags are being waved. Higgins leads from Rowledge and Greenall. Taylor is in fourth around the first hairpin. We'll get a number check. Well, two karts collided going onto the bridge. There was a third kart who got on the brakes heavily and late and then speared off to the left into that inside retaining barrier. Now, when this extension was built, Anthony, there was no barrier there. He would have been in the lake.
It would have been, unfortunately, or fortunately now, there is a nice soft squidgy barrier there. So you can see just bonk.
And I'm looking
that one,
out
and
under the Bruno Ferrari bridge, under the Litchfield bridge now. That driver is walking across the track.
Yep.
He came clean out of his cart, but then almost bounced back into the seat. But he's walking away unaided, no limping, anything like that. The cart, I fear, may have been slightly second-hand now, and there's a back marker, so somebody has taken nearly a full lap to get going again. That looks like it was Harry Cottrell who's got going. It's Adam Hayes is the driver that came out of the car. So newcomer to the championship, Adam Hayes for Mick Barrett Racing. It's all kicking off up front, but Adam Hayes crashed with the driver that came out of his car. He is absolutely fine and walking. He sat in a marshal post watching, just in case for family and friends watching back home. But Anthony, up the front, it's been kicking right off.
It has indeed. Well, Matthew Higgins, he's managed to break away. He's got a slight gap that you can see there. Then it's a bit of a battle a little further down. Then you've got Oliver Greenhall, second place for Fusion Motorsport, having a good old tussle with the number 10 of Joshua Rowledge, who's dropped down into third. You can see on the screen there with the number 10. Just behind them as well, Daryl Taylor for MLC Motorsport as well is scrapping away, fourth place. And then the rest of the train kicks off as well. Now, because they're all in that slipstream working together, you can see they're slightly now catching back up to Higgins as they come through this section. Actually, a dive down the inside. Joshua Rowledge down the inside. Oh, sorry, Oliver. Rowledge down the inside of Greenall. Gets back into second place. And now hunting down the first place man of Matthew Higgins.
This is the
big hand motion there. You can see. It's like, come on, think. Don't dive down the inside. Let's catch.
Yeah, and of course, this is the physical manifest, the motorsport manifestation of a multicoloured slinky.
Yes.
As they expand and they contract in the slipstream of the draft. As Higgins' lead is now no longer a lead. Oh, and there's Sam now.
Oh,
Sam Shaw.
no!
Aidan Lynn on the outside. That was Oliver Stewart and Sam Shaw. I think that were. Well, it was definitely a premium karting entry. Yeah, Sam Shaw and Oliver Stewart getting together, and poor old Aidan Lynn on the outside, minding his own business, gets a cart in the face. How rude.
Yeah.
I mean, he's all right. He's not a happy chappy, obviously, but he's okay.
Yep.
And there's Oliver Stewart, you can see with the NASA panel somewhat askew.
Here's a
look at the replay.
Okay, so trying to look here. So you can see the 17 goes defensive, trips to the outside, there's contact with the two tyres. He just jumps on top of him, sending him skyrocketing into that poor Litchfield kart.
Yeah, and again, Sam Shaw, who was third in the championship standings, started down in 16th of the grid. So there we go, championship implications. Shaw, bad qualifying, has to make moves in the race, has to be aggressive on a slippery track, and that was the coming up against the driver in Oliver Stewart, who just didn't fancy being overtaken, as you wouldn't, and he defended his position. Shaw forced the issue, had to force the issue, and as a result there was an incident. Now Sam Shaw is still running. We've lost Harry Cottrell, Aidan Lind, we just seen retire as well. Shaw is 7th, just ahead of Oliver Stewart, who has received the technical flag. Oh dear.
It's an interesting night you had, Henry.
But no, it's my iron brew. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Points leader, Bart Harrison, has made decent progress up into 10th place. So he's avoided the various skirmishes. I need to not drink fizzy drinks when I'm commentating. Anyway, Rowledge leads. Put yourself together, man. Watson second, Greenall third, Higgins fourth, Taylor fifth, Heading is sixth, then Shaw, Ryby, Alicia Barrett, Harrison, Connor Clifford, Archie Walker, the soon-to-be departing Oliver Stewart. In fact, I think he may have already... No, he's still there. But he's about to depart the scene from 13th position, and that will pave the way for Mitchell Gibbons and Harry Burgoyne Jr. I mean, this shows the strength in depth of this class. Harry Burgoyne Jr. on the podium at Mansell, 15th in the heats at the moment, not because he's had an accident, just because, he's a couple of tenths off the pace. And in this class, if you're a couple of tenths off, you're nowhere.
Yeah, exactly that. 2.5 minutes left on the clock then. Eyes on at the front. Rowledge leading, but Watts right behind him on the tail. Oliver Greenall as well for Fusion, closing that gap as well. So we could have, at the end of this race, a three-way scrap. In fact, into the next corner, we could have a three-way scrap. The slipstream effect will kick in straight away.
And
here.
if you look behind you, about half a lap's time, we could have a six-way scrap.
we are indeed, yes. Timer does go below now, 2.5 minutes there. No moves into hairpin 1. Is there going to be a lunge here to hairpin 2? No, stays behind, nice and clean. And, of course, slowly catching up, slowly. They are making their way. Matthew Higgins currently 5th place at the moment. He's in the second group of 3 just behind that you can see.
Marshall's running across the track. That's never a good sign. Running onto the bridge as well. I can see them walking. They're still running over the bridge. Oh, it's like a really slow version of the London Marathon in fancy dress. 3 of them in orange.
Yeah.
Maybe they are just, well, who knows?
Debris.
Some Desbrez on
Desbrez. Spelled Desbrez.
On the cart. But, we are continuing on. There's a move, and this is why I love junior racing, because the start of the race, all these drivers, they're thinking, right, we can't make a move there because it's slippery. We can't make a move there, it's slippery. We can't make a move there, it's slippery. 3 laps later, nope, we can't make a move there, it's still slippery. Final lap, it's slippery, we got to make a move there. And then, that's their mentality, and it's brilliant. That's what makes the racing so good, as Oliver Greenall gets his elbows out and passes Luke Watts for second, and Luke Watts gets to the slippery stuff, loses a lot of ground. Rowledge leading, great news. That's Higgins and Heading getting involved.
It is Oliver Stewart under investigation. I suspect that's for the moving.
Yeah. He was defending his position. Sam Shaw was there. Oliver Stewart continued to defend.
Yes.
That's, I think, where the issue might arise.
Yes.
Is, he continued to defend. But, hey, that's not for us to... The stewards have got their own set of cameras to have a look at that. Yep. And they will discuss it with Oliver and his mechanic at the earliest available opportunity.
They will indeed. 40 seconds left on the clock then. So last lap board will come out this time around. And then final lap begins. And the final lap is where we'll see most of the action. Not that we've seen enough already.
Yes, because you can see Taylor in 4th, Heading in 5th in the Mark Litchfield Racing Comp Kart chassis. Then the recovering Sam Shaw. So Sam Shaw from qualifying 16th, crashing. He's actually at the moment doing really well in 6th position. Higgins has dropped back to 7th. Harrison in 8th place. Now, of course, Bart Harrison in a really tough situation at this moment. His teammate and championship rival leads the race. He started 13th, has made his way up into 8th place. He's got 3 or 4 karts in front of him. Does he A, go for the moves and potentially get involved in a collision and lose ground, or B, sit there, take 8th place and watch his teammate and championship rival win and gain ground in the championship? Of course, he could just gain places by doing nothing if that happens again, because Taylor and Heading get side by side going into the first corner. That was almost disastrous, and they're still going for it, going on the banking.
They are, yeah. This is an absolute monster scrap that we can see. Drivers getting on the curb. You can see the 77 there of Bart Harrison getting all sorts of contact and going up on the inside of turn number 3 just before the bridge. Then come down the hill in towards hairpin 1. Again, the long train, a little bit of front-to-nose contact there in the background.
Alicia Barrett actually going into the rear end, going into the back of Bart Harrison, the championship leader. So of course Harrison, he stated that he hasn't made any moves, but because the lead pack of the pack in front of him is slowing to the down, now suddenly 8th place is no longer secure. He's got Barrett, Ryby, Walker, and Clifford right there as well.
He has, yeah. But here's the leader then out of the last couple of corners. Get a bit of clear air as well, though. But Rowledge is going to cross the line after 9 laps. He's going to take the checkered flag across the line. You can see that Greenall getting very wide across the line. Has a look over the shoulder, but a very nice 1, 2, 3 across the line from this. And then the huge group of cars is still scrapping away.
Yeah, they weren't that close to the rolling. You know, that's the end of 9 very, very competitive race laps. And looking down there, well, Bart Harrison stayed in 8th place. The driver that's going to be most disappointed by all that is going to be Matthew Higgins, the pole sitter, down to 6th position. It wasn't because he wasn't fast, it was just because he was out-muscled, I think, is the best way to describe it in that one. But Josh Rowledge takes the win. You know, he was second in the point standings to his teammates. Now, he don't score championship points for winning this heat race, but does go towards the intermediate classification, which is where you do get championship points. So it's Rowledge, Greenall. Greenall playing himself in the championship contention as well, with second, Watts third, heading 4th, Taylor 5th, then Higgins, Shaw, Harrison, Barrett, Ryby, and then Connor Clifford with Mikai Singh, Mitchell Gibbons, Charlie Rippin, Reese Newburn, the top 15. Now looking down there, obviously Harry Burgoyne Jr. finishing down in 20th place. I think he went out on the last lap, so 19 finishers. And there's a couple of, there's the number 71 of Harvey Ryby getting out. He looks a bit puffed out, there's Harvey there. Yeah, can't wait to get out of his race suit. That was a hard physical race for some of those midfielders. A lot of battling.
A lot to think about. You know, you think you dive down the inside there, but then you've got to watch out for everyone who's going to be right behind you in that slipstream. They're going to be going, you could be 3 wide into some of these corners sometimes, and there's a lot to think about.
And there's Alicia Barrett just sitting on the back of her seat, waiting there. There goes the Bart Harrison across the screen there, the Mick Barrett racing driver. So, well, 1 Junior X30 heat down, and that was a very, very good one, Andy. But another one coming up very soon. Oh, look at the craftsmanship of that shot there, Anthony, with all the marbles.
I know.
Oh.
Worked hard on that.
Yeah, I'd say.
Just lying down on the floor.
Here we go. Then the grid, Matt Armstrong and Oliver Greetham on the front row for this, the first senior X30 heat. Great effort for Greetham. Thomas Turner and Rory Hudson on row 2. Championship leader Danny Curl and Lewis Gilbert on row 3.
Row number 4, Morgan Porter and Gus Lawrence. Then row 5, Harry Platten and Casper Scusa in 10th place. Then it's Alex Pendlebury and Joseph Taylor on row 6.
6, yes. Row 7, Archie Tillett and Ewan Wilson. Row 8, Tyler Reid and Brad Pennell. Row 9, Caleb Marshall and Mansell Raceway winner Clayton Ravenscroft, only 18th.
Rory Cuff and Nelson King, they're next, 19th and 20th. Then Dan McCowan and then Eduardo Cossington.
Filipino driver Eduardo Costeng, Ben Hodge and Thomas Fleming round out the top 24. And some big names down at the back of the grid as well.
Yeah, Connor Jupp, Oliver Gray, and then it's Blake Anglis, Tom Nippers, Christopher Bingham, and Owain Matthew Owain Reese, that is. Yeah, it is.
Can't believe you know that. Right then, Thomas Wood and Benedict Davis round out row 16. And row 17, Jamie Rogers, who's moved over to Caterham Motorsport, and Caden McQueen, who had a rear bumper fall off in time qualifying. So Caden, who drove superbly at Kartmaster the last time a lot of these British Championship contenders were here, starts shotgun on the field. Well, he is going to have for Caden, it's going to be socks well and truly off for this one. He's going to have to cut through the pack like a hot knife through butter. Now, Tyler Reid, he'll be starting there. He's having a good second half to the season. And incidentally, for those of you who watched the Mansell Raceway coverage, the senior X30 final was red flagged. We didn't capture the incident on camera. It was Archie Tillett who actually was vaulted out of his kart and thrown onto the circuit. He's fine. Morgan Porter and Tyler Reid were the two drivers that stopped to go and get him out or get him off the track because he was lying under his kart in the middle of the track. They are both fine as well, although Morgan Porter, a very, very badly damaged kart. Archie Tillett, though, A-OK.
Green flag out, and the Senior X30 race 1 of the day is underway. Straight away under the tunnel, or under the literal bridge.
Ooh.
Everyone gets through, but be it 4 wide.
I was going to say there was a driver that did go wide and cut across the grass in that first chicane. He came back on in front of a huge pack of karts. It was 4 wide, but that was could have been disastrous. I mean, I'm getting distracted. So the amount of rain that fell yesterday, I mean, I'm not being funny, it was wetter than an otter's pocket here yesterday. The water on the roof of the commentary building, when the wind blows, it comes off. It looks like it's suddenly pouring with rain, but it's not the case. It's still dry. But there's the field coming into the Fullerton S's for the first time. And I'm just looking down to see there's already, I think, Caden McQueen has made up about, I mean, he's hoovering his way through the field like Daniela Westbrook in a factory full of talcum powder. He is absolutely flying at the moment, is Caden McQueen.
It's a very interesting analogy that you had there.
Well, thank you very much, I do try.
Interesting. Didn't say it was good.
No. Up the front, Matt Armstrong. No, he's not stretching his lead. I can't use that pun either yet. There's Danny Curl making a move. So Curl there, moving into second place at the expense of Thomas Turner. It's Armstrong, Curl, and then the number 2 kart of Thomas Turner, now running the Strawberry Racing. The first time he's been with that team. He's moved over from the Mark Litchfield Racing team to Strawberry. And in 4th place is the number 5 kart of Rory Hudson.
Indeed, yeah, train of 4 karts just piling away. 14 just there. Harry Platten just behind, in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. Hopefully wanting to catch on to the tail end of this one. Then you've got another 2 karts just behind as well. Lewis Gilbert and Oliver Greetham. They are just behind also. 6 minutes left on the clock as we come to end lap number 2 at the moment. Through the final corner onto the start-finish line. It's still Armstrong leading by Curl, then Turner, Hudson and Patton, Gilbert, Greetham. And the rest of the field will slot past the Auden now. Archie Tillett holding on 10th place, up 3 positions, so a good start from Archie Tillett. Also, Thomas Fleming, have to give a shout out, the number 73, has gone up 10 positions, but a change for the lead. Curl takes the lead over the bridge.
Yeah, so it's kart 1 now leads kart 2. So Danny Curl, he came into this championship round, he was over 50 points in front of Gus Lawrence. Sean Butcher was 3rd in the championship standings. He's not here this weekend. I mean, Gus Lawrence is the only driver really with half a chance of beating Danny Curl in the number 4 car, but he's down in 11th place, and I think this is we're going to watch Curl's coronation at some point this weekend. Now, a yellow flag waving at the Marshall post briefly. I couldn't quite see who that was for. It may have been for Ewan Wilson's S8 racing kart, who hasn't come across the line at the end of the previous lap. So it's Curl and Turner, your top 2 at the moment.
Yeah, and a warning flag out for Ewan Wilson as well for good measure, potentially out there.
That may have been, the 2 may be connected.
The 2 could well be connected, so...
Harry Platten sets a new fast lap, 59.69. Now, Platten, at the moment, he's 5th in the point standings, but the battle between Gus Lawrence, Rory Hudson, Harry Platten, Thomas Fleming, Caden McQueen and Tyler Reid in the point standings, there's only 20 points separating them. I mean, if it's safe to say that Curl looks like he's going to, barring a disaster, retain his number 1 plate, but the scrap for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in the championship is on.
Yeah, it very much is indeed, and Platten is moving out there. Had a lunge down the inside through the banking of turn at number 2, managing to get in front of Armstrong. So he's moved up into 4th position now, and you can just see there in the background wanting to fight through this field ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, looking down there, Caden McQueen is up from 34th to 26th. Dan McEwen has fallen out of the race, so we've lost one of the Jade Racing Team drivers. So we've got the one Jade driver, Danny Curl, leading the race, and the other one, sadly, Dan McEwen, out of proceedings. Oliver Gray, who we saw having a great run when he was with Dan Holland Racing on his debut in the class at Rowra, he has gone to Fusion Motorsport and is struggling a little bit, as is his teammate, Connor Jupp. Clayton Ravenscroft as well for KR Sport, 17th at the moment. That's not great. Nelson King coming over from the Rotax Championship to join the series for this round. He's 16th for the Dan Holland Racing team. So a lot of drivers that you expect to do quite well struggling. Oliver Greetham having a storming race in kart number 59 for the S8 racing team. He goes to the Fullerton S's there, and he's on the Fullerton kart. But Greetham, he is having his best run of the season by a margin. And but it's Curl, Turner, Hudson, Platten, Armstrong. Matt Armstrong was leading the polls down to 5th. Lewis Gilbert from Tenza Racing Engines. He is having a quiet race in 6th. Then it's Greetham, Morgan Porter in 7th. Then it's Tillett, Lawrence and Pendlebury.
Indeed. Now, the front four have switched up again. You can see there Platten now has caught up to the back of the number 5 of Rory Hudson. So, and Hudson goes wide out of turn number 4. This could potentially give an opportunity for a move down the inside for Platten, and he takes that opportunity, moves now up into P3. So that was a great opportunity there from Platten, moving up another position. Thomas Turner is next on the list, the number 2 plate, but they have now opened up a little bit of a gap, obviously, after that overtake now. So 2 and a bit minutes left to go. Slipstream is going to be a crucial one here to just, again, to try and close that gap up.
I mean, it was a good move from Platten, but it did come at a cost. Yes. That was, but he does have the time, and he does have the track facilities around him to sort of gain ground on the top 2. And of course, Rory Hudson, you know, he's not slowing down. He's going to be right there pushing him along. And I mean, I have to say, great to see Rory in testing yesterday. He was wearing his old Junior X30 Thule Motorsport race suit, which just stopped just below his knee because the lad has grown a little bit in the last year. But he said, I want to keep my Dan Holland suit nice and clean for the racing itself. So he said it is a bit tight in certain areas. No, that's exactly how he said it. Yeah,
yeah, that's true. I've got a race suit which is far too small for me now, and that happens whenever I go karting. So yeah, no, it's very suboptimal that as well.
I've got all my race suits are too small for me, but not in that area. They're around the middle, and they get smaller every time I go to McDonald's. But I looked at Caden McQueen going 3 wide and passing not 1 but 2 McBarrett racing karts in one fell swoop. He went past the number 41 of Rory Cuff and the number 84 of Blake Anglis. Rory Cuff, good to see Rory back in the karting paddock. Rory, the grandson of Bruno Ferrari, who we have who we have the first S's named after. Took some time out to finish school and college and what have you, and it's a mini championship racing, but back to his roots in karting is Mr. Cuff.
He is indeed, and that is now a
three-way battle for the lead.
Three-way battle for the lead, yes, it is indeed. Yeah, they had a heat 1, 40 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board again out this time. No mistake there from Thomas Turner out of turn number 4, so no potential opportunity into hairpin 1. But is there one here at hairpin 2? Yes, there is. Platten moves up now into P2.
Good move from the BMR Restart Xenon driver of Harry Platten, and a great battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Just look how quickly Harry Platten has been able to pull away from Rory Hudson. I was saying Rory wasn't slowing down. Well, he is. He's struggling. He's now lost 4th place to Matt Armstrong in the number 9 MLC Motorsport kart, and he has got the number 30 Strawberry Racing kart of Lewis Gilbert.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, that is Lewis racing with Strawberry Racing. It's not down on the entry list as a Strawberry driver, but I mean, that is unmistakably a Strawberry Racing kit.
Well, there it is. Timer clicks over to 0, and Platten still under pressure from the number 2 of Turner. Turner is not allowing Platten to break away for that second spot on the rostrum, and but with these two scrapping away, it has allowed Curl to open up quite a gap now as they go through, not under any pressure as we exit the hairpin switchback section into the Fullerton S's.
Yeah, Harry Platten has been developing a reputation as a superb overtaker. And there's that look like Morgan Porter. It was Tyler Reed, so in the 37, who was defending stoutly there. He's on the Argenti Motorsport number 37 kart. But yeah, Danny Curl takes the checkered flag, and copybook win, and another step towards the title this year for Danny Curl. Thomas Turner 2nd, Rory Hudson 3rd, Platten is 4th, Armstrong 5th, Gilbert is 6th, then it's Greenall, Porter, Tillett and Lawrence, your top 10. Alex Pendlebury and Tyler Reed were next. Now further down, here are some of the surprises. So Joseph Taylor 13th, Ewan Wilson 14th, Nelson King 15th, Thomas Fleming down in 16th, Connor Jupp 17th, Clayton Ravenscroft 18th, Bradley Pennell 19th, and Oliver Gray 20th. Now, in another race, if you put Fleming, Jupp, Ravenscroft, Pennell, and Gray, you would think you think, oh, that's a top 5, that is. But no, that was 16th through 20th in that race. So the track conditions, Anthony, the weather, the temperature, the track conditions are really throwing a cat amongst the form guide pigeons.
They are, yes.
Is that a better analogy?
It's
Daniela
all right.
Westbrook in the talcum powder factory.
It's all right.
Yes, well, I try.
You're getting better.
Oh,
There we go.
appreciate that.
The track's dry, of course, but the clouds are still very prominent in the air. The wind is blowing. The wind is obviously helping drying the track, as well as obviously all the cars going around. They're heating the track up. They're heating the tyres up. I've got no idea about weather today, though.
It's cold, it's windy, and it's grey.
Excellent.
There we are. Thank you very much.
That's very observant of you.
That is your weather update from the Henry Beaudette Meteorological Service. I thank you. Right, so now we have a break in proceedings. This is going to be a new feature that we have got for you. Have we got a break in proceedings? I think we do. After 3 heats, no.
No, we don't. We
have a cadet.
We've got cadet.
James, the disembodied voice in my head, just had a slight heart-related palpitation there when I say we got a break. So, at the end of this race, we'll have a new feature, brand new feature, but it's the Cadet IAME opening heat up first. Well, who is going to be this year's British Cadet champion? Is it going to be Nathan Tye or Macaulay Bishop? Here is your starting lineup.
It is indeed Zachary Knight starting on pole position with Nathan Tye on the front row, joining with Oliver in Motorsport. Ethan Jeff Hall, third place. Then it's Sebastian Mins, Zach Drummond, and Connor Duncan rounding out the top 6.
7th, Archie Clark. Then it is Lewis Werrell in P8. Macaulay Bishop, championship leader, goes off grid. Number 9, Noah Wolf starts 10th. Roman Kamyab is 11th, and Jesse Phillips rounds out the top 12. Roman Kamyab, his normal mechanic, Jess Hawkins. She's not here this weekend because she is making her British touring car debut at Snepton. So good luck, Jess.
Indeed, Jorge Edgar, I should say, on 13th place. And it's William Knight, Eden Spanswick, then Alfie Slater on the 15th and 16th part of the grid. 17th, Joey Brown, and Daniel Sofronea on 18th place.
Eden Spanswick really unlucky last weekend at Clay Pigeon in the Micromax World Final qualifier. Finished second, got demoted to third, missed out on a ticket to Portugal. Eli Baden and Morgan Moore round at the top 20. Kip Bilofsky and Mason Rudman are next. William Murtar and Ben Smith complete the top 24. And there's more.
There is indeed. It's Kanish Rao as well, alongside Michael Walker. Then William Antrobus and Cameron Pratt-Thompson as well, 28th on the grid. Aston Sharp and Sky Parker round out that grid. And then we finished the grid off 31 drivers with Hardy Massey, the number 44 privateer.
Yeah, Aston Sharp, the Scottish drivers, come over from the Cadet Honda Championship, joined the RM team. He was the S-plate in Cadet Honda last year. Sky Parker from God's country, Wales, new to the championship, and Hardy Massey, the leading privateer driver in the championship. He starts last, the Anglo-Canadian driver from Toronto.
Indeed. So, as you can see, the karts have not made their way onto the track just yet. I say that. A green flag appears in the distance, and now they do start to make their way out. Nice shot here as they whiz past 2 lines under the dummy grid that's in a shelter here at PR5.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
Very civil of them.
It is, yeah. Thank you for putting a roof over the dummy grid. Keeps us untowards of the impending doom of potential weather.
Yeah, I have to say, this is going to be an absolute barnstorm. Macaulay Bishop in kart number 9 for the Pullman Racing Team. He is 5 points in front of Nathan Tye. Nathan Tye, the GP plate holder for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Tye, advantage Tye in qualifying. We watched it, Anthony, and Nathan Tye and Zach Knight, they did identical times.
Yeah.
They worked perfectly together, and they were able to get out the front of the grid for 5 minutes. They got an extra lap in over everybody else, and that extra lap got them first and second.
It did.
Macaulay Bishop, no teammates around him. He has got it all to do. He leads the championship, but, and it's a big but, this is going to be a high-speed chess match at 60 miles an hour. The players from Oliver Rowland Motorsport, from Fusion Motorsport, from Strawberry Racing, and then from Pullman Racing are going to, these youngsters, they're aged between 8 and 12. You've got to be driving and thinking just as quickly. Who you're going to work with, who's your friend, who can I draft with, who is going to hang me out to dry, who can I trust, who's going to, try and, force me down the order. It is, and, I'll try and win the race myself as well. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Let's hope they keep it all on the track. They come out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Lights out, we're off and running. It's a good start from Nathan Tighe. Zach Knight, the pole sitter, wasn't great. Tighe has the lead, but there was a Fusion driver in the middle of the pack trying to break, and it is that Fusion driver. I think it is Sebastian Mins or Zach Drummond has had a storming getaway and leads the race. They go on to the bridge for the first time.
Yep, cracking start at the front there. You can see GP plate holding on to it. Nathan Tighe in second place in the champion, obviously now opening up that one at the front. Rest of the field darting through, and very close in the mid-pack there, 3-4 wide. And there's Karts on top of Karts as well.
Yeah, there's Karts Bambino. That looks like the number 74 Kart, the plain white kart of Joey Brown for the ST Racing team. Well, Sebastian Mins in kart number 77 had a superb getaway, briefly led, but that's some bouncing over the
75,
grass. That's 35. Like Eli Baden going over the grass there. But Sebastian Mins had a great start, but Nathan Tighe has regained the lead. Now, the number 30 kart, Connor Duncan, is the second of those Oliver Rowland Motorsports karts. So it is Tighe leading from Mins, and then I think is Zach Drummond. Yes, in kart number... No, it's Lewis Werrell from 8th of the grid in kart 10, second and third. And just look at that slipstream effect. Absolutely superb as Werrell goes from 10 kart lengths back in third to right behind the leader in second now.
Yep, that was a great little shot there. And actually, Werrell's managed to get past Mins as well. So Werrell now up into P2 as they come down the hill from turn 4. There's Karts off in the background as well, having a good look over the shoulder. And no overtakes there as they dive in towards hairpin 1. A little further back as well, you can see the number 8 of Archie Clark getting in front of Drummond. So that's moving up another place, moving up into 5th as well.
Yep, through hairpin number 2. Up the short chute towards the Fullerton S's. The order, Tighe, Werrell, Mins, Drummond. And then it is Archie Clark, the first of the green and white strawberry racing drivers, in 5th position. Macaulay Bishop runs 6th. 7th is Connor Duncan. Now, Bishop and Duncan started the year as teammates, but they're not teammates now. No, that shouldn't matter. But of course, all these things to think about. These young drivers, they're under a lot of pressure. This race is going out globally, and there comes Lewis Werrell for the race lead. Werrell takes over top spot. Tighe doesn't fight it. He'll now sit behind Lewis Werrell, and if he can push Lewis Werrell along, so Nathan Tighe, he's the only Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart in the top 4, surrounded by a trio of Fusion drivers. And he's not surrounded, he's been separated, he's spat out by the Fusion drivers, down to 4th place.
Yeah, that was a disaster there. The outside of that track is very, very rough. It's Puncture Avenue, and he returns the favour through hairpin 1 as well.
And now Tighe and Bishop, no, they're not. I was going to say Tighe and Bishop nose to tail, but then Tighe goes back in on Mins. And of course, we're saying the pressure's on Macaulay Bishop as well, because he's leading the championship, but didn't qualify very well. The pressure is also on Nathan Tighe. He has to finish ahead of Macaulay Bishop more often than not, and if he makes a mistake and he gets a penalty, that's it for him as well. So they've both got to be inch perfect as now Bishop goes past Sebastian Mins. So 2 championship contenders, Tighe and Bishop, nose to tail in 3rd and 4th places. It doesn't matter if they're 3rd or 4th, 1st or 2nd, or 19th and 20th. It's whoever finishes in front of the other, that's the key. That
is the key, and of course...
And there's Bishop going for a move. Sorry, Anthony.
No. You spotted it at the corner of my eye there. I was looking away at a timing screen. The move was fantastic. The 77 has followed through as well, so Mins has managed to get in front of Tighe as well. That's a disaster for Tighe. He's already behind by 5 points. He needs to be in front, and down the inside goes the GP plate alongside, and that is very well.
Oh, no!
He's made contact.
He made a great move, and he got caught up there. That was the 2 strawberry karts, and I think Archie Clark, Ethan Jeff Hall, and possibly Mins there, somebody just went too quickly, but he's okay. He's lost ground, shaking his head. Let's have a look again, Anthony.
Yep, so he goes down the inside of the 77 there, absolutely fine. Then the number 5 comes through and just taps the rear quarter of the car and sends the GP plate sideways.
And I think the number 5 was getting pushed by his teammate, Archie Clark. So Archie Clark thought, right, let's go. And it just, well, so far, that's the first incident between the two, the first incident involving one of the two championship contenders there. Nathan Tighe, well, he's in the race. He crosses the line in 10th. There's 3 minutes to go. Look at the gaps. You've got the top two, Werrell and Drummond. They're together. Then there's a gap back to Bishop in third. A big gap then back because, of course, the rest of the drivers are slowed down by that incident. Back to Mins and Knight, 4th and 5th. Noah Wolf is 6th. Roman Kamyab 7th. Then another gap to Connor Duncan in the number 30 kart. Archie Clark in the 8th. And then the GP plate. 2 3/4 minutes to go. Bishop looking over his shoulder. He's not looking. He's looking to see where his rival is. Nathan Tighe has now, and I'm going to try and look, coming to the second hairpin. Tighe is directly behind the number 8 kart, I think, so he can pick up one place quite easily. Then there's a gap to Connor Duncan. I'm not sure if Nathan Tighe's got time to get past Archie Clark into 9th place and then close that gap to Connor Duncan.
No, there's not a lot of time left in the race, but of course it's a very long lap, so there's plenty of opportunities to get those overtakes if you can get the slipstream and close back up. You can see the train going through, yes, but at the front still it is Werrell and Drummond. Bishop, though, slowly catching up. You know, it would be much nicer to finish a little further up the order because then it just helps you out, of course. But yeah, at the front at the moment it's still very nose to tail.
And I have to say that even though Werrell and Drummond are running and working together in slipstreaming, that gap between themselves and the number 9 Paul Munn racing kart of Macaulay Bishop is coming down. And through the first sector here, actually through the first sector, Noah Wolf in the number 43 kart has gone fastest of all. Now there is the number 36 Ollie Roller Motorsport kart of Zach Knight. He runs in 4th place with Mins in 5th, Wolf in 6th, and Kamyab in the number 55 kart in 7th. And then there's a huge gap back to 8th. 8th is still Duncan, but Clark and Tighe and Ethan Jeff Hall are right behind him. Nathan Tighe is going to be thinking at the moment the best he can do is 8th. He's 10th as they cross the line. He can get up to 8th. A minute to go.
Yep, definitely so. It's going to be crucial to gain as many points or many places as you can through these next couple of laps as they go through. But again, just trains of 2x2 as they head down the start-finish line. There is a look at the 36 and the 77. They're still 4th and 5th place at the moment, Zachary Knight and Sebastian Mins. But as you say, we have still got that position for Nathan Tighe, 8th place at the moment.
Bishop just sets a new fastest lap of the race. The gap is half a second now, and he's going even quicker on this lap. Purple first sector for Macaulay Bishop. He's just done a 1:08.98. I noticed back there he is. He's closing in the top 3 and almost together. Nathan Tighe, meanwhile, he has got past Archie Clark. He's got past Connor Duncan. He is up into 8th place. He is now leading a 3-kart train going through the short chute. He's got the 2 Strawberry racing cars behind him. So Tighe has done all he can from this point. Is anybody else going to give him any crumbs by falling off in front of him?
He can't. I don't think. Well, it's going to be a tough job. Now, Drummond has just gone down the inside of Werrell into the last couple of corners. He's now moved up into the front of the grid. That's allowed now Bishop to get right on the tail end of this. They're both Fusion karts go defensive, both looking over the shoulder at the same time. They know it's Bishop there. Now, as they go through the first corner...
Bishop eases off.
He does.
Bishop eases off. He's like, I want no part of this.
Yeah.
He's got his mechanic signalling to him. Oh, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Well, the opportunity presented itself, but going to that first corner, you saw him ease back.
Yeah.
He knows that Nathan Tighe is down the order. He doesn't know exactly where, but he thinks he's saying thumbs up, saying, "Okay, come on, just behave. I'm not going to attack you."
Yeah.
You know. Oh, hang on. But he's gone to the lead there, running wide. Zach Drummond runs wide. Coming out of the first hairpin. Oh, the 2 teammates are wheel to wheel. Macaulay Bishop's got the race lead.
Yep, that was a great position there from Bishop. And what are the 2 Fusion karts doing? Throwing each other off the track. Drummond goes super defensive from Werrell, almost squeezing his teammate onto the grass. They both get through the chicane well. But yeah, that was crazy. Dan
Hazelwood needs to order some more Just for Men after that one, watching his 2 drivers going side by side, wheel to wheel in the closing stage there. But Macaulay Bishop, well, from 9th to the grid, he comes out on the final corner. He takes the race win. Drummond second, Werrell third, and look at Nathan Tighe fighting for his life to keep the Strawberry cars behind. He does that. A reversal. Tighe starts up front and finishes back in 8th. Bishop starts at the back and finishes up front.
Yep.
All down that one incident, that the tension levels are just going to keep rising and rising.
Rest of the field crosses through the line then. The top 10, Ethan Jeff Hall crosses the line in 10th place, then William Knight, then it was Connor Duncan, Daniel Sofrenair, Eden Spanswick finishes 14th place, Alfie Slater, Jesse Phillips, Morgan Moore, then it's Jorge Edgar, Sky Parker, great running, 19th place, up 11 positions. The same, Hardy Mamasi as well, up 11 positions, 20th place. Then William Murtar, Ben Smith, Kit Bolofsky, then Michael Walker, Aston Sharp, Joey Brown, Mason Rudman, Eddie Baden there, and then Kanish Rao, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, and William Antrobus as well round out the grid of 31 karts.
Good to see everyone finish.
All on the same lap, yes, so
Yeah,
everyone finishing the race.
Well, that's 4 heats down. Now, on track, there are going to be some more practice sessions for the Bambinos and for the Junior and TKM Extremes. But while the disembodied voice in my head will play probably some commercials from our partners and sponsors, we are going to have a little walk down to the paddock area with a microphone and a cameraman. And whilst the practice session is going on, we got about 15 minutes. Oh no, am I lying again? Oh, no!
You're lying again.
Oh, I'm lying again. I'm telling fibbies, I am. It's not. It's after the next race. Sorry. Oh.
You're really eager to get down into that pit lane, aren't you? Just chat to the drivers. No, I can tell you now, we finished with the IAME Cadets, but next up is Junior X30.
Oh, sorry. There we go, actually. I'm glad that someone's got the timetable. I would say James is putting his hair up, but that happened a little while ago.
I think that was a cue for a sting.
Junior X30, Heat 2. So this is Group A and Group...
This is Group A and C.
Group A and C. I'm glad someone's watching. Lewis Mackey. Well, I mean, we haven't got the comments up on our screen here. The screen is live. No. But I'm hoping that Grandma Mackey, Nanny June, is watching because her grandson is on pole position. Darryl Taylor starts from P2. Marcus Lucio and Luke Watts on row 2. Brandon Carr, now with Mick Barrett Racing, and Sam Heading on row number 3.
Row 4, Alex Moody. Then it's Alicia Barrett joining alongside. Then it's Oscar Joyce and Connor Clifford on row 5. Freddie Spindlow and Harry Cottrell on row number 6.
Brandon Templeton and Sam Shaw are on row 7. Jessica Edgar and Mitchell Gibbons on row 8. Kanato Lee and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row number 9.
Row 10, Jack Sherwood. And then it's Hayden Chance in 20th place. Running out the grid of 22 karts, we've got Michael Rapsey and Reese Newburn in 22nd place.
Now, let's have a little look. I've used, well, the other live stream crashed out. This is great racing. Thanks to Jack IS Racing and this great racing. Sam Stoner. This goes great racing, man. But I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but if you're going to use that as your avatar, then you know, and your name. Anyway, here we go. So this is the last race before the break, Anthony. There we go.
You can go into all your break sections just after this one.
Sorry. It's,
you're ahead of yourself.
I'm getting all excited again. Dearie me.
Flustered. Wind blowing strong.
Yes, it's the forecast was. I mean, it's brought the temperature. I mean, we're in late October.
We are.
So it's not warm.
No, it's not.
But the wind, I mean, even though it was absolutely hooning it down yesterday. I mean, at one point, you couldn't hear yourself talk in the commentary box because the rain was literally so loud outside. But it was mild. The temperature has dropped considerably. Why on earth Lewis Malin is wearing a pair of shorts, I don't know. Yes, I do know, because the man's in Egypt.
Well, there you go. Another aspect as well. The start marshal just out our window is currently in a T-shirt on a gantry. It must be the windiest place in the world, and he's happily there in a T-shirt.
Kyle's a braver man than I.
Is indeed.
There's Oliver Greenall. So Oliver Greenall came into this today 6th in the point standings. There he is. Look at that. Now real men wear T-shirts when it's minus 12. I mean, Nigel Edwards, the chairman of Trent Valley Clark Club, the race director of this round. I mean,
who I called a steward last.
Well, he's probably done that. But I mean, there's a man who knows what he's doing. Long trousers, everything. You can hardly see it. Literally, Nigel is just a pair of glasses and a clipboard at the moment. Everything else is covered, and yet the man Kyle there. I mean, what a man! What a mountain of a man! Just a T-shirt. It's branded T-shirt, of course. Good to see that everybody in the grandstand wearing masks, as of course that is the rules here at the Motorsport UK Championship, that everybody must wear a mask, and it's good to see that. The drivers, you can just see on the inside, you can just see the GP plate of Aaron Walker there, who starts from pole position. Of course, the GP plate, the British Kart Grand Prix held here, so Aaron obviously knows his way around this track very well. Nearly every one of these drivers is very experienced at PFI.
Yeah, he's definitely one on the calendar that drivers aim to be fast at, because it is, you know, the one where usually a championship final ends or anything on that aspect. So these drivers working hard to practice very hard on that one, of course. With the Junior X30, of course, 36 drivers are taking part in the class themselves. Only 22 out on circuit in this one at the moment. And of course, they will be heading out onto circuit in just a moment. Again, another recap, of course, Aaron Walker, the GP plate, Strawberry Racing driver, starting on pole position in this one for Heat 2, the AC class. That will be heading out in just a moment. Of course, as we were saying, with that GP win, running very well around this circuit. Oliver Greenall as well alongside on the second row. Now with, of course, championship standings that we've seen out there, these drivers are, of course, very mixed up in there, but again, very close on the points all the way through, as we're waiting for these drivers to make their way out onto the circuit. In just a moment, we get a green flag on the start-finish line, and the noise begins. And so they cross the line now. They're starting their warm-up lap. Now again, they're told nearly every round to make sure that you don't go out and you start warming those tyres up viciously.
No, they're not warming. They're checking the steering.
They're checking the steering, yeah, that's what they're doing. That's the excuse.
They're making sure the wheel turns left and right very quickly in a sort of a
vigorous fashion.
In a vigorous and repeated fashion.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean...
all the way around the lap.
Yeah, all the way around the lap, yes. I mean, Aaron Walker, 7th in the point standings, but he had a couple of drop scores. Well, he's probably 3rd or 4th on dropped scores at the moment. Harrison and Rowledge, I'm just looking there, so neither of the two McBarrett Racing Championship contenders are in this race. This is a perfect opportunity for Greenall to maximise points again, you know, because again, this is the end of his second heat, you know. The next race that Greenall will be out in will be the final itself. So this is, you know, really critical for Greenall and for Walker, who's, look at that, just checking his steering again.
Yeah.
Just checking and making sure it's all bolted together properly.
Yep.
And then braking hard as well to making sure that the brakes are also working. I mean, it does increase tyre temperature. However, that's the side effect of checking the steering.
Yeah.
The drivers don't realise this.
No,
not at all. Dear.
Excellent. Swindled our way out of that one, didn't we? We've swindled this entire grid out of that one as well. Yeah, I think we've tricked the stewards.
Yes, there we go. Oh, now from the inside, that's Lewis Mackey getting very, very lively. But we do go racing, and it's a poor start from Walker. Walker, he waited, and then he waited a bit too long. Greenall gets the drop, and in fact, Greenall has taken Darrell Taylor and Luke Watts with him.
He has indeed. That's moved up quite a few places there, so that's a cracking start there. 7 minutes on the timer, 8-minute heats, of course, for these ones as they head down the inside there. You can see goes the 37, and that's a great overtake into second place for Luke Watts.
Yeah, and everybody gets around the first hairpin cleanly. It was Michael Rapsey at the back of the grid there in the number 50 kart there, but it is Greenall with the commanding lead over Watts, Taylor. Then the pole man, Walker, trying to recover, and it looks like Sam Heading, the number 57 Mark Litchfield Racing kart in 5th position. Then it is Mackey in 6th. But so far, I mean, the first Junior X30 race was a little bit of a hectic affair.
Yeah,
it was one of those. But this looks like it's far more sensible, sedate, and well mannered. At least for the first 3 quarters of a lap. It's because all the drivers have got their steering working. They checked it so well. They did. Yeah,
steering definitely working very well. Well, as we end lap 1, rest of the field go through. There's a dive down the inside. That's the GP plate. Aaron Walker getting past Taylor, so moving up into 3rd place by the looks of it, and then be heading up the grid again, as you can see. Or is he? No, he has. Yes, you can see the Tony Kart there chassis. Moving up into 3rd, wanting to hunt down the top 2, who are still working together, breaking away slightly. 6.5 minutes left on the clock as we head through hairpin number 2. Originally, turn number 3 on the circuit many moons ago.
Yes, many a moon ago.
Many a moon ago. But
They still use the old circuit
They
for,
do, yeah.
for pro kart racing,
yes,
and corporate racing and
yes,
stuff like that.
yeah.
I mean, with the pro cars, they can virtually get like it is like almost an oval because they don't use the Mike Wilson complex. They go straight through. Well, no, they have to use a bit of it, but it is almost an oval, which is absolutely fantastic on a pro car.
Yeah,
but
that'd be very fun actually.
Oh yes, especially with there's 50 of them in a race.
Yeah.
So now Luke Watts is really pushing there. So Watts has been so consistent. I mean, I'm just looking at the way that they score the points. The heats of the finals. Luke Watts he's had a 4th place in the opening. He's had 2 4th places at Rowra in the finals. He finished a little bit further back at Kim Bolton. I think he was 11th, and then he was back into the top 6 last time out at Mansell in the finals. So he's been very, very consistent, but hasn't won a race yet.
No.
He hasn't won a final. I mean, he's done okay in the heats as well. He's always been there. But like every driver, getting that first win is all important. You realise, yeah, I can do it. I can beat that guy, even though he's leading the championship. I can beat him, and that's a real boost for each driver. And Oliver Greenall, under investigation. Now, was Aaron Walker just really pants at the start, or did Oliver Greenall make Aaron Walker look pants by jumping the start? That is possibly why Greenall's under investigation. And if that is the case, Greenall's hard work leading the race, trying to cut into Harrison and Rowland's championship lead, could all come to naught.
It could indeed. Looking down the order though, Sam Shaw, Premium Karting, fastest lap of the race at the moment. The first driver within a minute.
Yeah.
Or just over a minute.
Just over a minute. I mean, a quick turnaround. That's impressive from the Premium Karting team. Sam Shaw was in the first heat race. He was up in the air, bouncing around, would have damaged the kart and some of the parts in some way. Didn't have long to get the kart resorted for this race. The team have, and it's quick.
Yeah, so there you go. That just credit to the mechanics in the paddock, working incredibly hard to make sure these young drivers get out on circuit and are very competitive as well. 4 minutes then left on the timer. Still at the front is the 64 Oliver Greenall, who is under investigation at the moment. We haven't had anything come through as of yet. Luke Watts still there at 2nd place. Then it's Aaron Walker, the GP plate, down 2 positions, but trailing very close behind. Sam Heading, then it's Darrell Taylor. Marcus Lucio as well, 6th place. Freddie Spindlow's up 6 places in 7th. Lewis Mackey, and then Connor Clifford and Sam Shaw rounding out the top 10 at the moment with another fastest lap of the race.
I was just looking at I noticed that Marcus Lucio has moved from Dan Holland Racing to the KR Sport team. He's actually leading the car. So Fast Freddie Spindlow, who's been the KR Sport sort of flag bearer in this class all year, now finds himself with a very rapid teammate who is actually in front of him at the moment. And a couple of other names just to pick out. I mean, we've got Kanato Lee down in 16th place. That's a bit lower than where we would expect it. Alicia Barrett has gone out, so has Harry Burgoyne Jr. So we didn't see what happened to those two, but they're both out of the race. Do you know what? I'm wondering if Alicia Barrett took the start, because at the end of the last race, the camera closed up on her. She was sitting on the back seat of her cart, holding her wrist. Now, I thought that just might be her body language, but she hasn't gone out, and I'm wondering if there might be an issue there with Alicia Barrett, and that would be a shame, because she is, I forget what she is doing at the moment. There's a change to the lead. Luke Watts takes the lead. I was going to say that Alicia Barrett is battling for a place in the top 10 of the championship, but more importantly, we've now got a change lead and change for second, Anthony.
Indeed, GP plate, Aaron Walker getting 2nd place as well. So it looked like the 64 of Oliver Greenall got a bit out of shape, but comes back. And now, as well as the 37 of Luke Watts, gains the lead and then loses it straight away and is now down into 3rd place. So the GP plate of Aaron Walker now leads this race over the next 3 corners. That was moved very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that is right, because he made a was not good off the start, lost a lot of places, has now come back into it, and there's a 5-kart battle. I'm just going to pick out 1 or 2 names there. Sam Heading doing really well in 4th place. Oscar Joyce for Premium Karting, number 59. He was so ill at Mansell Raceway, almost didn't race. Not that ill, as in ate a kebab he shouldn't have ate, or ate an egg that went off in March or something like that. That type of ill. The both ends ill. And he's recovered and is now top 15 doing really well, and we've got more changes to the lead, as I'm talking about the digestive tract.
Yes, indeed. The 64 Oliver Greenall has retaken the lead. That happened quite through turn 1, I have to say. The 37, Luke Watts, is now back in second place. And Aaron Walker, the GP, who was leading the previous lap, now back in third place. With all this scrapping, that's allowing the 57 of Sam Heading and Darrell Taylor, the 14, to close up. Now we've got 5 karts scrapping away for the lead. With less than a minute on the clock, it's going to be last lap board, not this time, but next.
Yep, and all that we mentioned about how well-mannered and polite they were being at the front, all bets are off now.
Oh, yeah.
They've closed back in. Watts now pushing Greenall. Greenall starts to defend. 45 seconds to go. Under the bridge on the banking. Greenall keeps it in the middle of the track, so Watts can't swing out wide to get a run underneath him because Greenall defends into turn 3. Now, Watts has a little look coming through turn 4 but can't quite get it. This is going to give Walker and Heading and Taylor. Now Watts has to defend and Greenall takes the race line. Greenall's going to gain lots of ground here coming into the second hairpin as Watts tries to hold off Walker.
Yep, Walker there going for that move, causing the 37 to go defensive. Yeah, the 64 breaking away now. So Greenall, as they'll see the last lap board this time around, now with a slight advantage, 0.2 of a second as they exit the Fullerton S's onto the back straight. But all eyes on the second place one, the Aaron Walker GP plate, trying to go down the inside.
Good
Gets
move.
it done. Very nicely calculated there.
I mean, Luke Watts, I think he can be disappointed with that one because, you know, he just let Aaron Walker slide underneath him and get the run off the corner. But Luke Watts has got to fight back. But he's going to push Walker. These two could still catch the leader. Greenall's 10 kart lengths in front. If Walker and Watts now behave themselves and push, they will catch the race leader coming out of the second hairpin.
They will try that indeed. Now, down the hill through turn 4, big look over the shoulder. Careful, there's a corner coming up as they break for hairpin number 1. A little bit wide
Walker's
there from
gone
the
wide.
GP. Yeah, wide from Walker. Now he's having to defend massively from Watts. Here comes the 57, though, of Heading, who tries to go down the inside as well.
And Watts has got him.
He has indeed, as they go through. Now, Watts has just been left to dry here.
Well, I mean, Walker.
Walker,
Sorry. I mean,
yeah.
he was just careless coming into the thing. I mean, I think Luke Watts is obviously right there, but you know, I mean, so Walker did a great move on Watts earlier on, then Watts did a great move back. Look behind, they're all climbing over each other, but pending any start line investigation, Oliver Greenall takes the race victory in the second Junior X30 heat. I mean, whether there's an issue after the race or not, that was an extra drive. Another driver doing what he has to do to give himself a fighting chance going into tomorrow for the title.
Yep, there's a great effort there at the end of race 5. Heat 2 for the Junior X30. Checker flag is out, and there are the results on your screen. Very close indeed all the way through the field. Everyone bar 23rd, 24th, Alicia Barrett and Harry Burgoyne Jr. finish the race. So 22 finish the grid. 9 laps completed, and everyone on the same lap. There is a look at the results. Very close still at the front.
So we run down the order there. You can see Jessica Egger in 12th place. Now is the time, Anthony. Now is the time. Is it time? Is it time? Is it time? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? It's time for a break, which we're going to go down and have a chat in the paddock. I think there's no other races now. I'm just checking.
There is no other races. I can confirm.
There we are.
There are no other races. It is practice that's out now, which won't be on the stream. But yes, like I say, we will be heading down, having a good old
We're going to be
chin
there,
wag.
right
Yes.
there, right there, almost right there. Where Mr.
Not on the
Greenall
way
is now.
scales.
Not on
Don't
the
do
way scales. No.
We need to keep it working over the weekend.
Yes,
Don't step
sorry.
on it.
Okay, yes, thank you. I have to apologise. Right, we're going to play a couple of commercials, and then we will join you very, very shortly down by there.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and that's something which I actually never won in cadets, but I won in Formula Kart Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember, racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them, and yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Mini Match Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
Now, all season, you're watching the racing on the track, but believe it or not, the track is just a small part of one of these British Kart Championship meetings. The paddock itself, the technical area, is huge, and a lot of effort goes in before to get the karts running properly, and afterwards to make sure they keep running properly, to make sure that everything goes smoothly. The officials, lots of them are doing lots of different jobs. We're here in Parc Fermé, so at the end of every race, the drivers come here. They go through the weighbridge over by here. Once they've had the weighbridge, the scrutineering team, who are based in that building behind me, they tell the top three drivers, or whoever they want to, from the races. So you can see from the last Junior X30 race, you've got Luke Watts, Aaron Walker and Oliver Greenall's karts. The scrutineers will say they want checks on certain elements. Then the mechanics or the dads have to do that. We were just coming through here, so you can see Oliver Greenall's dads. Come on, Jason, you can follow me. So we got some drivers we're going to chat to in a minute. But you can see, so our technical commissioner, Paul Klassen, will say he wants X, Y and Z off all the karts, and then they have to be checked. So Ollie's dad is just taking off their part of the engine, he's taking off part of the carb, checking certain measurements. He takes them into the scrutineering office. They measure things according to all the rules and regulations. Now, we won't go in here too far. We'll have a little look here, but obviously there's different rules and regulations, so that the mechanics are all there talking about, they'll have their stuff measured, all the technical equipment that Paul Klassen has, they'll be checked, measured, make sure it's within tolerance and things like that. And then, and only then, they go back on the kart. The kart goes back to the awnings. You can see lots of awnings and trucks in the paddock. And the process starts again. The mechanics, the parents will start to work to make sure the kart's set up for the next one. Now, the drivers, meanwhile, well, they like to think that their job is over the minute they get out of the kart. And they just stand loitering around doing very little. Oliver Greenall won the last race. Aaron Walker was there. And Lewis Mackey, he's been in action as well today. Lewis, we'll start with you. Now, you weren't in that last race. So what are you doing as a driver between the races, apart from checking your phone and sending Snapchats to your mates?
Sort of walking around, watching, and not a lot. Speaking to Ollie and Jonah about what we're going to do with the kart and stuff, but other than that, not a lot.
Now, part of this, now we have a lot of fun on the live stream because it's your nan who messages the live stream all the time saying, Nanny June's watching Lewis. How much is that? I mean, we joke about it, but obviously there's family watch all this around the world, there's friends and other people. How much of a boost does that give you, knowing you've got family watching? Because whereabouts are you from in the UK?
Norwich, near Norwich.
Oh, so a million miles away from anywhere then, basically.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
But it gives you a big boost, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a motivational when you've got family watching.
So some drivers, they're just chilling the paddock, watching the racing, seeing what they can learn. Now, for Ollie and Aaron, you come in, you started on the front row of that last race. It didn't go quite to plan at the start, did it, Aaron?
No, it didn't.
But you recovered well.
I guess. I mean, it was all right.
It was all right. And you seem quite nonplussed by it. I mean, I suppose it's just the heats. It's a long weekend, isn't it? But you've got the GP plate on the kart, so you know how to get around. You know how to win races here. That's obviously going to give you a lot of positives.
Yeah, I mean, I know how to win races like here, like I did on that Kart Masters weekend. So we'll see what we can do this week.
So you go. Well, good luck with the rest of the races. Now, the driver that crossed the line first in that last race, Ollie, now I noticed that you finished there and your kart's gone now, but the minute that you jumped out, you've got your branded snood on, which is always good to see. How was that last race, and what do you do as a driver? Do you watch and wait for the scrutiny, the post-race scrutiny to happen? Do you hang around, or do you leave your dad, who's mechanicking for you this weekend, do you just leave him to it and stay out of his way?
I tend to leave him to it a bit and go sort out my driving bit, because that's the most important, but I'll obviously help him when he needs help, because he's not professional, but he's working towards getting there, so yeah.
So now, you've done both your heats this morning. The drivers, in Junior X30, the drivers are split into three groups, Group A, Group B and Group C. You were in Group A?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So you've done your two heats, but there was not a lot of turnaround time between there, and you obviously won the first heat as well. So describe what a driver does between the two heats, so that the viewers have seen you out on track twice this morning in the space of, an hour. You finish the race, you get out of the kart, go to scrutineering, then what happens?
Go to scrutineering, go back to the awning, then I'll have a drink or some food or something, and then I'll go watch a senior race and see how I can improve, and talk to Tom and Chris and see how I can get better with my driving for the next race, and talk about and analyse how I was that race. So we just
brilliant. So after all that, then of course, before the car hits the track, so Ollie would have prepped himself, he would have watched some racing, he would have hydrated, had some food, because of course energy levels are quite important. And then the call comes out, so about 20 minutes before the start of one of these races, the drivers get called into that area behind it. That's the only place in the paddock you can start your engines. So they come from their awnings, and I think the Fusion awning is over there to our left. They come into this area, they start the engines, the mechanics start the engines, and then at their allotted time, they get filed through here, come into there, so they go past there. Now, when they come through here, you've got officials checking that the nose cone brackets are on the karts, because all these karts have drop-down nose cones. They get checked that the nose cone brackets are on the karts. There's another official marking the drivers off to make sure that they're timed, because if they miss their time, this gate closes. And if you're not in the holding area before a certain time, you don't race. Now, once you're in the holding area, let's go and see what happens. this is one of the best circuits in the country. The facilities are absolutely fantastic. It's all hard covered, cold closed building. It's what a real racetrack should look like. And you can see that to keep officials and everyone away from each other, certain areas. So drivers coming in from a race, they can't pass equipment or they can't pass anything, or they can't move into this area here because it's the pre-race holding area. We'll come through here. Now, the drivers of the karts come into this area. If they need to collect tyres, there's a special tyre bay because every driver's got a certain number of tyres they've got to use. They'll come through here. Now here's Trev, one of our officials. It's Trev's birthday this weekend. Happy birthday, Trev. Once they've come out here, then they get a chance to do their tyre pressures. You've got some airlines there. Now all the teams will have airlines in their own awning, but last couple of checks, they'll pump the pressures up, make sure the car, again, the officials, they'll go underneath the car to make sure there's no broken or damaged stuff. Watching the TKM Extreme drivers come in now. So they're coming in for their final practice session. They'll all stop once they've had their measurements checked, because again, there's another area that every driver's got to go through. And they've got to do this in a certain time scale. If you're late, you don't race. So Gaynor, she has the rear width of the kart. So karts cannot be over a certain rear width. So the tyre's the back axle. She'll measure the rear width of every kart. Once the one official is happy that the underside of the nose cone isn't damaged and that the bracket on the kart hasn't broken already, and the other official has decided the rear width is okay, then, and only then, you can actually go onto the dummy grid. And all the time, you're looking at this clock here. Now, at 12:30 for this session, the grid closes. So when that clock hits 12:30 or 12:25, the grid closes. If you're not in that grid when the grid closes, it's quite simple. You don't race. There we are. They're giving the information. So 4.5 minutes to go. A couple of the TKMs coming in now, all the extremes. This is Matthew Taylor. He's going through. He's made it. 4.5 minutes to spare. Now we're looking at Joe Reeve-Smith. He's there going. Now he's got 4.5 minutes. Well, let's tell you what. Let's have a little chat to Joe Reeve-Smith. So he's going to go in there. Nice new kart, Litchfield kart. Looking smart, Joe. We're just talking about how the format before you get onto the grid. Once you get onto the grid, are you one of the drivers that likes to have, your mechanic or your dad there talking you through it, or are you one of the drivers that likes to be left alone?
No, I usually just like to get along with it myself, sit in the cart, try and prepare, think about the practice or the qualifying or the race, and just get out there and do my thing really.
Yeah. Okay. So you got this is practice. You got qualifying a little bit later on. So some of the drivers. Let's have a little look. Let's try and see if we can knock Jason, our cameraman, over. Here's Joe Fowler. Now the good thing is about the TKM grids is that it's really friendly. There's a lot of banter between the drivers. There's a lot of poking fun of each other. It's very mean-spirited. Joe's going to go and sit in his cart on his own because I've left him enough. Now, here we are with Joe Fowler's kart. Now, Joe Fowler, you're allowed one driver and one mechanic only. Joe, what's life like in TKM Extreme with the grid? A lot of friends, some really close racing. You must be really happy that you've chosen this class as your sort of career.
Yeah, it's very friendly, very relaxed, definitely compared to X30. I did a year in that and it was like no one ever talked to anyone. And it was everyone...
Well, no one ever talked to you. That was the problem.
Didn't say that.
Yeah. But now, interestingly, so Joe Reeve-Smith, he came in, he had his race suit on, he had his helmet up. Some drivers like to do that. They like to get in that zone really early. Joe, on the other hand, you take a different approach. You haven't got your lid on yet, you've got your jacket on. That's not because you're not taking it serious. Is that just the best way that you find to relax?
It's because I'm being held up by an interview.
Well, that's fair enough. No. You've been so quick this year. It hasn't always held together, but I mean, Kim Bolton, the start of the year, you were lightning. How are you feeling about this track?
Pretty good, I think. I've poled both rounds so far, but then it's all gone wrong by the time it's got to the final. So I'll just try to do the same again. I won the championship here 2 years ago, so, well, I've got a bit of an outside chance, but I'll try my best.
Well, he's just smiling. That's the most important thing. You enjoy yourself, having fun. Good luck, Joe. We'll see you later. Now again, some drivers are parked. You think, why are there some drivers at the back of the grid, some drivers at the front of the grid? Well, this is practice. It doesn't matter what order you go out in. In fact, it doesn't matter if you go out at all. There's no obligation to. Drivers will have a different tactic. Some drivers will decide they want to work together. So you've got Joe Stockford in the number 18 kart and last year's champion, James Pashley, together. Now, they decide they want to start at the back. They want to go out at the back. I'm going to move out the way because, again, the mechanics then get the trolleys off the grid. Sorry, Jason, I've been giving you a terrible time there, but Joe Pashley's last year's champion. He's starting at the back because he wants to go out in practice, and he's got to... These are his rivals. He wants to try and see where these drivers are quick, where these drivers are slow, and what have you. So, just quickly, James, how are you doing, mate? One weekend with the number 1 plate on left, you can still win the championship, though, can't you?
Yeah. Just need to keep pushing. Hope I do well this weekend. But it is what it is. Adam's got quite a big lead, so it'd be hard to catch him, really.
I mean, you've defended the championship with the number 1 plate really well. Are you happy with the way you've defended yourself? You've represented the class as the British number 1 this year?
Yeah. I think if it was a longer championship, I'd be in a really good place. But I needed to win more. So it is what it is.
Well, it is what it is. Who will be now? Now, James is one of Britain's best privateer drivers. Now, by privateers, you look at the back of the awning and you see the big tents. You see the big tents, teams with 5, 6 karts in them, and what have you. And then you've got the lad and dad teams, or the lass and dad teams, or the lass and mum teams. You know, who knows? It's the modern sport. James and his family, his dad and his granddad, have always done this together. Mr. P, yeah, how you won this as a privateer last year. Yeah. Everyone on Alpha Live, all the viewers, and we get 15 to 60,000 viewers around, they have seen the level of competition and the infrastructure behind it all. So as a family, what was that like? As the pro?
Proud of him. You know, done it on a very small budget as lad and dad, and was very proud and happy with the year. It was a great experience.
And of course, we're looking at the class this year. There's 20-something karts to the grid this year. There was more last year. There was like 30 plus or something like that.
There was 40 plus start of the year. I mean, with B finals and prepper charges, so it was a difficult. It was bigger and better last year.
Yeah, and he came out on top. So I mean, it shows that. I mean, so there are people that are watching, and we're going to go out now. So I'll let you do it. Hang on a sec. Hey, we'll let the field go out. So the field have gone out. There goes James. Now, that's the worrying bit for you over, isn't it? The wagon has rolled.
It's gone, yeah, it's gone, and I'm happy, yeah. Relax, my job's done.
Now, in a practice session, the tactics are, so the karts go out, the dads, mechanics, now it's their time to worry even more.
No, don't worry, just let them get on with it.
No worries at all. Lee Pashley, thanks very much. That is an idea of just what happens between the races during practice sessions, between drivers, their families, their mechanics, and what it takes just to get one of these karts on circuit. We'll see James Pashley and Joe Fowler and the rest a little bit later on. Thanks for joining us. Back to me and Anthony in the booth.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Well, back from the walk around the paddock area, we now head in towards the Senior X30's second heat of the day. And this is how the order looks. Matt Armstrong starting on the front row alongside Oliver Greetham. Then it's Thomas Turner, Rory Hudson, Danny Curl, championship leader at the moment, the number 1 with a 5th place. And Lewis Gilbert rounding out row number 3. Row number 4, Morgan Porter. And then it's Gus Lawrence. Then it's Harry Platten and Casper Skuza rounding out the top 5 or the top 10 out there. Then it's Alex Pendlebury, Joseph Taylor, 11th and 12th. Archie Tillett and Ewan Wilson, they're 13th and 14th on the grid. Tyler Reid and Brad Pennell, 15th and 16th on there. Caleb Marshall and Clayton Ravenscroft in 18th place. Rory Cuff, Nelson King, 19th and 20th. Dan McEwen and Eduardo Costeng in 22nd place. Then it's Ben Hodge and Thomas Fleming, 23rd and 24th. Connor Jupp in 25th with Oliver Gray, 26th. Blake Anglis and Tom Nippers, 27th and 28th on the grid. Then it's Joshua Bingham, or Christopher Bingham, I should say, in 29th. And Matthew Owen Rees in 30th place. Last of the field, 34 drivers in this one. Thomas Wood, it is Benedict Davis, Jamie Rogers and Caden McQueen rounding out the grid. You're finally back, Henry.
By magic of teleportation and my chubby Welsh legs, I am back. Well, I hope that you enjoyed that little guide into what happens between races. Senior X30 said 34 drivers, a full grid, and yes, the breeze has, it's not me just blowing hot air all over the place. There's cold air being blown all around the circuit by Mother Nature herself. A look at the results from the first series of heat races. Now, we don't normally do this, but because it's the championship weekend, we've done that. So, race number 1, Leo Robinson, Vinnie Phillips and Charlie Webb, your top 3. Everybody finished, well, there was a penalty for Ethan Simmons, a 1-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. Now, Ethan Simmons is battling for 4th and 5th place in the championship standings. That dropped him from 10th to 11th. That was the only change in post-race scrutineering in Mini X30. In Junior X30, that first race we saw, Josh Rowledge won from Oliver Greenall and Luke Watts. We had nose cone penalties for Sam Shaw, who was involved in that big incident, for Alicia Barrett, Harvey Ryby, Charlie Rippon and Rhys Newburn. So there was a lot of changes of position there. Archie Walker also had a penalty. He's moved over to the KR Sport team this month. And Oliver Stewart, not only did he get technical flagged out of the race, he got a 5-place penalty for a dislodged nose cone. Now, if he'd been a Demon Tweeks and used one of their products to screw his NASA panel on better, then that might have helped him there, as we looked at the Demon Tweeks product placement on the screen.
Yes.
In Senior X30, all the leaders were okay. There was a couple of penalties further back down the order for Oliver Greetham, we said was having a great race, and Morgan Porter. Now, I've heard a rumour that this is Morgan Porter's final year in karting. The double Kartmasters, or the triple Kartmasters Grand Prix winner, who's represented the UK in the World Karting Championship and has won, several British titles, or been runner-up in several British championships over the year. He's working a lot in the factory at Argenti Motorsport now, and I've heard a rumour that he might be packing up as a driver at the end of this season, but we'll see about that. And then in Cadet IAME, so here is the only sort of major news from the first Cadet IAME heat. Macaulay Bishop won, Zach Drummond and Lewis Werrell the top 3. Nathan Tye finished 8th on the road, but his teammate and pole sitter Zach Knight, who helped him in qualifying, he got a nose cone penalty, cost him 5 seconds. That dropped him down to 12th. It moves Nathan Tye up to 7th.
Right.
So he doesn't gain. Nobody gains points from that first heat, but at the end of the second round of heats, your finishing positions are added together. So that is a 1-place gain post race for Nathan Tye. It slightly lessens the damage done in that first race. So again, thank you to Ian Rogers and David Jones from Motorsport Timing UK for providing us with that information. And thank you to Alpha Live for providing us with this visual information of the dummy grid, Anthony.
Yes, I do like a good bit of visual information.
Oh, it's also known as a picture.
It is a picture, yes. Yeah. Or technically, this is a video or a live stream.
This is the videographer, and out they go onto the grid. So that nice covered grid area, protecting the drivers from any inclement weather that may be about to appear. Although I have to say, the clouds, you can see there on the screen, the clouds have they're still grey, but they have lifted slightly.
Yes, so it's looking fairly calm out there in terms of the sky, but the wind still blowing, providing, I think, which way is the wind blowing at the moment? I'm looking for flags.
Sideways.
So it's a crosswind on these straights, sideways. So, they're not getting a headwind.
Or a tailwind.
Or a tailwind.
No.
But they are getting to have to deal with that crosswind, and that's a tricky one.
You've made a very brave decision as well. You've made a career decision as well to avoid tailwinds in the commentary box by no curry on race weekends. That's the DJ rule.
After Kim Bolton, that rule came into effect very promptly.
That was a small room.
That was a very small room. Oh dear me. That was a small room, and that rule came into effect promptly after said weekend.
So here we go, rolling lap through the Mike Wilson complex. Mike Wilson, Barnsley's greatest ever sportsman, 6 times a world karting champion in the 70s, 80s, still involved at the time in karting, based out in Italy now is Mike. Here we go. The number 9 kart, Matt Armstrong, leads them to the line. Greetham on the outside of the front row. That's Greetham's best starting start, but he is, he's going to lose out as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Now, everybody knows a spinner, and that
the
forces...
41.
Oh, yeah, good spot. The 41, eagle-eyed Anthony Jordan sports that. Rory Cuff going backwards. Well, and I think it was one of the Birrell ART karts, the Jades team karts, possibly Tom Nippers, who had to take, or Dan McEwen, who had to take major evasive action, and somebody exit stage left, a KR Sport kart, and into the lead goes Thomas Turner.
Indeed, good moves there. So spinners all the way through the session. You had a conversation on our track walk earlier on. You said 34 karts go into turn 1 and about 12 head to turn 2. So it's
back in the good old days, before the extension. Yes, it was you won Kart Masters certainly by getting through hairpin 2 on the opening lap.
Yes, but the rest of the field all managing to get through. So at the end of lap 1, the number 2, Thomas Turner, now leading the way, tucks in all on his own though. The number 1, Danny Curl, moving up now 3 positions. He's in 2nd place. Matt Armstrong down 2 positions, holding on then to 3rd place. Then it's Rory Hudson, Harry Platten, then Oliver Greetham, then it's Porter, Gilbert, Pendlebury, Tillett round out the top 10. And then the rest of the train all come flying through. There's a look at the Argentine Motorsport 46. That is Morgan Porter, currently 7th place.
I just saw Harry Platten make another big move going onto the banking there in the number 14 BMR restart kart, passing Rory Hudson, who's now coming back at him. There is Greetham going through your screen. Here's Porter with Pendlebury, and then the 2 black and orange PF International karts, the number 4 of Gus Lawrence and the number 6 of Archie Tillett. While Gus Lawrence, in the first race earlier on, he's Danny Curl's closest championship rival. Curl won, Lawrence finished 7th, and he's not going... Oh, Tyler Reid getting a warning flag. Tyler Reid, ex-Next Gen Motorsport driver. The paddock does miss the speed wizard of driver coaching, Monsieur David Belchamber. Is not in the paddock at the moment. He's going to be using, and there's a battle for the lead.
Done it. He's got past. Curl's taken the lead through turn number 3, just before the bridge. Nicely slid down the inside, avoiding that horrible inside curve there. It's very harsh.
Yes, and that is a
painful.
nasty curve.
It is, yeah. And then the one that follows at turn 4 is even nastier. Now there's a little hand signal there from the number 5 of Rory Hudson, just waving along, say, let's think about this. Let's work together. Let's close that gap up. You just see there Oliver Greetham in the background as well, the 59 plate, 6th place at the moment. But they're heading through now. 5 minutes left on the clock. We're nearing the end of 3 laps completed.
Yep.
We'll be starting the 4th in just a hot second.
And another thing that, I think possibly during another break at some point, we're going to play the track walk we did with Vinnie Phillips.
Yeah.
it was a great track walk. Do watch it. And but Vinny, in sort of understated fashion, when we're talking about the bridge, he looks like there's a little curb at the inside of turn 4. Me and you walked it, and it's like up to our knees.
Yep.
It's huge, but Vinny flips. It's just a little curb. It's just a little curb. It just shows that these drivers, on the screens, on the cameras, the size of the curves doesn't quite do it justice. And of course, look how low these karts are off the ground. No suspension, and Vinny did say, he said, this track can hurt.
Yeah.
You've got to use the curves. To get around PFI, you have to use the curves, but you have to use them in a certain way. If you get them wrong on the curb, it can really jar your back, and he goes, you're compressed in your seat, you're bouncing up and down because it's very bumpy as well on the banking. And he said it can really hurt you, it can compress your backside. And you're knocked around the car, your legs are knocked around in the seat. Your back is jarred all over the place. It's a very, very physical sport, and especially coming through this area now, you've got to use curbs. Look, they climb over that curb coming under the bridge. They're a great shot of doing it. But also, this is showing you the onboard lap with Bart Harrison, the wet that you talked around, Anthony. The wet line that Bart was using in testing yesterday is 1,000,000 miles different than the dry lines they're using.
Yeah, it is indeed. And watching these guys now, it's just absolutely, like I say, nose to tail, pretty much identical racing lines, unless they're obviously diving down the inside, of course, which
Oliver Greetham is just done.
It's just done, yes, on cue. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
it's gone through.
He does help. He tries to help the lad. Good.
Updating on the positions as well. Platten's moved up into 2nd place. It did that going through turn 2, the banking. It was a nice calculated dive.
The second time he's done that there. Yeah, so he's obviously very strong there, and he's going to be thinking about using that as the weekend progresses, and they get into the finals and things like that.
Yes.
But I have to say, Oliver Greetham, he's the star of the show so far. He got that nice clear visor. Now, of course, a lot of these drivers, they've got their iridium visors. But Oliver Greetham, old school, like to see that, and you can see the whites of his eyes.
You can.
As Lewis Gilbert makes a move on Alex Pendlebury for 6th position, the 30 passes the 29.
Yes, he does. And then we've got this big gaggle of karts in the background here. Who's involved here? So we've got the 12, the 22, and the 63. So this is...
the 63. That's one of the... that's the Charles Leclerc car. That's Oliver Gray.
It is.
And there is the number 22 and Ewan Wilson. So that the 22 car of Brad Pennell and the S8 racing car of Ewan Wilson having a territorial dispute. And there's Tom Nippers on the number 89 kart. He was having a go at Thomas Fleming. Well, Fleming is 6th in the championship, and he's having an absolute shocker, it's fair to say. He qualified badly, and he hasn't been able to race his way to the front there. So Fleming, who came in this weekend with hopes of maybe getting, that battle for 2nd to 8th in the championship, it was all to play for. Sean Butcher's not here, but Lawrence isn't doing well. Hudson, he qualified well. There's a move as well, and that, I couldn't see who that was. That may have been a Mick Barrett racing kart. That might have been Blake Anglis. There's Harry Platten.
He has, he's managed to squeeze his way to the front of this field now. Previous race before, of course, it was a little further back, didn't get the best of starts, and it took a lot longer to get to this stage. We didn't actually get to this stage, so now it's the first time he's led so far this weekend here. And as he goes in, 1.5 minutes left on the timer, less than 90 seconds. In front, Danny Curl still behind, with Thomas Turner again still hot on the hill. So it's the 14, the number 1, then the number 2 plates as they exit the final corner. Onto the start-finish straight, everyone tucked in, get ready for a slipstream. Are we going to see a move down the inside here? No, they're waiting for that last lap board, I suspect.
That perfectly illustrated there, literally, that was 12 wheels working together. Turner resting his nose on Curl's rear bumper. Curl resting his nose on Platten's rear bumper. The net effect, they're going quicker.
They are
They're
indeed.
pushing each other along. And here's an interesting fact. In September 2017, Danny Curl... No, we'll wait for that fact because Thomas Turner takes 2nd place.
There we go.
In September 2017, Danny Curl won the FIA World Karting Championship here. When he did that, Harry Platten had just started his junior career after Cadet Honda. Curl was a senior. Platten was just out of cadets. Here they are, racing wheel to wheel. Platten putting move on move on move, and Curl racing with him. Great development there from Harry Platten, I have to say.
Yeah, very good indeed. So, timer on 10 seconds. The last lap board's not looking about this time. They're going to cross the line with a whisker of time remaining.
A gnat's whisker.
Yes.
It was 6 seconds. It was a large gnat, an overweight gnat.
Yeah,
whisker.
overweight is gnat whisker. There we go. They head through then. And the last lap board will be out this time, so they're still working in unison.
Oh,
at
was
the
a
moment,
move.
I say
Turner.
that. It was, yeah. Who was that? Yeah,
It was the
the number 2.
Turner to the inside of Platten going through turn number 3. And again, that's an opportunity where, you know, depending on where you position yourself on the banking, you can have a lunge going onto the bridge. And Turner capitalised on that. And here comes Platten back at him. And look at Danny Curl. Danny Curl braked so early there, so he gets a good run. He's picked off one of them. And now he's going around the outside of Platten. No. The clock has struck 0 onto the back straight. Now into Bobby Game corner. Bobby Game, one of the original inaugural Kart Masters winners back in 1996, now in the Mike Wilson complex. And so again, this is like master and student. You know, you've got Harry Platten was here watching Danny Curl win a world championship, you know, and he had just sold his cadet Honda. You know, and now he's racing wheel to wheel with him in the final round of the British Championship. Squint. Yeah, you hold your breath there as a Turner. And now Platten defends. This is the final lap. Platten defends on the bank. He's got to hug the inside line. Turner is going to get a really good run. Turner swings out wide. He's going to get a great run up the straight, going towards the first hairpin. And Danny Curl's stuck in the middle.
Yeah, Turner's in a good spot here. He's going to take the optimal line here. Has he outbraked himself? No, he tries to go around the long way. Almost tried it there. Couldn't quite do it. But Curl now takes the lead. Now, here goes Platten. He goes out onto the outside. That allows Turner to take second place back. So now it's Curl. Then it's Turner, then it's Platten now as they come into the final half of the circuit.
And that is what makes Danny Curl so special, because he just watched the drama unfold, picked his moment, and like unscathed. You know, Thomas Turner around the outside. That was a risky move. It was, you know, a great move, and then Platten diving at the inside. You know, Curl seamlessly just picking them off one by one. Checkered flag comes out. Another win for Danny Curl. That's 2 heat wins. That means that he will lead the intermediate classification. That is 65 championship points for Danny Curl, and yet more points gained on Gus Lawrence, who comes home in 11th place. That title is inching its way further and further towards Danny Curl, I have to say. None of his rivals have been able to mount a season-long challenge. Platten is probably the only one. Platten's 5th in the point standings. I mean, he could come away with the 2nd or 3rd place in the British Championship at the end of this weekend. Gus Lawrence, only 11th. Clayton Ravenscroft, the last round's winner. Well, where was Clayton Ravenscroft in that one? The answer was... No, actually, he wasn't in the race. There you go, I tricked you all. Ha, no, it wasn't. He was 4th.
There we go.
There we are. I completely lost track of where I was there. Fantastic run. Also from Caden McQueen.
Yeah.
McQueen from 34th to 14th. A gain of 20 places. The pole sitter, Matt Armstrong, drops to 16th place there. And I mean, there may have been an incident, but I mean, that was just looked like the pace wasn't quite there. Good result for Jamie Rogers. He's moved over to the Cato Motorsport team. He's, I think, is the leading rookie in this class. He comes home in 19th place. Oliver Gray struggling with the Fusion kart, that Charles Leclerc chassis, finishing in 18th position. Sadly, Casper Scusa retired, so did Tyler Reed. Oh, so, you know, Tyler Reed out of that one. So again, another driver trying to battle for 2nd place in the championship. Fails to finish. Ewan Wilson, Caleb Marshall also failing to finish. Newcomer to the championship, Benedict Davis finishes 29th. Tom Nippers, 27th. The Filipino driver Eduardo Cosateng, 28th. But the next race is on its way.
Mini X30 are going to take to the track now, and the grid looks like this. Leo Robinson starting on pole position with Charlie Webb alongside. Vinnie Phillips, championship leader, holding on to that lead, and he extended it, or not extended it just yet, but is looking to extend it a little bit more at the end of this race, starting 3rd place. Wesley Swain 4th, then it's Cathal Clark and Rylan Eschberg rounding out the top 3 rows.
Gabriel Stilp and Ella Stevens are on row 4. Jack Hobson and Joe Rippin on row 5. Lewis Bird and Ethan Simmons on row 6. And it should be Thomas Behrman on row number 7. Yeah, we haven't got Anastasia Dean here. We haven't got Freddie Allen here. And we haven't got Hayden Eldridge here. That must be a shame. There is the number 92 of Wesley Swain. Looking and focusing on his kart. So, in Mini X30, there are 13-point scoring over the course of the season, they scored points 13 times. For heats and finals, they score their best 10. They count their best 10 out of 13. Now, Leo Robinson won the first heat. If he wins the second heat, that would guarantee him an overall victory in the intermediate classification. That would gain him 65 points. Vinnie Phillips, who was second in the opening heat, I mean, if he cruises home second in this heat, that would give him second place in the intermediate standings. It would give him 62 points, which would be one of his dropped scores, but he would still be, Leo Robinson would only gain 3 points on him.
Yeah.
And so that's probably very much on Vinnie Phillips' mind. The real sort of wild card here now, looking at the way things are going, is Charlie Webb. Charlie Webb, he missed the opening weekend of the season at Rowra, and he's up there, so he's not a factor in the championship, but he is up there on the outside of the front row. He's not thinking about points. He's thinking podium, win. That is what Charlie Webb is thinking of.
Yeah, 100%. In these races, these drivers really looking out for those sorts of aspects, and with the battling away there, it's kind of the emotion that they go through as they testing the steering again.
Vigorously testing the steering.
Vigorously testing the steering.
Oh
again,
yes. Left, right. Brake, accelerate. Oh no, my tyres are getting a bit warm. Never mind, but the steering's okay.
Yeah, the steering's good. Now there we go. As they head through then into that one at the front, 37 and 24 on the front of this row. Leo Robinson and Charlie Webb at the front, ready to start this race underway. Heat 2 for the Mini X30s. 13 drivers on track.
8 minutes. Plus a lap.
Plus the one additional lap, as you say. A very vigorous steering
check, yep.
Yeah. Onto the tram lines then. Are we going to go again? I think there was a hand gesture in the background, but the green flag comes out. They go racing. It didn't look like Stilp was happy with the start of that race, and he has got a bit of a gap, but he's closing that up now as they exit through the tunnel. All looking fairly clean and single file pretty much as they exit the tunnel through the banking and onto the bridge.
Look at that. Apart from Charlie Webb, you've got 6, count them, 6 Fusion... no, actually, I should count them because there's only 5 of them. 1, 2, 3,
5
Fusion karts in the top 6 positions. Only Charlie Webb spotted. I mean, Kartpix.net's Chris Walker is the official kart photographer of the championship, and he is there. I mean, that is almost there he is with the blue hat on, blue beanie on. That is, a picture-perfect moment there, almost for the Fusion Motorsport team, with Robinson, Phillips, then Webb, then you've got the 11 kart of Cathal Clark, followed by Ella Stevens in the 28, and the number 92 of Wesley Swain. So, fantastic team formation driving almost. Stilp is next, and then the next Mad Croc is privateer driver Rylan Eschberg.
Indeed, and you see here at the front, we saw this earlier, we see it nearly on most rounds as well. Robinson and Phillips, nose to tail, working together to pull away from the pack. We're seeing that again, but Precision Racing's Charlie Webb is not going to allow that to happen and has hooked onto the back of it.
Yes, there is an interloper.
There is.
Normally, that would be the number 10 kart of Gabriel Stilp following the 2 Fusion drivers. Now, Stilp, you can see him gesticulate in a way that he's trapped in the pack there. Webb, as you said, he is well and truly hooked on the 2 leaders. He's got to just stay in the slipstream. He's got to stay, even if he loses a couple of kart lengths, by the time he gets out of the Mike Wilson complex, and they go through the bottom of the screen now, there's a big gap to Swain, to Stevens, and then to Clark, Stilp and Eschberg. But even with now, as Webb comes onto the start-finish straight, he's within 5 or 6 kart lengths. By the time he gets to the banking, Anthony, that gap will be much smaller.
Yes, and they head through now. 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the board, and he has significantly closed that gap, as you can see. It's not 5, I'd say there's about 3 or 4 now. So
say 3.5?
3.5.
3.5.
We'll agree on that one, 3.5.
On our live chat, now we mentioned a couple of times that Leo Robinson is an Anglo-Algerian driver. His mum is Algerian, and one of the Rotax importer from Algeria, my friend Massi Bourgache. Hello, Mashi, supporting Leo, and a big congratulations now that we're getting coverage in Algeria to my friend Amin Laibi for becoming the head of the Algerian Motorsport Federation. what a mad fruitcake that gentleman is. But great for Algerian karting, and it's good to see that you know, the Algerian Motorsport Federation taking an interest in British karting because there's an Algerian driver based in Britain doing that. Great to see.
I can see why you and
I mean, get on. I mean,
yeah.
Great guy, great guy. Mad as a box of frogs.
You go well together. 4.5 minutes left on the timer then. This is like
yes, we compliment each other well.
There we go. Robinson still leading the way then from Phillips. Webb is slowly...
Oh, there's been a change.
There has been a change. The 87 of Phillips is now in the lead with also a fast start of the race. To say that, he then runs wide out at turn 4. That's now allowing Webb to slightly close that gap in. So they tried to not lose any time there, and I think they did lose a bit of time. So,
like I said, like Ball and Dylan said, change is coming, and but it does help Charlie Webb stay in touch. Now, Charlie Webb, I mean, he had a good, his best result of the season so far was a 5th place finish at Kimbolton. So Webb, he's not a tail ender by any stretch of the imagination. He missed the first 2 rounds, but this is the first time we've seen Charlie Webb battling for the race lead.
Yep.
What does he do? Does he sit and learn? This is only a heat race, though. He's got to think the results from the first race, and Charlie finished 3rd, a strong 3rd, but he was 3 seconds behind him in that first race. Now he is, well, he's not within spitting distance. I mean, maybe within bogey flicking distance of the 2 leaders. But does he sit and wait? And because, of course, we're all building up for the starting group for the final, or if an opportunity half presents itself, does he capitalise on that opportunity?
yes, I suspect. Well, it's a tough one to call, really. I mean, watching these two fly around the circuit, there is still a bit of contact. Now, the 37 of Robinson did just give Phillips a slight love tap there into the first hairpin, and that caused them both to actually run slightly wide.
Yeah, and Leo Robinson knows that, you know, it's not in Vinnie Phillips' championship interest to block, and if Leo gets an opportunity, you know, then Phillips should, I'm not saying he will, but he should have one eye on the championship and think, okay, you can go because I've got points to think of, you know, and because Phillips followed Robinson home at a distance in the first race. He's right with him now, but does Phillips risk it for a biscuit?
Well, if it's a chocolate biscuit, then definitely.
If it's a hobnob, I'm with you.
Yes.
A plain chocolate digestive, I'd take second all day.
Oh, yeah, no, I fully agree
Overrated.
with that. Another fastest lap for Vinnie Phillips in second place as we go back here to Crop Promotions, still in the number 10. It's got the on the hills as well for the 14 of Jack Hobson, just behind as well, and back at the front.
I think Vinnie Phillips likes chocolate digestives
I
because
think
he's
he does
going
as
for it. Maybe Robinson defends. You know, Robinson defends, and he's thinking to himself, well, Vinnie, you know, you're the one that's trying to get past. So if there's contact, there's going to be a penalty for the driver trying to make the move. You carry on. You know, it's you know it. So mind games. I mean, they're teammates. They get on, but they're the fiercest of rivals.
They are, yes, frenemies.
Best of frenemies.
Best of frenemies.
That's right.
There we
That's
go.
like me and my alarm clock.
There you go.
Best
He
of frenemies.
He agreed with that, Robinson.
Yes.
He nodded his head. He said, yeah, we are frenemies.
They're
yes.
listening. They're listening. They should listen more. They should.
He's got the stream on in his ear.
Webb doing a great job of hanging tough. Look at the gap they pulled out. You know, Charlie, he's being pulled around this circuit by the top two, and the gap between them and Cathal Clark in 4th place is 3 seconds. I mean, Clark is 4th, Swain is 5th, Simmons is 6th. I mean, the two Crop Promotions got Hobson is 7th, still 8th, Rippin 9th. Stevens has got a penalty down to 10th. Bird Ashberg has gone backwards, and Thomas Behrman. But you know, the top 3, sheer willpower pushing them away. We've got 1 minute to go. 1 minute, we're looking at the number 11 car of Cathal Clark on your screen, followed by Swain and Ethan Simmons. Up at the front, Robinson won the first race. Now, can he take a clean sweep of heat wins and take just a couple of points off Vinnie Phillips? Just a couple.
Just a couple. Just a small amount, but
hey, you know, a couple here, a couple later on in the final, a couple tomorrow morning,
they add up.
and suddenly there's a tiny bit of pressure. That's
Yes.
That's what they'd be thinking.
There is indeed. 35 seconds left on the clock then. We're looking at the number 11 of Cathal Clark, just behind Wesley Swain, and the GP plate of Ethan Simmons as well, previously a winner here at the at the
Kart Masters.
the Kart Masters Championship, yeah.
Leo Robinson, 101.6, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, opening up that gap.
Phillips, you know, going with him, but significantly Webb well, we said it was, 3.5, 4 kart lengths back. Maybe it's a few more. Webb's got a little bit of work to do now as the clock strikes 0. Simmons to 5th.
Indeed, good overtake there from Simmons, getting up into that 5th place spot and wanting to capitalise on that as well. A lot of curb there from Catherine Clark as they go through the Fullerton S's and in towards now Mike Wilson Complex. Just again staying in that single file. Back at the front though. 37 of Robinson leading the way. Last lap board comes out this time. Now the gloves, I believe, are well and truly off.
Yep, now we're going to see Phillips's, tactics possibly just for the rest of the weekend. Is he going to sit there or is he going to make a move? Is Robinson going to go on the defensive? Phillips responds to Robinson's fastest lap with the fastest lap of his own. Phillips checks over his shoulder. He knows that Webb is no longer a threat, so he can afford to go offline and make a move without losing a position. Robinson, head down, just trying to hunker himself down the kart as much as possible. No move from Phillips yet.
No, there's only a couple more opportunities to get that move done as well. We have seen some moves in this back section of the circuit as we go in towards the Mike Wilson complex. It was at this corner here we saw it, but no positions at the moment. Tries to go for a little wider entry, trying to get a switchback here. No, stays in single file. The two will stay in formation as they come to the checker flag. Robinson takes the checkered. Phillips crossing in 3rd. Great
Phillips
result.
is very happy with that. Now that could be significant because the team are looking at drop scores and things like that.
Yep.
Leo Robinson, a clean sweep of heat wins under the watchful eye of the Algerian Karting Federation, watching him, and he's done, he's done them proud, and they've obviously the choice to sort of follow him and maybe try and support him has been vindicated. So he has won both heats this morning in Mini X30. Leo Robinson, Vinnie Phillips. I think that fist pump. No, it wasn't a thing. It wasn't that. It was a fist pump. That could mean that the championship is there. Because it's going to be very difficult there. So he's happy. Charlie Webb. I apologise if an unintentional naughty word slipped out there as I was sort of getting so into the fist pumping that no one was offended by my nonsense.
You're just getting further down in this commentary box.
Well,
the hole is getting deep.
Yeah, the hole is getting deep. But anyway, there's the results on screen. Thomas Beerman finishing 13th there. Robinson, Phillips, Webb, Swain, Simmons, Stilp, Clark, Stevens, Rippin and Hobson, your top 10. If the championship is going Vinnie Phillips' way, then Leo Robinson has just done a fantastic job of almost sewing up 2nd place.
It is. Well, that was Mini X30. IAME Cadet.
What's next?
Is next.
Ooh, lovely. Heat 2 for British Cadet IAME Championship. What a race we saw in Heat 1. Zach Knight starts from pole position. Nathan Tye on the outside of row 1. Ethan Jeff Hall starts 3rd, and Sebastian Minns goes from grid 4. Zach Drummond and Connor Duncan, an all-Scottish 3rd row.
Archie Clark 7th place with Lewis Werrell joining alongside in 8th. Macaulay Bishop and Noah Wolf on row number 5. Of course, Macaulay wanting to close up as many positions as possible. Did that in the first race. Can he do it again in this one? Roman Kamyab and Jesse Phillips rounding out row 6.
Row 7, Jorge Edgar and William Knight. Eden Spanswick and Alfie Slater. Joey Brown and Daniel Sofronea on rows 8 and 9.
Ellie Baden and Morgan Moore on 19th and 20th on the grid. Then it's Kip Bolofsky, Mason Rudman, William Murtagh and Ben Smith, 23rd to 24th.
Kanish Grau and Michael Walker are on row 13. William Antrobus and Cameron Pratt-Thompson are on row 14. Aston Sharp for Oliver Ola Motorsport and incoming privateer, new to the championship, Sky Parker in 30th.
Rounding out the grid of 31 drivers, Hardiman Massey, privateer, for the number 44.
So, a recap. Macaulay Bishop came into today leading that driver there on your screen, Nathan Tye, by 5 points. Tye qualified 2nd, but finished 7th. Bishop, who starts 9th, won that heat race. No championship points on offer in that one, but at the end of this race, The two heats will be combined together, their finishing positions. There'll be an intermediate classification, and that is where points are awarded. Look at the focus on that eye. So Nathan Tye last year, he won the PF plate. That's a plate for the club champion here at PF International. Fast forward to August this year, he wins the British Grand Prix, the GP plate, here at PF International. He has dominated this circuit, and now he's got to put that into practice on the biggest weekend of both his career and that of Macaulay Bishop. I have to say, I have been so impressed with how both these young men have handled the pressure that they're under, and that we put on him by broadcasting it all, by talking about it. But they have both done a superb job of just, you know, one of them's at the end of tomorrow, Anthony, one of them's going to be British champion, and one of them isn't. And it's going to be joy for one, not just the driver, but for the families, the teams, the people that support them, and heartbreak for the other. I think Macaulay's 11. Nathan is also 11, 12 years old. Incredible. I mean, you know, to think of like what we were like when we were, you know, that age, and what they're doing. They've handled it superbly so far. They should be, they're two superb drivers, they're two superb athletes, and you know, both families and their teams should be proud of the way they conduct themselves. I'm hoping that's going to lead into like some nice clean racing for the rest of the weekend.
Just trying to think what I was doing when I was 11 years old.
I can't tell you what I was doing when I was 11 years old.
You know? How long ago was that?
A long time ago. Not because I don't remember it, because I can't tell you what I was doing. Right, moving swiftly on, it's going to be an all Oliver Rowland Motorsport run mode. So Zach Knight, pole position, but faded and got a penalty in the first race. Now, in that first race, Zach Knight, shall we say, didn't have a great start.
No.
And Tye was able to sweep past his teammate into the race lead. I wonder if that is going to happen again.
Yes, and it was a bit of a disaster last time around, but let's see if we're going to go this time around into the tram lines. It's a go round again by the looks of it. Yep, the false start light is on, and let's take two on that one. So, as I was saying, of course, the GP plate had that coming together with the number 5, of course, and that made the disaster.
And it was. But it was Archie Clark in the number 8 car to actually make contact with Nathan Tye, but I think it was Ethan Jeff Hall behind Archie Clark, who was. They were both going to the corner, and I think Hall was looking at his teammate saying, "Right, like we can hook up here and go."
Yep.
And there was just like a domino effect, and right at this point here, and Tye had just got half spun. But that is
all it takes.
All it takes. Inches and fractions of seconds.
It is indeed, and you know, hopefully we have a bit more of a tamer start this time. But you've got to remember, this is IAME Cadet.
Yes,
they are fierce little fighters.
You know, a lot of these drivers that you're looking at there, this is their last weekend in Cadet.
Yeah,
they've been in Cadet for the last 3-4 years. All they've known is this style of racing, and now it's the last hurrah before they scatter far and wide among the karting firmament to Mini X30, to Junior OK, to Junior X30, to Minimax, to who knows where. That was almost poetic, wasn't it?
With the hand gestures as well. Nigel Edwards on the starting gantry with the prime standing position to press a green button. We go into the tram lines. Is it going to be a starting this time? It is indeed. Green flag's out.
Tye gets around his teammate to take the lead again, as almost predicted. But, you know, that's the... Hey, Tye now leads. But the problem that Knight has got is that he is now being swamped in the pack. They're all through the banking cleanly so far. They're 4 wide into turn number 3. Through turn 4, the leaders, count them, all safely towards hairpin number 1. Tye leads. Another good start from number 77, Sebastian Mins. That's the second really good start we've seen from the Fusion 77 driver. Then it is Knight 3rd. The first, Ethan Jeff Hall in 4th. 5th is the number 30 Kart of Connor Duncan. Oh, Bishop wide off the second hairpin. He's got to be so careful.
Yeah, he struggled to get back on the circuit there. He's on the outside now as he goes through the Fullerton S's. Gets the inside line, holds onto that big look over the shoulder as there's 3 wide behind him.
Yeah, Lewis Werrell now tucked onto the back of Macaulay Bishop. And Macaulay Bishop saying signal, and Werrell sort of calms the rest down behind him. And then there's number 88 is there as well. But it's Anthony, it's hold your breath moments. I mean, you can't hold your breath. You pass out. But it's like literally hold your breath every single corner almost as Nathan Tye leads at the end of lap number 1.
Yep, this is exactly what Tye needs as he goes up, leading the train of 4 karts. Tye, then it's Knight, Mins, and Jeff Hall as they go through.
Yep, Bishop 10th.
Yes.
But the gaps, look at the gaps is what's important.
There's no gaps.
Well, there is. Look at that. The top 4, then a gap to 5th place. Bishop is trapped in the second pack of karts, and these 4 are trying to push away. Well, the top 2 are at least.
Yep. The rest of them scrabbling away. Ethan Jeff Hall, the number 5, getting past the 77 of Sebastian Mins. So Mins going down now into 4th place. And you can see, the 30 of Connor Duncan in a bit of no man's land. A warning flag going out to the number 14
of Will Murtaugh.
It is indeed. So
here we are looking there. So, I mean, it's almost like, Tye, perfect position for Nathan Tye now.
Yep.
See, can't relax, obviously, but part of him can. He's got his teammate right behind him, acting as a rear gunner. His teammate, Zach Knight, they work brilliantly together at Mansell. They work brilliantly together here in qualifying. Knight will just sit on Tye's rear bumper and push away.
Yep.
It's up to Ethan Jeff Hall and Sebastian Mins in 3rd and 4th place. If they want to play ball, they'll stick with them. If they want to battle for 3rd, they're going to drop away. And then there is a gap of 1.5 seconds to this gaggle. And this is where championship leader Macaulay Bishop is. So Tye can relax. Bishop, there's 2 cars off in front of him. Can Bishop pick up those 2 places? Yes, he can. But look, he's still in that snarling pack.
He is indeed, but he's at the front of that snarling pack, and now he's going to try and close up these gaps to the 2 in front of him. You can just see them there out of shot. Couldn't quite see the numbers as they go through, but there is a Tony Kart chassis there that I can see.
It's the number 8.
It is the number 8.
It's the number 8 of Archie Clark.
Archie Clark, here we go. I'll say it properly.
Yeah, I'll say it
like
the
accent.
I'll do the Cardiff accent, Archie Clark.
But they head through now, and that gap closing up because they're squabbling up ahead. You got to think the 8 and the 43, Noah Wolf, Archie Clark, they're not nose to tail.
No, they're squabbling.
No,
I mean the leaders are pulling clear now. Ethan Jeff Hall has tagged on to the 2 Ollie Roller Motorsport cars. Sebastian Mins is in 77. He's in no man's land. Then there's a gap to these 3 in Drummond, Wolf, and Clark, and Bishop is 8th. So it's after all is said and done, we had Bishop coming first and Tye coming 7th in Heat 1. At the moment, Tye is first and Bishop is 8th in Heat 2. You still, even though they're different, over the course of the heat races with a pointer award, you can't separate them.
No, you can't separate them, can you? 4 minutes left on the clock, and like I say, top 2 pulling away ever so slightly now. There's still nothing between the top 4, really, as they head out of hairpin number 2. They're heading towards the Fullerton S's, and again, that Connor, who is it? It's
Connor Duncan?
Yeah. Zach Drummond as well, who's a bit of a no man's land there.
I think it's actually in 11th place, dropped down a little bit. There is the number 8 car. Oh, Noah Wolf runs wide. Now, Archie Clark will capitalise, but Noah Wolf closes the door on. And again, those drop-down nose cone penalties, if Macaulay hits somebody from behind and the nose cone drops, it's a 5-second penalty. And he was a whisker away from the rear bumper there. As Noah Wolf got back on the track, I mean, the same for Nathan Tye in the first race. I mean, they cannot put a wheel an inch out of line. There are so many variables to contend with. There's Bishop, now moves into 7th place.
Yep, that was nicely done. Just tucked it down the inside. No issues over that front nose. Gets the job done, and that's allowing now a potential move down the inside at hairpin 1. Gets that job done very quickly as well. Next on the cards is the number 20 of Zach Drummond, who they've managed to close up now with a 43 contact between the 2 Fusion karts. It wasn't looking where he's going. He looked over his shoulder, and the 43 and the 10 came together.
Yeah, Werrell and Wolf. I mean, Wolf was looking one way, Werrell was looking the other way, and, well, never the twain shall meet, but they did. And luckily, they both got away with it.
They did. That was very lucky, actually, into the braking zone of hairpin 2.
And where did that happen? It happened half a corner after Macaulay Bishop got ahead of that group.
Yep. So that could have been.
There we go. There's another one of these sort of inch-by-inch moments. And whoever wins, they'll look back at these moments and think, oh, I could have lost the championship there. Could have won the championship. They could have lost it there, you know. But now Bishop into 6th position. Nathan Tye still leads. Zach Knight right behind him. They are now half a second in front of Ethan Jeff Hall as they go onto the bridge, those first 3 karts. A little bit of daylight. The top 3 are still 1.4 second clear of the next 3 karts. The 77 of Mins, the 20 of Drummond, and the 9 of Bishop.
Drummond down the inside of hairpin 1 gets that job. That's allowing Bishop to get alongside the 77 as well. So Mins and Bishop side by side gets the job done. Bishop moving up another spot.
Yep, into 5. So at the moment, looking at the points they're going to, Ty has got a first and a 7th. Bishop has a first and now a 5th, sorry. So small advantage at the moment. Still 1 minute 19 to go. There's not a lot. Time is running down, but there's a long way to go, and he now at the inside of Drummond. And Drummond just gave him racing room there. Just.
Racing, yeah, racing room? I think that's a kind way of putting it.
It's only the second heat on the first day of a double header.
Yeah.
And, it's...
Calm down.
Yeah, squeaky bum time. It's like these are WD-40 in here. Oh, dear. Into the banking we go. I mean, it's just the tension is there, it's all year. These two, Ty, the GP plate, and look, Nathan Ty's looking behind him. He actually wasn't looking behind his teammate. He's looking behind to see where Bishop is, and we saw Bishop do exactly the same thing in the first race. These drivers at 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour, they're looking over their shoulder, not at what's directly behind them, but what's 100 metres behind them.
Yep.
Trying to see where the championship rival is. And now Ty will be thinking, okay, I can see him. He's not right behind me, but he's there, and he's going to be thinking, please, Zach, don't have a go at the lead. I need this win. And Zach, who did exactly the same at Mansell, but came away with the final victory when Ty and Bishop clashed in the final lap. Zach is doing a great team job at the moment of pushing the championship leader away from the chasing pack. But now Drummond has seemed to hooked up with Bishop, and Bishop is now 4th. And the speed, these two got great slipstreaming there from Zach Drummond and Macaulay Bishop. Absolutely superb.
Well, you got to think Drummond is going to think, well, Bishop's come out from how far back, and he's quick. I'm going to stay behind this and see if I can try make up a couple more positions.
Exactly.
So, yeah, they head through. It's final lap time though, so the last lap board did come out that time actually. So I thought they had another lap or so. So. Yeah, Nathan Ty on the final lap of the race. Zachary Knight just behind still. Absolutely nothing between these two, but not going for any positions because obviously Ty probably speaking to his teammates who said, come on, now, like I say, I need him.
Yep, we need this. And Zach Knight, it's a heat race, not a final.
Yep.
You got more chance of having a teammate go, okay, I'll work with you in the heat race. Come final time.
Oh, yeah. Different story.
But yeah, all bets are off. But here you go, Nathan Ty. Just what he needed to do. A smart, intelligent, controlled race. That is what has got Nathan Ty within, second in the championship, by being intelligent, by being smart, by just, controlling what he can control and being very quick. He takes the win.
Yep. Thumbs up there as well to his teammate. Zachary Knight finishes 2nd place. Ethan Jeff Hall, again, crossing 3rd, holding on, not losing or gaining any points. Macaulay Bishop, though, still a great result, holding on to that one. So it was a win in the first one. 4th in this one, so major.
So yeah, I mean, you have to say, at the end of these heats, the points going to be awarded.
Yep.
Bishop has scored more points than Ty in the heats, so that advantage grows by a small amount, but
it's growing. Yeah, and we'll of course get those results to you as soon as we can, as soon as Henry's counted his fingers, his toes, his ears, his extra toes on his back, and we'll...
I'm not from Swansea, behave yourself.
Indeed. There's a look then at the results from Race 8, Heat 2 for our IAME Cadet. Nathan Ty takes the win, Zachary Knight and Ethan Jeff Hall, the top 3. Then you go down, Connor Duncan finishing 13th in the end, Alfie Slater, Ian Spanswick, 14th and 15th, Mason Rudman, Morgan Moore, Ben Smith, Jesse Phillips, Michael Walker, Sky Parker, 21st place.
On a debut.
Jorge Egger, Kip Blofsky and Daniel Sofrenair. There's the rest of the field. William Antrobus, Eli Baden, then it's Joey Brown, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Aston Sharp, Kanish Rao and William Murtaugh round out the grid of 31, who, by the looks of it, all finished the race again.
Yep, exactly. So that's 2 races, 200% attendances at the finish line, which is always good to see.
It is, especially in cadets. Well, that is the end of the IAME Cadets. Up next is the Junior X30.
Dearie me. the disembodied voice in our heads wasn't listening to you, Anthony.
He wasn't, no. Here's the stick.
You queued that up better than Ronnie O'Sullivan.
He's woken up, and we've also now got the grids as well.
Oh, look at that. What a surprise. Lewis Mackey, who I spoke to earlier on, pole position for this next one, alongside Josh Rowledge. Marcus Luzio and Aidan Lynn on row 2, Brandon Carr on, and Oliver Stewart on row 3.
Indeed, row number 4, Alex Moody. Then it's Archie Walker. So,
he's in a good mood. That's his best qualifying of the year.
Yeah, it's very good. 7th place. Archie Walker alongside on the 4th row. Then it's Oscar Joyce, Harvey Ryby. Then it's Freddie Spindlow and Bart Harrison rounding out row number 6.
Brandon Templeton and Louis Johnson Cool on row 7, Jessica Edgar and Charlie Rippin on row 8, Kanato Lee and Adam Hayes on row number 9. I hope Adam is okay. He's the driver that had a big crash at the start of the first heat and almost made it into the lake.
It did indeed. Soft barrier, though. Here's the rest of the field then. You've got Jack Sherwood and KC there as well. Then you've got Michael Rapsey and Finley McKee rounding out the grid.
There is a look at Louis Johnson Cool, I believe, on the starting grid.
That was aggressive visor.
Well, he told that visor, didn't he?
He did.
Not taking any messing. Wallop, down and out. Vigorous not tyre warming. What am I saying, Henry? That's not allowed. Vigorous steering checks. Vigorous steering checks.
Steering check, brake checks, steering checks. That's what it is. Checking the chassis is attached to
the tyres. The steering wheel.
The steering wheel. There we go.
On to the bridge. And I'll double check. Is everybody out there? Yes. Adam Hayes has left the demi grid. So good to see that. I mean, we saw him like walking away, without any issues. But like the kart obviously has a major issue. It being driven into a barrier at 60 miles an hour, but it's fine as well.
Yes, the barrier's okay.
But yeah,
you've got to remember about the barriers.
I mean,
we lost a lot of them last weekend at Clay.
Did we?
We did. A lot of plastic barriers got shattered with 2 quite large incidents on the start-finish straight. All drivers okay.
Oh, right, okay.
But it was, those barriers are no longer barriers.
Yeah. Barrier lives matter. Here we come. Into the Mike Wilson complex. You've got Aaron Walker. That's Matthew Higgins on the front row. The GP plate of Walker. Higgins went. Didn't have a promising first heat, I have to say. There we go. Oh, into Bruno Ferrari S's. We're underway, and it's Higgins with a good start. The pole man, Josh Rowledge. Sorry, the second place starter, Josh Rowledge. I think the third place starter, Josh Rowledge, I will start that again, is up into second place, the number 10 of Rowledge. Now, Bart Harrison, championship leader, 14th on the grid. He is in that carambolage there of karts, so he wants to get out of there, gain ground, and get into like the lead train and calm down. Now, there is one of the Litchfield karts. That's the number 48 Litchfield kart of Aidan Lynn, just losing out a position there. Oh, Nanny June's been on. DJ?
Yep.
Nanny June's been on.
Yeah.
Yep, she's there.
Smacky start on the fire. Wasn't the best of starts, but holding on there, third place at the moment. Got a bit swamped, didn't it, on the green flag? So, but working hard to gain those positions back in this one. We finish lap number 1. They cross the line, and the timing tower appears in just a hot second.
Yep, they complete lap number 1. Walker could not convert pole position into an early lead at the moment. It is Rowledge from Walker, then Higgins. Now, Higgins, he dropped from 1st to 6th in his first race. Then it's Lewis Mackey in the Litchfield Motorsport number 13 in 4th place, followed by Marcus Luzio in the number 44 is next. And then it is the Aidan Lynn and Oliver Stewart. Good to see Oliver's kart back in the race. Of course, he had his NASA panel ripped off.
That's suboptimal.
Yes, in the first race, but yeah, so Rowledge leads, and again, Bart Harrison, the championship leader in kart number 77. I'm just having a quick look down the order. I think he has gained 1 place up, he's gained 2 places up into 12th, but still Rowledge taking points off his teammate in the championship battle. Rowledge has won a final, Harrison hasn't.
No, and that's going to be obviously one of those things that's just at the back of your mind. Down the inside, though, goes the GP plate of Walker, takes back the lead from Rowledge as they then head down the hill from turn number 4 into hairpin number 1, and down the inside as well goes the 13 of Lewis Mackey, back up into P3. So
yeah, so this is the last heat of the day. Well, it's the last heat for the IAMEs of the day. We've got we've got the finals, and then we've got the heats, the opening heats for the TKMs and juniors. So this is the last chance to score heat points. Rowledge chasing Walker. Now, Aaron Walker comes through the Mike Wilson complex. Lewis Mackey up the 3rd. Higgins has slipped back to 4th, the Welshman from Trafford Lois. Mackey from Norwich. And it's got family watching there. Rowledge, good push there on Aaron Walker.
yeah, very nice little push there, and actually goes down the inside of turn number 3 as well.
Yeah, and I just saw Bart Harrison picking up the place. So Harrison picks off Archie Walker, and that moves Bart into 8th position. But his teammate in here comes Walker back at him. Takes the position, and Mackey nodding his head. This is Lewis Mackey's best position, best run of the season so far. Looking at, he's 18th in the point standings. I mean, he's had, his best finish when he was at the Mansell Raceway. He finished in the top 10, but it was 10th. By far and away, his best performance of the season so far. But look at that battle. So we've seen the top 2 crisscross over, swap the lead, and it was a 4-kart train for the lead. They have now been joined by Marcus Luzio, Aidan Lynn, and Oliver Stewart.
Yep, there's also Matthew Higgins in there. A good group of names you can see at the top, all just switching positions midway.
And Walker defending into the first corner with like just under 4 minutes to go. That almost signals to me that it's going to be White Line City from here on in.
It is. It's going to be pretty much go time now from now on. So we exit turn 4. We head now into the first major braking zone. Everyone going defensive. Anyone going to switch to the outside? No, but there's a great dive down the inside.
Lucio!
Bit of contact there. Takes out, was that Higgins that got involved?
No, it was the other KR Sport kart, I think. It might have been Higgins, you know, but it was Luzio just got it all crossed up in the braking, you know, and then sort of went wide, but sneaking through, we talked about in the last race, there, Bart Harrison, and now Harrison picks off Oliver Stewart. I make that top 6 now for Bart Harrison. He's dodged a couple of bullets there, and yet that is 2, 4, yes, it's Harrison up into P6 from 14th on the grid, and his teammate Rowledge is 2nd, so Harrison can see his championship rival now. He's got those 2 Litchfield Motorsport karts. The 2 Litchfield karts having an absolutely storming run, and they take the lead. Litchfield Motorsport briefly take the lead. No, Rowledge back in front. It's the 13 of Mackey and the 48 of Aidan Lynn. The 2 green and white Tony karts with those orange stripes down them. Dave Litchfield's team. And they're having a storming drive at the moment. They're working together as a team. And and there's one of the KR Sport karts getting all agricultural there. That was Fast Freddy Spindlow.
Yep.
Aidan gets a warning flag, and just Walker, and here comes, that's Mackey, that's Lewis Mackey pushing Walker into the race lead. Is it? It is.
Yeah, Walker takes the lead.
And suddenly, well, look at that. The group has grown. They multiplied. It's like mating season. They've just grown exponentially. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I can count about 16 karts all in line. In fact, I can. 16 karts back to Oscar Joyce, Harvey Ryby, and Charlie Rippin, 14th, 15th, and 16th. They cross the line at the end of lap number 6, separated by 3 seconds.
Yep, absolutely nothing between them. Again, all side-by-side action as well as they go through. Bart Harrison's moved up into 4th place, right behind his teammate of Rowledge as they go through side-by-side, almost into the barriers over the bridge.
And there goes Harrison. Sorry, Anthony. Sorry. There's Harrison sending him at the inside of his teammate. The championship leader is now ahead of his championship rival and teammate from 14th to the grid. I mean, I nearly fell off my chair. Nanny June's going to be falling off her sofa because Lewis is leading. No, he's down to 2nd.
Oh, you say he's second. Oh no, he's gone on top.
Oh
of him.
dear!
They come together. He's still in the lead. No, he has to concede. But Bart Harrison now takes the lead with 1 minute to go. Oh, he's off his chair now. He can't control himself.
That's it. I'm up.
Well, amazing stuff in these last minutes of the race at the start, at the front of this field. Now the 77 of Harrison leads. He's got one of the Litchfield Motorsport carts just behind. I think that's still Lewis Mackey in the number 13, despite the fact that he went on top of another car.
Yep, it is Mackey. So it's actually Lynn. It's a two Litchfield carts, second and third. Lucio is there in fourth place. He's at a moment. There go, there go the two Litchfield carts, chopping and changing positions on the banking. They're battling Harrison. Well, timing is everything. You know, a corner after Harrison passes his teammate, there's that collision with Mackey and what have you. Harrison takes the lead, and here, oh look, this is an accident waiting to happen. 3-4 wide coming into this first hairpin. Oh, now Rowledge's got to fight back.
Yeah.
Now Rowledge, I mean his teammate, I mean that was, you know, mirror signal manoeuvre, send, lick the stamp while you're doing it.
Yeah, they're still about 4 or 5 wide in the background here. They all slot into single file there as they go through.
I think I forgot my tablets as well this weekend. This didn't bode well.
Oh dear. But the clock strikes 0. Last lap board's out this time, but Bart Harrison leading the way by some 0.05 of a second now as they exit the final corner. Last lap board goes out, and Lewis Mackey is struggling to see what he can do from second place here. There's not enough time, and what have you spotted?
Oh no, just pointing out the final lap. Then I realised you just said that. You've told the viewer. And Battle is behind the leader.
Yep.
Harrison's got this one. It's now Rowledge back in a second, and then it looks like Aidan Lynn. It's Mackey third, Lynn fourth, Lucio fifth. There a gap back to everybody else in sixth position, and I mean everybody else. Back to Jack Sherwood, back to Adam Hayes in 21st place. Behind this group, look at that huge pile of carts coming out of the first hairpin. Lucio's challenging. Marcus Lucio challenging, and everybody else there is just, I mean, if they all get round, I mean, I hope they do, but hope they get round cleanly. Lucio makes the move on Aidan Lynn, but Anthony Jordan, what a drive from Bart Harrison.
It was absolutely fantastic from the start. Gets to the front, perfectly timed, out of the final corner. Bart Harrison takes the checkered flag and gets over the finish line. It's a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. Rowledge crossing the line in second place. Lewis Mackey holding on to P3. Marcus Lucio, a last lap lunge down the inside of turn number 8, Bobby Game corner, goes up into fourth place. Aidan Lynn crosses in fifth place, and Aaron Walker crosses in sixth, and the rest of the big pack goes through, seventh all the way down to 21st place. That's Higgins, Stewart, Edgar, Walker, Spindlow, Carr, Rippin, then it's Alex Moody, Kanato Lee, then it's Sai, then it's Ryby, then it's Templeton, Joyce, Johnston Cool, then it's Haynes, McKee, Rapsey, and Sherwood, all finishing on the 9th lap, so every driver finishing the race in that one.
Did you just say every driver finished that race?
I did say every driver finished that race. In a Junior X30 race...
Can I just say congratulations to all the mechanics?
Yes.
You did your job well.
Yes.
It was bolted together properly.
And to the drivers as well, who got them to the end.
Yeah, but I mean, they tried not to. Some of them tried. Some of them tried very hard not to.
Some of them tried really hard not to, but they did. They did get it to the end, and no, a fantastic result there. And you can see there the 13 of Lewis Mackey getting off the weighbridge there. Of course, this is all pending post-race scrutineering.
Pending Paul Klassen, yes.
Pending Paul Klassen.
And I mean, that's the man there with the St George cross on top of his crash helmet, Bart Harrison. I mean, first year as a junior driver. You know, speaking to his team boss Mick Barrett, saying that he had to sort of. What is that word? He had to grow some metal, should we say? That was Mick Barrett's thing over the course of the year. He didn't exactly use the word metal, but you get the impression. And yeah, fair play he did in that race. That was a very, very good race. Now, that's the end of the heat races today. So we've now got qualifying sessions for the Bambino, Junior, and Senior, and TKM Extreme. But before we do that, we might pop down to the paddock a little bit later on. But the finals will be coming up after that. So the finals for the cadets and the X30 classes. And then to round off proceedings, we have got the first heats, the Bambinos, Junior, TKM, and TKM Extreme. But yesterday, we were dodging the raindrops as Vinnie Phillips took us on a track walk around this circuit. Welcome to PFI, the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, the home of British kart racing, and this weekend, site of the final round of the Cadet IAME, X30 and TKM portions of the British Kart Championship. Now with me to do the track walk today, very wet track walk, is Mini X30 Championship leader Vinny Phillips. Vinny, 4 wins out of 4 so far. Haven't won the title just yet, still got a lot of racing to go, 2 rounds, but this place, what's not to like about it?
Yeah, it's a very technical track. It's the longest track in the UK, I'm pretty sure, I've heard so far. And yeah, it's quite good. It's quite fast, technical. Like I said, it's quite good.
Plenty of slipstreaming. I can't see anybody making a break in the racing, whether it's wet or dry. Obviously, conditions are going to be mixed this weekend. More confident in the wet, or would you rather it be dry?
Yeah, I don't mind this. Got to do what you got to do. Like, what condition is condition. Yes, you can't break away if you're like really good, like you know the track really well. You can maybe get that little bit of good setup and try and get away, but you never know.
Well, we're on the start-finish line. By the time the drivers get here, even in Mini X30, they're doing well over 60 miles an hour. By the time they get to turn 1, it's going even faster. Let's go for a walk. Turn 1 at PFI, the Bruno Ferrari S's. Vinny, I mean, it's so fast through here. Look at the curbs, but then you're going under the bridge and out onto the banking. It's all about being inch perfect on the line here, isn't it?
Yeah, you got to use all the track and get the first curb, and then if you get that perfect, you might get this perfect as well.
No, I mean, you don't see it so much on the cameras, but there's a different track surface right onto the curbs in there. Can you feel that in the kart? And how bumpy is it through here? Because you're going to go from one side to the other side, but then if you make one wrong move there, the runoff to the bridge is not fun at all.
No, it's not fun at all. Yeah, it's very bumpy when you hit this second curb right here on the left. When you hit it quite a speed, it very hurts. It hurts.
And when you go under this, you've got the banking next, the only bank corner in Britain. High line in if you're attacking, and a low line in if you're defending. You can really, there's multiple overtaking opportunities out on the banking, isn't there?
Yeah, if someone like goes up the inside of you on the dry or they're defending, you can just carry the corner speed and still get your position back if you go around the outside.
Now the banking is one of 2 unique features to the PFI circuit. After the banking, you've got the bridge. Let's go and see that now. So you don't really realise it on camera, but the trek up the hill from the banking, it's a bit tiring. Talk about, you know, coming onto the bridge now. This is turn 3. So many different lines to take, but then the bridge is really a one-line racetrack, isn't it?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of speed and it's very bumpy on the inside next to that curb coming around the bowl section. And yeah, you want to try and get in the middle of the track, not too wide. And yeah, get your line. On the entry to this turn 3, you want to get in on the middle of the track, so you get like not too wide, so you're on the, like the rubber or the slippy stuff or the wet, and you want to get on the inside where the grippy stuff is.
Because the banking's so unique. You know, if you're defending, if you're in front, and even if you take the inside line and hug the inside line, you've got the momentum around the outside. You can swing right around the outside and like cut across in here to go onto the bridge. And there's a little hump on the bridge again, which you don't really see. So you're going up and then over into turn 4.
Yeah, it's very exciting going through here. It's the tiniest little straight here, and you can, if you get the momentum from here, you can go up the inside on that little curb.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So turn 4, that sharp right-hander down the hill towards the first hairpin. I have seen people lunge up the inside, but even if you make a move and it works, it costs you so much time down there. What do you prefer? Do you prefer to sort of take a wide line in? If someone wants to pass you, they can, but then you've got the run down. There's a long run down towards the first hairpin.
Yeah. If someone passes you up the inside on this curb here, and you don't get quite a good enough run, you can just wait for them to go past, and then you can like push them down the straight and get your wider line. And then if you have an opportunity, you can go up the inside, or you just push away from the third place.
Because you've got the 2 switchback hairpins, then the short chute into the Terry Fullerton S's. That's where we're off to now. And the Fullerton S's, that's another prime overtaking place. But really, you can overtake anywhere here.
Yeah, it's a very technical track. It's only like rights and lefts, and that's it.
Right, left, bit of straight, on the loud pedal, we're off. Let's go.
Yep, let's do it.
So after the drivers have tackled the two switchback hairpins in the middle of the circuit, we come to the Terry Fullerton S's. Now, Terry Fullerton was named as Ayrton Senna's greatest ever rival, and these S's, they really test the driver's skill because lots of curb, but again, you're trying to line yourself up for a run down the back straight and then into Bobby Game corner.
Yeah, you got to take plenty of that curb on our right here to get like the perfect switchback, same as the last corner. You've got like get this curb as well here in front of us, and you tried not to get on the rumble strip because you'll just, when you put your foot in, you'll just wheel spin and like you lose like half a tenth down this little straight.
Now in the dry, obviously drivers use a lot of curb. What about when it's raining?
Yeah, you brake in the middle of the track on the entry to this chicane, and you know people try to go up you inside, but you just have that little glance back to see if anyone's behind you. If you've got that little gap, just brake in your normal line, carry the corner speed into the chicane onto the curb. You got to take a lot of curb onto the entry of this chicane, and you've got to get over this curb as well.
And drivers use the curbs to help them hook around the corner, because when you come into the middle part of the track, you don't want to be over where we're standing now. You want to be further over to that side so you can turn in later and get the right front wheel on that curb to hook you onto the back straight. If you hit it wrong, it just spits you across the track, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially in these slippery conditions, you don't want to get too far over this side where we're standing right now. You want to try and get as far left as you possibly can to get like the little cut back. I know it's like far over, but it does help a lot in these big karts.
So after the challenge of the Fullerton S's, you're onto the back straight into Bobby Game corner, and then the Mike Wilson complex, where we're going next. So here we are then at the end of the lap, the Mike Wilson complex. Two different lines in the dry and the wet, but you're using the curbs a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, we get to hook this curb on our left here. So you get like the running, you get like the angle to go at the last curb out of this curb here, corner even, and then you get like try and get your best run down the straight.
I mean, I've seen overtaking moves happen up the top there, the desperate moves here. This part of it is all about making sure that you've got good momentum, because the long straight, the start-finish straight, it's one of the longest parts of British karting where you're flat on the throttle, isn't it? It's a nice, you're trying to overtake, but then make sure you've got the right line.
Yeah, it's very rarely that people overtake at this corner here. So you don't really want to panic too much around this last corner, because I've very rarely seen people overtake at this curb. And yeah, sometimes if you got to like get the right gearing and stuff on, so you get like don't hit the limiter too early.
Well, I know that you'll be on the limit all weekend, so will the rest of the Mini X30 class. Vinnie Phillips, thank you very much. That is a lap of Paul Fletcher International Circuit with our Mini X30 Championship leader, Vinnie Phillips. Welcome back to the paddock here at Trent Valley Kart Club, PF International. Now, in the last time we took you for a little guide around the Parc Fermé area, we spoke to the drivers about what the drivers tend to do between races and what goes on. But the teams are obviously hard at work as well. Now, in TKM, one of the famous names in the world of TKM racing and on the grid at the moment is Klassen Motorsport. Ashley Klassen runs that team with her husband Dave. Ash, this is a very busy time for you, isn't it? Because the karts are on the track. I mean, you were just, obviously the teams watch them nervously, but the effort to get the karts through the procedure that we showed the viewers before is a lot. So what are the teams doing, to get the drivers here?
A lot of the time, a lot of the hard work is done in the week. We prep all night, all week for the rounds. During the day, it's mainly just carbs, making sure that they've got fresh kits in, making sure that everything runs, and trying to keep the boys relaxed as much as they can, because there's a lot of pressure on them at rounds like this, and it is just meant to be a fun, enjoyable sport. So it's just reminding them that actually, no matter what happens out there, just enjoy it.
Now, I've been in your awning plenty of times. You know, there's always laughter going on. There's always a good crack. That's obviously a deliberate thing to help keep the drivers sort of their mind off things, because if it's too serious, the drivers can just sort of get their heads away. I mean, you've got drivers going for the British Championship this year. You've got Louis Harvey in juniors and several others as well. So, yeah, is it a deliberate thing to keep the drivers happy and laughing? What do you do? I mean, I know what you do, but I mean, what do you do generally to keep them all entertained and happy?
Well, it's just, I think at the end of the day, it's not a deliberate thing. It's just me and Dave are here just as much as the boys are here to have a good time and enjoy it. I mean, we love it as much as they do. And when they go out on that track, we're out there with them. They're not on their own. And I think if you just strip it all back to why we are all here, the laughter just comes, and you don't need to try and make it anything it's not. And I think relaxed boys are always better out on track than pressured boys.
Now, the engines are just fired, so these are the juniors that have just gone out. So, now, as Team Mother Hen, what are you doing now? I can see your shoulders are gone up. So what are you doing now to go and watch and coach?
Now I've smiled to the boys. I've said good luck to them. I've said everything will be fine. And now I'm a nervous wreck. I feel sick. And we say it doesn't matter what happens out there, but it does. It does. We need that purple sector and that purple lap. So yeah.
Well, I'm going to let you go and be Mother Hen and watch your boys out on the circuit. Ash Bassett, thanks very much. The best of luck there. Cheers, Johnny. So that's what the team managers do, and and Ash is one of the top team managers in British karting. But she's got the idea of everyone having fun. Now the karts are on track, like we see. There goes Ash. She's off to pass to go and watch with the rest of the team managers. Just finishing their qualifying session is the Bambinos. Now the TKM Extremes are coming in. They're the drivers that are 16 years old and over. But in karting, you can start at the age of 6. So come on, Jason, let's have a look. Are they going to let us through here, or is it going to be locked? Now, we're going to go from some of the oldest to the very youngest. Now, the Bambinos. These kids, and they are just kids. You look at the size of them, and we're going to try and speak to them. Now, they are just aged between 6 and 8 years old. Now, let's come and see. Are we okay to have a quick chat with driver number 12? Now, that's going to be Jensen. Okay, right. Let's have a chat. Let's have a quick chat with Jensen after qualifying. And you've got Jensen Ackerman and Mr. Ackerman. Yes. Now, first of all, we'll speak to Jensen. I'm going to have to kneel down for this one. Okay, so we're talking about, what it's like to be in British karting, What you had qualifying out there, how did that go for you?
It went pretty well. It felt really good.
And I mean, you've got a heat race to go this afternoon, and then more racing to go tomorrow. Now, you can see all the big trucks, the awnings, the TV cameras. Do you remember? Oh, it's just you stay relaxed and it's just fun.
Yeah.
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 Now, we've got a happy smile. We've got a happy smiling driver. We've got a happy smiling dad as well, because in Bambino racing there are no teams, and we've got another couple to come in. We're going to have a few of them are going to have a word. This is just your first steps in karting. Obviously, you see what goes on and what could happen. At the moment, for Jensen, I mean, we're smiling, we're happy. Is that more important to you than the results at the moment?
Yeah, as long as he's happy and enjoying himself, that's the main thing. And if we get a good result, even better. But no, as long as he's happy, that's fine. That's what we really want.
Now, Bambino parents can often be there. It's their first time in the sport as well for a lot of them. As a parent in Bambinos, how daunting is it, or how easy is it to get the support to learn how to make Jensen's wagon go as fast as possible?
Well, you do rely on, when we started, we relied on other people to give us advice. I relied on YouTube to help me get kart set up and things like that. Just general friendliness of, people around you, and people that have moved into cadets and higher. I sought their advice and they've helped me as well. So, yeah, they're willing to help. A lot of people are willing to help, and I'm willing to help with what I've learned in the last 18 months, 2 years, to pass it on to other, people starting out. So, yeah, we're all to help, especially to just kickstart them off.
Yeah. Now, here's a key question, Jensen. Have you got a good mechanic, or is it just okay?
He's a great mechanic.
Oh, he's a great mechanic, is he? Well, that's high praise indeed. What are you hoping to achieve? So you've got all this karting. What would you like to do as you get older in terms of kart racing? What would your dream be at the moment?
To be a Formula One racer.
To be a Formula One racer. Okay, so who's your favourite Formula One driver?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton. Well, I've got to say, the first year that they ever run Kart Masters here, guess who won the first ever Kart Masters Grand Prix in cadets back in 1996?
Lewis?
Yes, Lewis. So there we go. You learn something new every day. So that's one of our Bambino drivers and a parent. They're just starting out on their karting journey. And as Mr. Ackerman says, there's an awful lot of people that are willing to help newcomers into the sport who have got 5-6-year-old boys and girls like Jensen who want to have a go in karting, who want to have a dream, they want to try and do something. And then there's parents and advisors and teams there to help you guys if you come into the sport. If you don't know what to do with mechanically wise the kart, there is plenty of advice available. Who knows? There could be someone watching this now that in 6 months' time is knocking on your door saying, "Help! Can you show me how to bolt a set of tyres on?"
Yeah, that's fine. If anybody wants to contact me, you're most welcome. Yeah. Also, contact Motorsport. They're very helpful, for advice on your licenses and everything. And go to your chassis builder and things like that, and put trust in your engine builder. And that's what all I say is just put your trust in your engine builder that he's going to give you the best engine, and you're going to work together and move on.
Excellent. Well, there we go. And the bottom line is the most important thing of all: a happy, smiling face. Sort of. Right. So, thank you very much to these guys. Now, obviously, the Bambinos have to go through the technical scrutineering as well, but there's help. The officials are there helping there. So that is what some of the teams are going through between races, and that's what some of the brand newcomers into our sport are going through as well. So we'll go back, because it's finals time. The culmination of the penultimate round of the British Kart Championship starts very shortly.
Welcome to Motorsport UK's coverage of the British Cup Championships here at PFI. Let's go for a lap on board with Bart Harrison. We start the lap off with the Bruno Ferrari S's, flat out through this section, clipping the first apex on the right, then the left, trying to avoid the exit curb. You go under the Litchfield Bridge as you steam towards turn 2, the banking. Up the hill now, you want to clip that first apex nice and early, run out wide. There are different racing lines as you go up the hill though in towards turn number 3. Massive curb on the inside here, try to avoid that. An even bigger curb here on the exit of turn 4, optional to hit that one. You then head down the hill in towards hairpins 1 and 2, the original turns 2 and 3 on the circuit after the extension was put in 2011. The first heavy braking zone on the circuit, a great opportunity to gain places fast as you brake heavily for hairpin 1 and again for hairpin 2, picking up that nice apex and back on the power. Dead ahead in towards the Fullerton S's, another great opportunity for overtaking, picking up those apexes, getting on the curbs, trying not to run out wide onto that rumble strip. We then head down the back straight in towards Bobby Game Corner, a very fast 90-degree right-hander, clipping that apex curve on the inside, try not to run out wide again. Then we're heading towards the very long right-hander and then the tight left-hander of the Mike Wilson complex. You exit out of here onto a tiny straight, then it's the final part of the lap, the left-hander, very fast sweeping, holding that inside curb, the tight apex here, and again not running out too wide onto the start-finish straight to finish the lap here at PFI.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and that's something which I actually never won in cadets, but I won in Formula Kart started in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember. Racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them. And yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Minimax Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Welcome back after that small interlude that we just had there. We spoke to Henry down in the paddock area, having a good chat with everyone roaming around there. But we are back now with the racing, and it is final times up next. Mini X30 will be taking to the track, and here is the grid. Leo Robinson starting on first place with Vinnie Phillips, the championship leader at the moment by, I believe, 10 points after the points are added at the end of the heat, still leading the way there. It's Charlie Webb on the second row with Wesley Swain in fourth place. Cathal Clark and Gabriel Stilp rounding out row 3. Ella Stevens and Jack Hobson rounding out row 4. Joseph Rippin and Rylan Eschberg on row number 5. Lewis Bird and Etienne Simmons on row number 6. Rounding out the grid of 13 karts, Thomas Behrman in the 75 for KR Sport. So 13 karts taking to the grid for the next finals. Of course, many finals. We've got 4 finals coming up. We're starting with the Mini X30 final. Then it's the IAME Cadets, Senior X30, then Junior X30 as well. And then that'll be the end of the finals and hopefully, potentially, crowning some championship winners before we even enter the Sundays racing. So we'll have to check the points on that one, Bo. So keep a very close eye on that indeed. Then we come into the next class of drivers. We then head to the Bambinos, the Junior TKM and TKM Extremes for their first heats of the weekend. So if you are a Bambino fan out there, stay tuned, because you will see the Bambino heats. That will be around 4 today that you will see the next heats. But of course, all eyes on the track for the time being on the finals. They are coming up in just a moment. Now, we did speak to some of the drivers yesterday in terms of driver interviews to see what was going on. Let's have a quick chat with some of those.
I am Adam Sparrow, and I race in TKM Extreme and am the British Open champion. It's been a pretty good year. I've won both finals. Unfortunately, I haven't had the best qualifying, but I've managed to bring it back up in the finals, and I'm currently leading the championship by 10 points. I'm confident in my ability. I know I've got the ability to win it. It's a little bit wet this weekend, or to start with anyway, which always spices things up, and it will make it very interesting. But I think I've got the ability. It just see if luck turns my way. It'll mean an awful lot to me. I've not done it before, obviously, and I've got the TKM Festival before, and I've got the British Open before, so this will be all the sort of boxes ticked. I think I'd look to try and retain the title next year, try and get the 2 in a row. That's the plan. That'll be the plan for next year.
A great chat there with the O-Plate there from TKM. Now, we are heading to Mini X30's race. Their final is about to take to the circuit in just a moment. You can just see them there lined up on the dummy grid, getting ready to start their final. Now, of course, we were saying with the championship points, I believe have them in front of me, the updated ones that we've seen for Mini X30. Vinnie Phillips is currently leading the championship standings with just 10 points to spare, I believe, after the drop scores. So, of course, it's going to be very crucial for this final. Potentially, we could see someone walk away with a championship win at the end of this race, but I suspect it could be a tough challenge to uphold. So they will be heading out in just a moment. And of course, if you are waiting for any other heats, IAME Cadet will be the next final. Then it will be Senior X30, Junior X30. Then we go into the rest of the heats for the day. It will be Heat 1 for Bambino, Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. That'll be a little later on today, starting at around 4:10. But for now, finals time. Henry.
Hello.
Joining me back in the commentary box.
Yes. Oh, it's this time of year that even as a commentator, even as the nerves are going a little bit, because you know that over the next 4 races, and this is the penultimate set of finals, over the next hour and 15 minutes, you are going to see either some of the best races, a lot of drama, and you hope that everything that these young men and women have worked for all year, whether they end up getting the number they want or they just miss out, that it's all clean, fair, sporting, and it befits the nature, the status of this event and the talent that we're watching.
Yeah, 100%. The drivers have worked hard all year. Mechanics, family, everything, the support that they've had through 2020. And of course, 2020 has been an incredibly tough year for a lot of families out there.
Been a year like no other.
It has, and I'm sure everyone is wanting the year to end promptly and we can kickstart on a high. And yeah, these drivers hopefully are going to make that come true either today or tomorrow.
Now, we saw Vinnie Phillips give the fist pump, finishing second. The update, the champ again, once more, courtesy of Ian Rogers, David Jones at Motorsport Timing UK. Vinnie Phillips, his 3 dropped scores at the moment are a second place finish at the heats at Kimbolton. We'll get to that later, but I think we're about to maybe watch the witnessing of the first champion this weekend. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and Phillips over the grass. That's not a great start for the champion-elect. And Robinson leads, Charlie Webb up into P2. Vinnie Phillips, well, that's the first sort of heart-stopping moment that he's had, but he's recovered and is running in 4th place, running wide again off turn 4. It's a false start. There we are. Look at that. I didn't notice the man standing directly in front of me holding the big false start flag.
Well, I didn't want to say anything because as they went across the line, I did see the light in the background illuminated, and I thought I was going to say something, but you felt like you were in a good roll, so I thought I'd leave you to it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Oh, he's off. He's off. Oh, look,
he's off
look
again.
At the Welshman. He's off on one. I'll let him carry on, and he'll calm down eventually.
Yeah, and then tell him that. Try again.
That spiel. Well. So Vinnie Phillips, that first heart-stopping moment, it was, he gets to go again.
Yes.
Robinson, who, had a good start. So it's Robinson pole, Phillips second, Webb third, and then a best start of the year so far from the number 92, Wes Swain, in 4th. Here we go. I'll let you take the start this time, Anthony. Just they might behave themselves.
They might do. In the tram lines, looks like a much better start. Green flag's out for the Mini X30 final, and straight away, Vinnie Phillips dives to the inside, covers that front nose as we then head in towards the banking of turn number 2. Everyone getting through a little bit sideways in the mid-pack as well. That did look like a fusion car, but everyone's still in the straight and narrow. We then head through turn 3 onto the bridge now. There's the GP plate of Etienne Simmons. Still moving up a few spots in the back there, but now down the hill in towards hairpin number 1, 87, Vinnie Phillips leading the way from his teammate, 37, of Leo Robinson.
The bright orange Spirit chassis that are used by the Fusion team. There goes Ryan Ashberg,
who's starting a new career in Rallycross.
For a hop, skip and a jump. Yes, exactly. The John Welch of karting, as Phillips leads. Now, talk about how different drivers respond to pressure situations. That move from Phillips to just literally cut across the front of Robinson's kart, that was decisive, and that was sort of, he was confident, he did it, bang. He's done this all year, and he thinks, if I'm going to be crowned and I'm going to win this, I'm not going to do it by being half-hearted. That's the worst thing. There goes Stilt with a good move on Swain. That puts Gabriel into P4, and 2 Fusion karts side by side behind. That looked like Ella Stevens. Making her mark. No, it wasn't Ella Stevens. It was Cathal Clark in the number 11 passing Wes Swain. Stevens behind it. Then it's Simmons. Then Rippin in the MLC number 54, followed by Lewis Bird, Thomas Behrman, and Rylan Ashberg.
Yeah, good start then from the entirety of the grid. 1 lap completed. We are midway through lap number 2. Phillips still leading the way. Robinson, again, right behind him. This looks like a bit of a carbon copy of what we saw earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. With Robinson leading, Phillips second. So Robinson gets the lead back. And Phillips runs a little bit wide there through this entrance to the Mike Wilson complex. Webb doing a good job. Now, Webb has just got to sit and follow. You can see Phillips are going to get a good shot now coming onto the start-finish straight of Phillips pushing his teammate along, literally. 8 wheels working together. They come to the Bruno Ferrari S's. Look at that. Nothing between them. Just resting his nose on the rear bumper of Robinson's kart. That is pushing them away. And look at that. They've gained 3 or 4 kart lengths on Webb at the moment. Now, Webb is going to have to work really hard to get in the slipstream here. Checks over his shoulder to then try and catch up. But these two working beautifully together, I have to say. This is when kart racers are taught to try and work together with a teammate or another kart. You know, if Phillips outbrakes himself by 10 centimetres, he's into the back of Robinson, he's unsettled Robinson. Robinson misses the apex of the corner, they slow each other down, and the drivers behind them catch it. It's literally a 10 centimetre difference in braking zone that the driver following has got to be aware of. It's a finite skill.
Yeah, it is, because I've tried to do it in many other sports, and it's always ended bad with me just punting the person in front of me off the track. So that's why I don't race anymore, and that's why they've stuck me in here. So, yeah.
Ditto.
Yeah, exactly. 8.5 minutes left on the clock then. You could see previously on the previous lap, Cathal Clark in the number 11, moving up into 4th place. Gabriel still now in 5th place, still upper position from last time. Leah Robinson, fastest lap of the race, 1:01.990 in 1st place, but he's still got his teammate Phillips right behind him on the screen. There's the number 14, that's Jack Hobson. Lewis Burgess behind the 44 there, working a bit nose to tail. Down the inside though goes the 92. Good job there from Wesley Swain, getting past Gabriel Stipp as well, so that's still back down his original starting spot. Now with Ella Stevens just behind as well. Again, Fusion Motorsport karts moving up.
And, you know, Gabriel Stipp, he's been sandwiched between 2 Fusion karts all season.
Yes.
Robinson and Phillips. Now he's sandwiched between 2 Fusion karts again, but this time it's 2 different Fusion karts. It's Swain and Stevens. He's thinking, gosh, give me a break.
Yeah, I can imagine it's not a comfortable place to be.
No.
But it's definitely a place that, you know, I'd be happy to be still.
Yep, so there goes Stevens to the inside of Stipp. But I was about to say that, you know, Stevens was pushing Stipp along. They will work together, you know, when need be. And now he's hoping that Ethan Simmons will push the number 10 kart up towards the front. No, Ethan has got his own ideas. The comp kart chassis of Mark Litchfield Racing's Ethan Simmons passes Stipp, and Gabriel is back to 8th.
Yep, so Stipp slowly moving down the order, but 7 minutes remaining of this final, and I'm sure they're going to move back up in just a hot second. So looking here at the further end, the 24 and 11 of Charlie Webb and Cathal Clark. Now, Charlie being the only precision, or the only other kart to be separating the Fusion Motorsports karts out there, doing a sterling job in 3rd place at the moment. Not managing to hold on to the back of Robinson and Phillips just as of yet. He has dropped back 1.7 seconds.
Change the lead. There goes Phillips.
Nicely done.
Like we saw at Mansell Raceway, now we've got 6.5 minutes to go. Phillips was wide off turn 4. I know he was telling everybody in the track walk to take that curve, but he steered well clear of it, so clear of it that he ran wide at the exit of the corner.
Do you reckon he was just telling them that so they didn't do it?
Oh, absolutely.
So they would do it.
You know, there's all these drivers, once you tell a driver you're doing our track walk, there's whispers in his ears. No, don't give away your lines. Don't give away too much. But, you know, and this is what happened at Mansell Raceway, if you remember. Phillips made the pass and Robinson didn't sort of defend. He was thinking, oh, the teammate, we got plenty of time to go. And Robinson followed, but then the door just never opened. Robinson couldn't quite manufacture that opportunity.
Yep.
So, and it's happened again here. 5.5 minutes to go now. You know, so Robinson again, teammate didn't defend against teammate. It's too early to defend. Yeah. You know, really, with this circuit, with this amount of time to go, you don't start, you know, like blocking and white lining it and stuff like that, because that would be stupid. Because a 2-kart battle turns into an 8-kart battle. And here's Webb now trying to defend. Oh, Webb and Clark. Clark around the outside on debut in the class. Cathal Clark picks up P3. Charlie Webb, he was having none of it. He's going to come back at him now.
Yeah, oh, yeah, straight down the inside here. Oh, cuts the nose off the front of that kart, doesn't it? So stays in front. Now under pressure from the Fusion karts behind, and holds that inside, parks that kart on the apex. Beautiful defensive line. Hugs the inside line. The GP plate as well, trying to dive down the inside of the S's, can't quite do it, stays behind.
Good work from Wes Swain. Yeah, you know, Simmons had committed and he carried on being committed. Swain didn't do what we saw between Oliver Stewart and Sam Shaw in one of the junior races. You know, he didn't squeeze him off the circuit, so there was a collision. But, you know, Simmons remained committed, so Swain thought, okay, if you're going to go to the inside, I'm going to try and hang tough on the outside. And they did, and he did, and there was no contact, and he maintained the position. So, good effort from Ethan, good defence from Wesley.
There we go, as they go through. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. 7 laps completed. We're on lap 8 at the moment. Phillips still leading the way from Robinson, Clark, Webb, Stevens, Swain, Simmons, Hobson, Stiltberg, Rippin, Etchberg and Behrman. Everyone's still out on track, all 13 karts. And it's currently looking here at the large group of karts. This is 3rd place all the way down to 10th that we're looking at.
I mean, this battle, great to watch. Look how far the 2 leaders have gone.
Yeah.
You know, Webb has gone from hanging on to the back of them. Oh, and Stilp was going to commit now. Oh, and he got onto the grass. He got one wheel onto that grass, which is a bit muddy, a bit slippery, and it rotated the kart. And he had to catch it to stop spearing into the side of the number 92. And this battle's great to watch. The 2 leaders, Phillips and Robinson, 3.5 seconds up the road. There they go. Almost the full length of the start-finish straight.
Yeah, they have disappeared. It was great kart control, though, from Stilp. You have to imagine going into that braking zone. No time to react whatsoever. Gets it on the apex still.
Definitely a Code Brown moment.
Definitely. New race suit, please, for Stilp.
Yes. But he held it very well. And again, that's the kart control of these drivers. Absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. I wasn't drinking at lunchtime, honestly. That's, you know, the disembodied voice in my head spoke.
It did. Yeah. We've got some great technology here, and that technology involves points, and everyone wants to see points.
Drum roll, please.
Let's bring it up. With a big...
There we are. And there we go. So, Vinnie Phillips, 640. This is including dropped scores.
Yes.
So this is where they stand on dropped scores at the moment. 644 points for Vinnie Phillips, 622 for Leo Robinson. The question is, even if Leo Robinson scores the maximum number of points here, you know, can he overhaul what is a 22-point difference? Because, of course, they're only, you know, Robinson at the moment is dropping, he's dropping a 55, he's dropping a 260, so he's dropping 175 points. You know, Phillips is dropping 184, and that's including that, and we've got to change the lead. Yep. You know, Robinson, he's only gaining 3 points at a time. It's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to be enough on this one. So, you know, can Phillips, is he going to get it from this round? Can they do it tomorrow? Is it going to be enough? Well, are we going into tomorrow, or is it going to end here?
I think it could end here. Well, we will know the minute that Phillips crosses the finish line. He'll know all the permutations. So will Robinson. The team will have worked everything out. Robinson has found that gap. He's going for broke. You know, Phillips has won the first 4 finals this year. At the moment, Phillips's championship score is perfect because he has got 2, 4, 6. He's got 7 maximum scores out of the 10 that they've so far. You know, if he, I mean, it's virtually unbeatable, I'm sure. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to comment because it's all provisional. But it's game on. Robinson starting to defend. 90 seconds to go. This is what you want to see. You know, the championship is on the line. The stakes couldn't be higher. First and second in the championship. Teammates, first and second on the race. Are they giving it 95%? Oh, hell no. They're giving it 100%. There comes Phillips.
Down the inside into hairpin number 2. Again, nice little overtake, not losing any time. Just having a quick check over his shoulder. Goes defensive, though, as we end into these last couple of things. Yep, so they know that it's on the cards now.
Hey, it's been clean with them all year. There was 1 or 2 bits of contact between them at Kim Bolton, where Robinson was really trying for the race lead. They both finished. It was all fine. But, I mean, you know, this is what you want to see. You know, they've in the same morning all year. You know, they've got to go for it and have faith in their own abilities and, you know, trust each other. They're not going to take each other out. It's going to be hard, fair racing. Phillips leads. Oh, he slows going into the Bruno Ferrari S's because he wanted to spoil Robinson's momentum. Has he done it? Oh, Robinson to the inside. No, he can't get it done. Over the bridge we go.
Almost takes off the front nose cone as they enter onto the bridge. They exit down turn 4 again. Oh, here we go down the inside. Throws the dummy. Is Robinson going to try go around the outside here at hairpin 1? No. Phillips forces him out wide, holds onto that one, has another look over the shoulder, takes that inside line again. Watch for the switchback here from Robinson. Can he do it, or is Phillips going to park the car on the apex? He does.
Sells in the dummy.
He does sell in the dummy.
No,
now.
not quite. Meanwhile, look how close with Cathal Clark is still 4 seconds behind. But they're getting the last lap all this time by Cathal Clark is on his own. He is just freight training it up to the front. That gap was 4.2 seconds. It's going to be much, much less but it is game on. Can Vinnie Phillips win the title? Can he remain perfect? 5 wins out of 5. Can Leo Robinson finally take his first win? Here we go.
Final lap time then for these two as we enter under the tunnel now in towards the turn 2 of the banking. You can see Robinson going right to the outside, taking the long way round here up the turn 2. Can't do it, dives down the inside, no, stays behind. Phillips still leading the way as they cross the bridge. Down the hill now, in towards hairpin number 1. Both have a look over the shoulder. There's no one there, boys. It's free game. Off you go into the braking zone now of hairpin 1. Stays behind, no moves, no dummies sold as they head now down the infield straight in towards hairpin 2. Down the inside.
Robinson.
He tried it, didn't he?
Little bit of contact there. Just a nudge. Up the short chute now towards the Fullerton S's. Look at Cathal Clark closing in. Robinson has got 1.5 chances. There's a half chance since the Bobby Game corner. And then it's the slipstream, the drag race to the end. Vinnie Phillips, metres away from becoming British kart champion of 2020, I am sure. Robinson's done all he can. The checkered flag's in sight. Vinnie Phillips wins. 5 out of 5 for Phillips. Robinson by 900 of a second. Well, bravo, boys. That is what you want to see. No quarter asked, none given. They both got it home cleanly. What a race.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff from those two. Great work within the team. And, you know, to bring those 2 karts home as well. You know, it's a fusion 1, 2, 3 on the podium as well. Cathal Clark crossing the line 3rd as well. Ethan Simmons for Mark Litchfield Racing crossing the line P4 up 8 positions as well. Jack Hobson for Croc Promotion crossing the line 5th place. Ella Stevens for Fusion dropping back, but gaining still a position 6th place. Then it's Gabriel Stilt, Wesley Swain, Charlie Webb, Lewis Bird, Joseph Rippin, Rylan Etchberg and Thomas Behrman rounding out the 13 kart grid, and all 13 finish.
There is a look at the order, and we've got 8 minutes till the next race goes out, and there is Leo Robinson coming across the line now. My good friend and co-worker, Anthony Jordan, is, as we say in Wales, he's dapping it down to Parc Fermé to try and get a view, get a chat with some of the drivers. Now, of course, championship positions-wise, I don't know what is confirmed, what is not. Judging by Vinnie Phillips' reactions, I think that things have gone his way. We shall see. Anthony Jordan will be straight from the horse's mouth shortly. There's Wesley Swain going across the weighbridge. For those of you watching at home, a big welcome. We've had people coming in from Algeria, and they are watching Leo Robinson in that race. We've had people watching from Ipswich, Australia. Not Ipswich, East Anglia, although I'm sure there are probably people from Ipswich, East Anglia watching as well, but Ipswich in Australia watching. So hello to you around the world. Hello to everybody for watching the Alpha live stream here at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweeks. And now there is the view of the paddock. There is Thomas Behrman. Thomas, first time out in the class here, you know, this weekend. He's just moving out of cadets. He has done a great deal of racing this year, and he's acquitted himself well, you know, finishing, you know, a little bit off the pace, but, you know, clean outing. And there is Vinnie Phillips, and there you go. That says it all. That is Joe Porter, Vinnie's mechanic, and Joe and Danny Porter have been helping Vinnie for, you know, several years now, and all the way through this year. And just the elation, and he just, yeah, let it soak in for a minute, young man. You know, have a moment to himself. 5 wins out of 5. You know, he has got a perfect points total at the moment. You drop 3 scores, and Vinnie has got, well, he finished 2nd in the heats at Kimbolton, 2nd in the heats at Mansell Raceway, and 2nd in the heats here. Those 3 points have been dropped. And it's such a shame that everyone's got to wear masks, but you see the emotions there through the eyes of Vinnie's mechanic, Joe Porter. You know, Joe all these mechanics, they work week in, week out with these drivers. There have been families who said that, you know, some of the kart mechanics, they're like older brothers to these drivers. You know, there's you know, they work so hard, and of course they've got to be such a relationship between the two of them. They have to trust each other. They have to be able to talk to one another and, you know, to criticise, to praise, you know, to get the best out of what they've got. And, you know, it's not just these 4 race weekends that we've got this year in 2020, or these 5 race weekends. It's the weeks and weeks of testing, the club meetings, the other events that they do. Some of these drivers are racing in Europe as well. You know, to do this and win a championship like this at this level, the drivers are in the seats, you know, 35, sometimes 40 weekends a year. Obviously in 2020 it's very different, but generally it is a year-long thing. The families travel the country, they meet up with the same people, different circuits, you know, drivers come and go, they move in and out of classes. But like Joe Porter, he's been assigned, Vinny is his driver this year, and from before. Danny Porter, Joe's brother, was a mechanic last year, but, you know, the families get to know each other. You know, it's a huge emotional release. And Anthony Jordan, my colleague, will be down in the area now to speak to Vinny Phillips.
Very much, Henry. Yes, down in the paddock area now. Vinny Phillips, 2020 British Championship. What a title that is.
Yeah, it's a great title. First British Champs title in Mini X30 especially.
I mean, fantastic stuff. You don't sound too excited about it. You know, it's a great thing. It's a great thing. What a tough final as well, because you had team out Leo Robertson all the way through that one. Great defensive driving from both of you, but yeah, keeping it clean out there. It was a great race for us to watch.
Yeah, it was a good race. I pushed Leo for the beginning of the race, and then I thought I was quick enough to go past him, and then for a few laps I was in front of him, and then he got back past me, so I just pushed him, and then wait for 1 minute to go, and then got past, and I just started defending there.
Well, I say it was a bit of an interesting start. Of course, the first start we had, it was a false start. You took to the grass at one point as well. We were like, oh no! But no, you still got to the end of it. But no, fantastic effort. Must be happy with it.
Yeah, I'm delighted with it, and yeah, especially great job to Cathal Clark in third. Yeah, first weekend for him in the Mini, and yeah, I'd like to thank Joe Porter for the kart setup, and Joe Bullen for the Adventures Power for the engines, and just Dan Hazelwood and Chris Rogers for starting my journey in Mini X30.
No, well, excellent stuff again. Congratulations, mate, and well done on the championship.
Thank you.
Spot on. Excellent stuff. Well, great to chat to our winners down here in the paddock area. Back to you, Henry.
Well, thank you, Anthony. In the background of that shot there, you saw some of Vinny's family and mechanics there celebrating. Good to see. Next up, it's Cadet IAME. We're not going to have a champion decided in this race. It is too close. The two title contenders, Macaulay Bishop on pole and Nathan Tighe on the outside of row 1, just where we want them. Zach Drummond and Lewis Werrell go from row 2, and Sebastian Minns and Ethan Jeff Hall start on row number 3. Row 4, Zach Knight and Noah Wolf. Row 5, Archie Clark and Roman Kamyab. Once again, Roman's usual mechanic Jess Hawkins isn't here because she is making her British touring car debut at Snetton this weekend. William Knight and Scotland's Connor Duncan round out the top 12. Eden Spanswick, Macaulay Bishop's Pullman Racing teammate, starts 13th, followed by Alfie Slater, Hardy Mamasi, Morgan Moore, Jesse Phillips and Daniel Sofronia, your top 18. 19th for Jorge Edgar, Ben Smith rounds out the top 20. Michael Walker and privateer driver Sky Parker starts 22nd. This is Sky's British Championship debut. Mason Rudman and Kit Belofsky are on row number 12. Eli Badden and Will Murtagh are on row 13. William Antrobus and Scotland's Aston Sharp on row 14. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, his last weekend as a cadet before moving up to Mini X30. He starts 29th, and Joey Brown rounds out the top 30. Kanishki Rao starts 31st, but after Vinny Phillips not only won the Mini X30 final, but also won the race at the championship itself, the Cadet IAME standings, well, Macaulay Bishop gained 3 more points on Nathan Tighe in the heats portion of this event. Bishop in kart number 9 for Pullman Racing starts from pole position. Tighe for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, the GP plate holder, starts second. Now, The two drivers in Mini X30 who battled for the title, they raced teammates clean and hard all the way through that race. This class is going down to tomorrow, the final round tomorrow. There is 10 points to choose between Bishop and Ty. Once again, we will keep you updated with the point standings during the course of this race, this next 12-minute race. 31 drivers. Bishop on the left, Ty on the right. Then you have 3 Fusion Motorsport drivers, Drummond, Werrell and Mins behind them. Then the first of the Strawberry Racing drivers, Ethan Jeff Hall. Nathan Ty's best placed teammate, the Ollie Roller Motorsport team, Zach Knight, start 7th. And then in 8th position, it's Fusion's Noah Wolf, Strawberry Racing's Archie Clark 9th, and Fusion Racing's Roman Kamiab rounding out the top 10. It is going to be intense. Let's hope that everything stays nice and clean. Here we go. It's a false start. Well, do you know what, Anthony Jordan? They knew that you had pegged it back from the paddock area there to get up to the commentary box. They thought, oh, but you know what? We'll give DJ a chance to
to
catch his
back.
breath.
Yeah,
and then to fully sort of get into the swing of things, and get the atmosphere of this parade lap before we get to the Cadet IAME final. Great to see, Vinny. And again, you said I think there was an element of shock there.
Yes.
I think it hasn't quite sunk in yet.
It hasn't quite sunk in. Yeah, had a great chat with the teams on the way to there. I was walking along with the Fusion guys. It's like, he's done that, hasn't he? It's just like, oh yeah, he won that in the heats. It's done. He's champion.
The fist pump at the second place lead, and again, for Leo Robinson, what a great battle all season as well. He has pushed Vinny Phillips so hard. But moving on to the next one.
Yes, indeed. IAME Cadet.
IAME Cadet. Now, it remains to be seen when Vinny Phillips goes out tomorrow whether he can race for the #1 plate. I do not know. We shall have to see. Here we go. Bishop and Ty. Nose to... not nose to tail. No. Neck and neck.
Yeah. Here we go then.
Into the tram lines. This looks a bit better. Lights out, we're off and racing. Ty gets a great start. He's getting shoved along by that Fusion driver in second place. That was Lewis Werrell. Oh, and that's the number 93 getting it all squirrely in the middle of the Bruno Ferrari S's there. That was Morgan Moore, Ireland's Morgan Moore. And up the inside, through turn 3 cleanly. Yeah, Ireland's Morgan Moore, who's come on really well, the youngster. Down the hill. So, Bishop down to 3rd. Werrell looks for the race lead. Lewis Werrell being run by Andy Potter, who was Lando Norris's mechanic in karting. And Werrell takes the lead. Yeah, that's Adam Spanswick. Oh dear, and there's more collisions. Oh my word, there was nearly a cart over there. That is again. Oh, Morgan Moore again has been in the wars, and he's taken the number 47. That's Jorge Edgar, I believe, who has Ben Smith in the number 47 cart, but the. Oh, dearie me, Eden Spanswick there. You can just see going into the Fullerton S's. So a couple of collisions in the first lap, and that nearly was a big one.
It was very nearly a big one, but these drivers managing to get away with that one.
And a change. Werrell's lost the lead.
He has,
it's
yes.
Ty and Bishop. Right. Ring the dinner bell, sharpen the cutlery. Here we go. Ty and Bishop 1-2.
It's take 2 again. Carbon copy of the Mini X30 race we just had. This time now, 1st and 2nd in the standings. 1st and 2nd in the race as we go over the bridge then. 10.5 minutes to go. And we're watching the IAME Cadet final. And GP plate Nathan Ty leading from Bishop, Werrell, Mins, Wolf, Jeff Hall, Knight. The other Knight, Zachary Knight, then William Knight, Drummond and Slater.
There's the move. There's the move.
And there's the move. Yes, Bishop now in the lead. And that's the GP plates actually dropped down a couple of places now.
Yeah, what happened is that Nathan Ty, it's no good for Nathan if he wins and Bishop finishes 2nd.
Yeah.
He needs to win and Bishop finished down the order. So he came out of, instead of working with Macaulay, but they've worked together a lot this year, but he was already defending because he has to sort of back Macaulay into a pack. Nathan Tye needs to win this race, but he needs to win this race in a big group of karts with Bishop 3 or 4, 5, 6 positions behind them. And so he was already defending coming down the hill. Now Macaulay knew that was going to be the case, so he swung out wide, got the crossover move. Now Macaulay Bishop leads, Werrell's pushing him along, and Tye's in third place. Now Nathan's got to go with him. Nathan's got to go with these two. Werrell's pushing him along, but that's the tactic. That's the tactic that Nathan has to do. He has to try to back Macaulay into a pack so that he loses more than one position. And but Macaulay managed to get through. And now Nathan's got to try and do it all again. So watch Nathan Tye. He's going to have to make moves here. He's going to have to get back to the front, and then he's going to have to slow things down.
They are indeed. Do you know what time I think it is for?
Kit Kat time.
Well, that's next. But
No?
I think first, some virtual championships.
Oh, really?
I think we need to see. I think we need to see it. And of course, these points will be on your screen after the race results are up. So there you go.
Right, no. Yes, and you can see
there.
that Zach Knight has actually passed Ethan Jeff Hall. So this is on dropped scores.
Yes, this
is dropped scores. So at the moment, Bishop leads by whatever 34 minus 18 is. That would be 26. Would it not?
Oh, well,
16.
I mean,
16.
I
only,
can't count.
No, that's why we talk. But Zach Knight has moved in. So there we go. 634 for Bishop, 618 for Tye. That would be 26 points, the advantage. And here comes Tye for the race lead. Nathan Tye back into the race lead now. Could we call upon the points again to see how that's affected the point standings?
I will update there.
Let's see. There we go. And now the gap is down to less than 10. I can know that. Like magic.
Like magic, less than 10. Zach Drummond fastest lap of the race. I'm not sure what was up with Macaulay Bishop, because across the line, he had his hand up in the air. Is there potentially an issue with the car? Because he's dropping down the order. He's dropping down the order now. This could be a disaster. I think if these scores update again, we could see Nathan Tye on top.
Yeah, well, that could be thing. Now let's have a look. Now, did he just lose momentum, or is there a problem with the car? Well, Nathan Tye is in third place. It is now Zach Knight, the Mansell Raceway winner. Oh, and he's tapping his crash helmet there. So it's now the Mansell Raceway race winner, Zach Taylor, Zach Knight, who has the race lead. Second is the number 10 kart of Lewis Werrell. Werrell currently 6th in the point standings. Zach Knight, with this lead, is vaulted from 5th to 3rd in the points table. Jeff Hall down to 4th. So all the main players are in this league group. Alfie Slater moving into the top 10 at the moment. They cross the line. Support for Zach Drummond in kart and everything. Oh, I could see Bryn Calder. Bryn races the Daniel Ricciardo series. The championship in the UK that is run by, it's run by Andy Cox Racing, but it's with Daniel Ricciardo karts, and Daniel Ricciardo is the championship patron. But there we go. So it's Knight, Werrell, Tye. Now, again, Nathan Tye has got to try and get back to the front. He's got Ethan Jeff Hall just behind him, and then that is the number 20 kart of Knight. Yeah, so Tye has got to go. Tye has got to go, but he's going to check there. Now, Macaulay Bishop is there for 6th position.
Tye back down the inside. Gets back up into the lead of this race.
So
Bishop there is
now,
only a few
watch
spots
the
behind.
gap close. Watch that gap close. Although, I mean, Bishop is 6, so Tye is going to have to keep them behind him. He's going to have to defend. I know we've got 6 minutes to go. We say that's far too early to defend, but Nathan Tye has to win this race, and he has to try and put as many cartridges in himself and Bishop as he can. And the only way to do that is to make sure there's a huge gaggle of carts and that Nathan's at the front of them. So watch to see how we play this one out. Werrell was content to push Macaulay Bishop earlier, and he's pushing Nathan Tye because Werrell, he's just thinking, I want to win. I win. Ethan Jeff Hall now goes to 2nd, Drummond to 3rd, Werrell back to 4th.
Yeah, under 6 minutes to go then on the timer. They head down the hill in towards hairpin number 1. A long train of karts that we've got here. This looks like it's first to nearly 8th, maybe 12th that they've got in this group. So a big gaggle of karts as they head out of hairpin 1 into hairpin 2. Still, Tye leading the way from Werrell and Jeff Hall, but they are very, very close behind. In fact, actually, it's Drummond who's moved up into 3rd place. Jeff Hall at 36, or Zachary Knight 36. Dropped down now to 5th place, I believe.
Now, Bishop back into 5th.
Yes.
He makes the move. So, that sort of hand in the air, the patting of the head, that was him angry himself, losing momentum, and he's had to just sort of like reprogram his brain, calm himself down, focus, regain it, and go again.
Yeah, he has. So across the line, lots of support in the grandstand. You can see from the mechanics.
Yep,
watching
family members
on,
only.
and family-
This is a closed event.
Of course, and they are all there cheering on the drivers as they head round through the banking of Turn 2, up the hill. GP Plate leading the way. Ethan Jeff Hall still behind in the number 5, holding on very closely. And Ethan Jeff Hall as well, fastest lap of the race. So might not be holding on there for much longer. Under braking now in towards hairpin 1. No moves there. Everyone's staying in a single file. They were just waiting for that opportunity. They're waiting for one of these guys at the front to lunge it down the inside, and then you'll see the rest of them all gaggle up behind, and then carnage.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully not the carnage, but yeah, exactly. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 karts in the lead battle. Behind them, it is Roman Kamiab running in 9th place, and it's Sebastian Mins 10th, Hardy Mamasi 11th. Don't forget, Hardy Mamasi qualified dead last. He's now running 11th in the final. Connor Duncan has slipped back to 12th. Then it's William Murtaugh, Daniel Sofranea in 14th, Archie Clark 15th. Alfie Slater, Kit Bolofsky, Jesse Phillips, Aston Sharp and Mason Rudman is your top 20. 31 karts still running. Ty leads. Under 4 minutes to go. I am going to summon the disembodied voice in my head to say, can we have a look at the championship point standings, please?
There they are.
Still, nothing to choose. Now, the positions have changed, but of course, when you factor in dropped scores, at the moment, Bishop by 4 points over Nathan Ty. That is it. 4 points. That is 4 positions. And there comes Knight to the inside for 3rd. Drummond back to 4th. 8 drivers. Ty is soaking up the pressure. He's not defending. I thought he would be a bit more defensive. He's not. He's got the pace. He is just going for it. He's got Ethan Jeff Hall for Strawberry Racing working behind him. And, that was Werrell up on the curb there.
Almost a bit of a collision there through the S's, but they stay behind. Now you can see with these two battling right in front of Bishop. Bishop actually gets a little bit of front-to-nose contact there, manages to sweep round the outside, but can't quite get the overtake done just yet. Stays behind now as they head into the final corner onto the start-finish straight as well. You can still see there Bishop in 5th place at the moment, but the two in front of him who is that in front of him? That's Zachary Knight and Zach Drummond, isn't it, who are battling away. They could allow Bishop to get up into 3rd and then potentially get onto the back end of the two who are now leading the way and slightly opening up a gap.
Yep, and so Ty and Ethan Jeff Hall, they are just working together. They're not teammates, but again, Ethan Jeff Hall, he's battling for 3rd in the championship. You know, he wants to try and push away. So it's Ethan Jeff Hall's best interest to just have Nathan Ty all on his own, so he can just have a one-on-one scrap with him. We've still got 2 minutes to go. A long way to go, even though time is running out.
Yes, indeed. And you can just see some hand gestures in the background there, just saying, you go down the inside, I'll follow you.
Yep.
We won't waste any time. Let's just get this done. Let's try and catch up to the back. And you get the same from the 88 as well of William Knight to Werrell and Wolf just behind. So you can see communication, even against other teams. And they're still wanting to try and close up to the group in front. And the group in front is very close indeed. Ty still leading from Jeff Hall, who had a coming together earlier on today, and hopefully not again today, but down the inside of turn number 1.
All 3 wide, Bishop to the inside. Hold your breath. Passes Werrell and Knight. Werrell comes by.
Werrell put him off.
Bishop down the escape road. Bishop down the escape road. Now he's going to have to try and do this bit again. That pushes Macaulay Bishop back to last. Werrell took the position, and just Bishop ran out of track. Now, he's going to have to come back on, so he hasn't missed any of the circuit. He's going to actually have to do some of this twice. So he's not going to lose a lap or anything like that. But less than a minute to go.
Oh, dear me. That was...
Nathan Ty. Now, Nathan Ty won't know this. He won't know this, but he's just going to drive. Ethan Jeff Hall in 2nd.
So...
And championship standing at the moment. Well, at the moment...
I don't think they've updated yet.
It's when they cross the line, I think, but we'll have to see. I mean, Ethan Jeff Hall moved to 3rd in the championship, but they're going to come, so they're going to have 30 seconds to go. They're going to have 2 laps to go. Nathan Ty, this is his chance. This is Nathan Ty's chance to put a stamp on the British title. It's going to still go to tomorrow, but the first time all season either one of these drivers is looking at a poor finish in the final. Here it is. Now, can Nathan win this race? He's got Ethan Jeff Hall right behind. The clock is going to strike 0. And Macaulay Bishop crosses the line in 30th place. He's 30th place. He is 3 seconds behind the 29th place driver.
Indeed is. Timer clicks over to 0 then. Ty still leading. Ethan Jeff Hall still all over the back of him though, and it's allowed the next two to close up as well. So we've got 4 karts now potentially for this lead. And the rain! Spots of rain.
There's rain
coming down. You can see the GP plate, everyone running wide.
Oh my goodness me, they're throwing it at Nathan Ty. Here we go.
Now this is the dangerous. This is where you've got to be careful now. You can see the rain on the visor. You must remember to slow down. I didn't do it when I raced, and I had a massive incident. I went straight off, but you know these guys are much better at racing than than I am. And and there you go. You can see Ethan Jeff Hall goes off now as well.
Nathan Ty goes from the leader to the guinea pig.
Yeah.
Everyone behind Nathan Ty will judge their corner speed on whether Nathan makes it or goes off. Nathan is driving into the unknown every single corner. This is the last lap. It's going to be the longest last lap. Ty takes the wide line onto the bridge. Can he hold on? This is a test of his nerve. Down the hill, he's pushing on. Drummond up to second. Knight to third. Ethan Jeff Hall is fourth. Now, behind them, I'm not looking at any drivers spinning off or anything like that. Bishop is still 30th, and he's 2 seconds now behind the 29th place driver. And fair play to Nathan Ty. He is still pulling away. Drummond having to defend. Ethan Jeff Hall. Next year comes that night. And look at the rain. Look at the rain coming down now. On the camera lens, it is going to be wet tyres the next race by the looks of it. Drummond slides off. Ty, well, fair play to Nathan Ty. He has dominated this last lap on slick tyres in the wet. Oh, contact! And Nathan Ty comes out of the thing. Anthony John, what a race.
That was absolutely incredible. The rain came down out of nowhere, but you can see the excitement on Nathan Ty's face. The 3 wide and the grass at the background forcing each other off the track. And the hands coming up. And there's displeasure in the back of that shot there. But Nathan Ty, the GP plate, takes the final win.
And do you know what? Fantastic race for Nathan Ty there. He drives. Oh, someone's off in the background. That's one of the strawberry carts. He comes back on and crossing the line.
Is it? I don't know.
And so the championship standings. Well, championship standings. Macaulay Bishop drops that score. That is a dropped score for Macaulay Bishop. He still hangs on to the 4-point championship lead.
Yep.
But you know, he can't afford them. That was very, very, very exciting indeed. Anthony, you're going to go and have a chat with a very, very pleased Nathan Ty. I mean, that last lap, he would have been holding his breath all the way around. So, Ty wins, gains points on Bishop, despite in the final, loses them in the heat, gains more back, 4 points in it between the top two in the British Kart Championship. Macaulay Bishop finishes 28th at the end. He passed 2 drivers on the last lap. There you have the finish. And once again, 31 drivers started, 31 drivers finished. That has been the case in every cadet race so far. There was drama, and again, just being a wheel in the wrong place cost him, but we still have a day to go. Tomorrow, the cadets have 1 qualifying session, 2 heats, and a final. And that will decide the British Kart Championship destination. Nathan Ty has done all he can to win that final. And, well, he won the GP, he won the Grand Prix here back in August. And that was the first major event of the season. And he beat Macaulay Bishop on that day. Psychologically, that puts Nathan in a very good frame of mind tonight. And you know the rest of the field. I mean, there's battles going on for the remaining top 5 positions, but all to play for tomorrow. Just to remind you that there are currently, so this is the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship for Cadet. There is a British Championship for Cadet Honda, but traditionally that has not been a British title. It's only been called a British title in the last couple of years. It was formerly known as an ABKC title. The British title was always decided in this class that we've just seen, and there are currently 3 Formula 1 drivers that have won this title that Macaulay Bishop and Nathan Ty are. In fact, no, Lando Norris came 3rd, So, you know, 1/4, 4, 8, 12, no, 1/5 of the current Formula One grid have finished in the top 3 in that championship. That is how prestigious it is, and that is how good you've got to be to win it. And who has just won that race is Nathan Ty.
Very much, Henry. Yes, down in the paddock. I had Nathan Ty behind me. He's just run off. Nathan. Come on. Oh, an exciting final that was. You had to work hard in that, didn't you?
Yeah, it was an amazing race. We started second and got a really good start and took the lead. And then from there, we, at one point we were down in like 4th or 5th. And then we managed to get with Ethan, Jeff Hall, and we pushed back to the front, pushed for the rest of it, and then we got a bit of a gap. And then I saw a few raindrops on my helmets. I thought, be a bit more careful, and we managed to get the win in the end, nice and smooth.
Henry in the commentary box put it perfectly. You went from the race leader to the guinea pig at the end of that race, didn't you? Understanding where the grip was on the track, because that rain, it came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, I just turned for one, at the start, first bridge was fine, and then I went to the top corner, turned left, I was like, it's sliding a bit now, so for the right, I did it the same. So I thought, you know, I'm going to try and go wide for the hairpin, and there's more grip than the inside, so I knew it was raining, and then just stuck to the wet line, which is fast.
Well, no, it's excellent stuff. Obviously, in terms of the championship points, that puts you incredibly close now going into tomorrow. It must be exciting ending this one.
Yeah, I know it's going to come down to the last race, so hopefully we can get a good start tomorrow, keep the pace, and finish with a strong ending.
Well, excellent stuff. Again, congratulations on the race win on this one, and yeah, best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Spot on. Well, again, an excellent final there with drama with the rain as well. 2 more finals to go. Back to you, Henry.
Yes, indeed. The penultimate final of the day. We've got heats to come after the final for the other classes, but it's going to be Senior X30, Danny Curl. Champion-elect in this class starts from pole position alongside last year's runner-up Thomas Turner. Harry Platten and Lewis Gilbert racing for Potenza Racing Engines, not Strawberry, as I incorrectly said earlier. Lewis starts from 4th on the grid, the darling of Dalray. Rory Hudson and Oliver Greetham go on row 3, Oliver Greetham having his best round in the British Championship by a long way. Alex Pendlebury and the driver at the start of the day, 2nd in the Championship, Gus Lawrence, starts 8th. Matt Armstrong and Archie Tillett round out the top 10 with Morgan Porter and Mansell Raceway winner Clayton Ravenscroft in P12. Caden McQueen started stone last for the heats. He's worked his way up to 13th on the grid for this race alongside Joseph Taylor. Oliver Gray and Nelson King start on row 8. Thomas Fleming and Jamie Rogers, his best performance since moving to Cato Motorsport, on row number 9. Rory Cuff and Connor Jupp round out the top 20 with Blake Anglis and Ben Hodge on row 11. Ewan Wilson and Tyler Reid, they both had troubles in the heats. They start on row number 12. Brad Pennell and Caleb Marshall on row 13. Matthew Reese and Thomas Wood on row 14. Eduardo Cosateng and Tom Nippers are on row 15. Row 16 is Chris Bingham and Dan McEwen, and Benedict Davis and Kaspar Skuza round out a capacity 34 strong grid. So, another 12 minutes. Now, Danny Curl is, well, I don't know for certain, but I'm sure at the end of this race, Danny Curl's job will be almost, and he came into this round with a commanding lead, certainly a bigger lead than Vinnie Phillips had in Mini X30, sorry. And Danny Curl he's got maximum points in the heats. Gus Lawrence has not done as well as he would have liked to. He's mired back in 8th place, which is a real surprise. Gus races for the Paul Fletcher International Race Team, which is based here at the circuit, and for some reason this weekend has not gone quite according to plan. But that was 2 finals down. Now, again, at the end of the finals, and there was a couple of queries on the live chat about, are we covering the Bambino racing today? Well, yes, we are. The Bambinos have a heat, as the TKMs. We didn't cover timed qualifying for the Bambinos because we don't cover qualifying for any of the classes. So we did another feature instead, talking to the Bambinos about how to get into the sport. But yes, to the person that was somewhat perturbed by the lack of Bambino timed qualifying, we're going to make up with that by broadcasting, as always, here we do at Alpha, all the racing for the Bambinos, heats and finals. Now, Anthony Jordan, you're back.
I am.
And yes, Nathan Ty looking confident, but 4 points in it with 1 day to go. Here come the senior X30s. Yeah, what a calming way to get you back into things. Now, the rain has stopped again.
It has.
I am looking out of the safe and true window to say that everyone's on slick tyres.
Yeah, the track is completely dry.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
There's no water out there. It was a passing spray.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
It sprayed, it came, it sprayed, it left.
Sounds like a curry that I had once.
Oh, goodness me. Excellent. Excellent.
How was your lunch, by the way? No, I'm joking. Right, here we go. There we are. Right, on with the show, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Curl. 2 British titles to his name in this class. He has won British titles in several other classes of car, all the way back to his days as junior TKM driver. And, you know, can he make it 3 senior X30 British titles? It looks very much like he can. And but not to say that this race won't be exciting, because Thomas Turner hasn't won a race all year. He's now into the Strawberry Racing team for the first time. And I have to say that you're looking there that we've got 3 different engine tuners. Make that 4 different engine tuners in the first 3 rows of the grid. We got the IAME Cadet engine tune, we got Grice tuning, we got Potenza,
we've got
a race start, cream engines. Here we go, lights out, away we go. There's Oliver Greetham getting Greetham and his Weetabix this morning. I'm not quite sure why Alex Short in the S8 races he's been feeding him, but he's having a monster weekend at the moment.
He was definitely caught short there as well, wasn't he? So
well, he dived to the inside. He's lost a couple of places there. And look at the door handling going on through there. Onto the bridge, 34 karts somehow make it off the bridge. Oh, bravo, lads. Diane, well done.
Oh, we still got hairpin 1 yet to go.
Yes.
And hairpin 2. Under braking.
Oh, this is going to get squeezed. That's going to get very tight on the exit. Somebody goes grass tracking.
Still do it, though. They all get through.
I'm making noises because
you've stopped commentating. You started squeaking and making noises. Oh, are we going to make it into the S's? Yes, we do. Again, there was a bit of jostling there in the background. You could see the number 4 there getting very feisty. That's Gus Lawrence.
Oh, he waited. He got something backwards in the tyres. But out again. That is one of the Mick Barrett racing karts. That is the number 41 of Rory Cuff.
It is Rory Cuff.
But he's in the race, and going into the Fullerton S's, it was Caden McQueen having a real dive at Oliver Greetham. And Oliver Greetham saying no.
No.
Just like that.
Yeah,
nope.
Just like that. Nope.
Nope.
That was it. I thought there was going to be a rest of that.
No, nope.
Oh, there we go. That's the end of lap 1 then, and relatively calm than what we've seen for the senior X30s. Bar one incident, but the rest of the field sliding through the order. So, Kel leading the way. There is Platten in 2nd place as well. Thomas Turner in 3rd with a number 2 plate, holding strong as well. For company behind, he's got Rory Hudson as well for Dan Holland Racing up 1 position. Archie Tillett, great start, up into P5, up 5 spots from 10th. So a great effort from him as they exit out of the Fullerton S's, down the back straight, in towards Bobby Game Corner, and then Mike Wilson Complex again, which is a very complex section of track. Very fast, very sticky with rubber, and the last time I went for a walk around there, yeah, my shoes came off.
Lost the shoe, yes. It's incredible the amount of rubber that gets laid down on this circuit, especially when there's no rain. There's a change of 2nd place. Thomas Turner moves up into P2. Now, a quick recap. The opening round of the championship in this class at Rowrah, Callum Bradshaw won it. Then Callum was signed by the Works Tony Kart team to drive in Europe. So he's left the championship. He's now got a factory kart drive, which is what all these drivers aim, they aim for. So that is Bradshaw won the opening round. Danny Curl won round 2, also at Rowrah. Then we moved on to round 3 at Kimbolton. Danny Curl won again. Clayton Ravenscroft won last time out at Mansell Raceway. Thomas Turner takes the lead, but Clayton Ravenscroft didn't join the championship until round 3, so he's not a factor.
Yep.
So we've had 3 different winners. Danny Curl's the only double winner, but the 2 other drivers that have won races haven't in the full season. So Danny Curl has been by far and away the most consistent driver of all. Thomas Turner, he is trying to salvage something from this season. He was the British Open champion, the O-Plate winner, and he was also last year's championship runner-up, but he comes into today 7th in the point standings. It's not been a great year for him so far.
No, it's not, but it's been a great weekend for him, and he is leading the way at the moment. Danny Curl under pressure as well, and under pressure indeed, as Platten goes down the inside of the Turn 2 banking, takes 2nd place, and now under pressure from Rory Hudson behind.
Now, you just look at, for the drivers they're watching, you just look at the way Danny's driving style compared to the other drivers. a lot of drivers, they lean out of the corner. A lot of drivers are very straight. Danny Curl leans in to every single corner. He moves around. It's a very, very unique driving style. There he goes in there. You can see Rory Hudson, who's following him. He is the more traditional driving style, straight back, arms low on the steering wheel. Danny Curl, hunched back, arms much higher on the steering wheel, but he doesn't hack the kart into the corner. He just eases the kart into each corner. It's a very, very fine way of redistributing weight in the kart that he uses. Platten, though, leads this race. Harry Platten, if there's going to be a new race winner, it's that driver in kart number 14 for me anyway, because he's been superb the second half of the season. Yeah. Thomas Turner, meanwhile, he has got the bits between his teeth.
He has indeed. Well, they enter again the banking, a warning flag out to the 42 of Caden McQueen.
I think that he had one little go at Oliver Greetham, and Oliver Greetham went, nope. And then he went another go at Oliver Greetham, and Oliver Greetham went, nope, again, and Caden McQueen went, okay. That was it.
And
there we go.
Yes,
there we are. That I think that what might have occurred.
Well, that sums up most races, doesn't it? 7.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race, 58.96, and that is from Ewan Wilson, the number 12, 23rd place at the moment, at the back of this big pack. So we've got one big pack from 1st to 6th, and then from 7th to 23rd is another big pack, and there's contact there.
That's Joseph Taylor that's going to hit the barriers. Let's make that 7th to 22nd.
Yes.
Taylor up and out of the kart. That's the Argenti Motorsport kart, and he's back in. Is she going to go? Is she going to go? She don't go. And I think they're now backing up behind. So Oliver Greetham, who had such a strong start in the final, maybe that kart isn't as quick as he would like it to be, because again, he's like the cork in the bottle at the moment. There's a couple more drivers have gone past there. That's Matt Armstrong has gone past him. I think that would be now. That's Jamie Rogers. Well, Jamie Rogers in kart number 69. He's moved to the Cato Motorsport team now, and he's having a storming run. He is by far and away the best placed rookie. He's up at the 13th position. Great stuff from Jamie Rogers.
Yep, fantastic effort from the young driver. So
yeah, and it's his first. So he's a rookie, and he's got Matt Armstrong, who finished 9th in this championship last year. There goes Oliver Greetham. He's an experienced driver, is Greetham. He's done a lot of time, and that looks like the number 35 kart of Connor Jupp. Connor Jupp is the Fusion Motorsport team in Senior X30, moving over to the Charles Leclerc chassis, and just taking a little bit of time. I was saying that the Fusion team are a little bit further down the order. Oliver Graves joined them as well. A little bit further down than normal, but again, there's a new chassis for them, and they are just getting used to it by the looks of it. And Jeppy is now he's like, I'm used to it, I'm going to go for a move now, and he does.
He does indeed. Caden McQueen then, fastest lap of the race, 58.890. Caden McQueen currently running in 7th place at the moment in the number 42. We're looking here at the 2, the 14 and the 1.
Curl.
The leaders, and Curl down the inside.
The P2 behind kart 2. And, so Thomas Turner continues to lead. Yeah, Caden McQueen you were mentioning there, he's started each heat stone last. He's worked his way up, and now he's within sight of the leaders. The question is, how much do they battle? And let's see one of our junior Rotax drivers from the British Kart Championship, Jez Williams, who's in lockdown in Wales, watching. He's cheering on Rory Hudson, who's in 4th place in kart number 5 for the Dan Holland Racing team. Good shot there. Curl right on top. Now Curl's, he's not pushing him. He's just right there, and there he goes.
Now he isn't right there. He's in front of him there. So there we go. Yeah, Curl taking the lead again. 7 laps down. We're on lap 8. 4.5 minutes to go. Curl run wide. That's going to allow potentially Turner to have a look down the inside here at hairpin 1. No, it allows Blatten to have a look down the inside at hairpin 1 and demotes Thomas Turner down a couple of positions, because as well, Rory Hudson comes through as well.
So he's got the bit between his teeth.
That's massively shaken up the field. Now the 30 going down the inside as well.
Lewis Gilbert
gets that done as well. So that just shows you how competitive the Senior X30 grid is. And down the inside, again, the 30s then tries to take the number 5 with him, but can't quite do it there. Stays behind. But again, yeah, that just shows you how close this field is, because if you try to go for a move there, you can lose then 4 positions.
Exactly, and playing them, I just noticed that, Oliver Greetham's fine day ends in the barriers. That is, now, I'm not a psychic, but somebody was going at the inside of him. Oliver Greetham closed the door. they hit Ola Greetham, spun backwards and whacked with the left side first into the tyre barriers there. That is what happened, I'm sure of it. Now, coming into the play is kart number 6, Archie Tillett, as well as kart number 63, Oliver Gray, and kart 42, Caden McQueen. So Tillett in kart 6, leading the PF International team this weekend. Gus Lawrence is down in 10th place. You can see with the back of the shot there. But let me remind you that Archie Tillett ended the Mansell Raceway event by vaulting over one of the barriers, getting thrown out of his kart and landing flat on the track, the middle of the track, with the kart on him. And if it wasn't for Morgan Porter and Tyler Reid jumping to his sort of rescue, I think Sam Hawthorne was there as well. Archie was okay. He was very, very sore, bumped and battered and bruised, but otherwise fine. Meanwhile, up at the front, it's Harry Platten chasing Danny Curl. They've got a bit of clean air between themselves. New third place, the darling of Dalray, Lewis Gilbert in kart number 30, and Thomas Turner in kart number 2, looking at the inside. Will he make the move stick? Yes, he does. Hudson is next. Then it is Tillett, Gray, McQueen, Porter, Lawrence, Nelson King, Jamie Rogers up to 12th. Brilliant drive from Jamie. Pendlebury, Jupp, Ravenscroft to top 15. And the rest. We still have, Tyler Reid has sadly retired. And he's the, Tyler Reid has retired. I think Matthew Reese has also retired, the premium karting number 53. Oliver Greetham has carried on going. And Joseph Taylor, we saw have an incident earlier on. 2 minutes to go, Anthony. Should we call the points to the screen?
I think we need to have a quick check. Just a little recap for the folks at home of what's happening in terms of championship points. Curl leading the way, with Platten very close behind at the moment. But who is leading in the championships, please? There they are as well, Danny Curl. So, leading by a fair dinkum.
Oh, yeah. So Danny Curl's won this. There goes Caden McQueen at the inside. But look, so green means a driver has gained a place in this race. Red means a driver has lost a place. So look at all that turnaround. Sean Butcher Intense not here. But apart from, 6 out of the top 10 drivers have gained or lost a place in the championship in this race alone. Platten is looking to try and get second place. And there is only 3 points in himself and Rory Hudson for the number 2 plate in the country. Platten leads the race by 1/10 of a second.
He does indeed. So across the line, 1 minute to go. They'll get potentially another 2 laps in after this one, because there's plenty of action still to come. So as they head through now, up the banking, over the bridge, still Platten from Curl, right nose to tail as they come down the hill in towards hairpin number 1 into the tricky braking zone. It looked like Platten had gone slightly wide there, and it looked like potentially that Curl tried to get that move. Here's a look further back. The number 2, Thomas Turner, still in front of Lewis Gilbert, who are keeping them at bay. They're on the same chassis. They're the same team, aren't they, for this one?
No.
They're on the same chassis.
Mummy Gilbert messaged me to say that he's running on a Tony kart, but it's not with Strawberry engines. He's racing for Potenza Racing engines, which is where Lewis Gilbert works.
I
so
see.
it's the Potenza Racing team. Potenza Racing, who guided Jack Constable through karting, and of course Jack Constable made his British touring car debut as well this year. Just for those what are interested. Meanwhile, the clock. You can see it on the screen there. They crossed the line with 3 seconds to go. So we're now in the penultimate lap. Gus Lawrence losing ground in the championship as well. Lawrence at the moment in kart 4 is down to 10th. And what has happened to Jamie Rogers? He's dropped to 15th place. Here's the battle. It's a head-to-head battle. Can the champion-elect Danny Curl take his 3rd win of the season? Or can one of this class's young guns, Harry Platten, hold him off? The answer, well, not right now. Clock strikes 0. Platten is going to have to pass the triple Senior Xfinity British champion if he wants to earn his race win. Here we go.
Round into the final section of corners now. Like we say, timer is on to 0. And this is last lap to go then as they come out of the final corner back onto the start-finish straight. The bell rings. And it's time to get the action. They've got a big gap to the guys behind, so it's pretty much free reign of what's going to happen here. Platten looks to line himself up here on the outside line. Is he going to try and get the switch back here as they go up the hill in towards turn number 3? No, it has to go the long way round. Again, trying to cover that outside line now as they come down the hill Again, looking over the shoulder. Big look over the shoulder. That's the wrong way. You need to be looking in forward here, Danny Curl.
Here comes Platten on the outside. Oh, he gets his
that nose cone.
Oh, he gets his nose cone hooked. Oh, has that. Then Curl looking back. Curl defending. He's going to try and win this one from the front. He's not going to give Harry his win. Harry's going to have to earn it. And again, now Harry to the inside. Platten with help from Thomas Turner. No. Platten has to now hold off. So that is it for Danny Curl. I think Danny Curl's won this race. Platten now has to defend second place from Turner, from Gilbert, and from Oliver Gray. What a debut for Fusion Motorsport for Oliver Gray as they come out of there. So, Danny Curl, ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing karting greatness. Danny Curl takes his third British Senior X30 title, and he has never been off the podium in any final this year. In fact, he has not scored lower than third in any of the available point scoring portions this season. He has been first, second or third in every heat, final or point scoring pre-final that we have had in 2020. That is how you become a British champion. Danny Curl for the Jade Racing team, who have used that Birrell ART chassis. So the 2017 World Karting Champion becomes 2020 triple British kart champion in Senior X30 by 0.2 of a second over Harry Platten in the final here today at PFI. There's a look at the rest of the results. Thomas Turner and Lewis Gilbert third and fourth. Oliver Gray fifth. Caden McQueen sixth from 34th on the grid in the heats. Rory Hudson 7th. Morgan Porter, Gus Lawrence and Archie Tillett round out the top 10. Then it's Clayton Ravenscroft, Connor Jupp, and the best result of the season so far for Jamie Rogers in 13th place. Alex Pendlebury and Ewan Wilson round out the top 15. Very good racing, and it's great to see champions, because in karting, you don't have to, once you become a champion, you don't have to necessarily enter the next bunch of races, you know, because if you get excluded, you have to count that 0 point score. Whereas if you don't race, you score 0 points, but you can count that as one of your dropped scores. But it is great to see that twice now. We have seen two British champions crowned, Vinnie Phillips and Danny Curl, and both have won it from the front, racing hard, inches apart from their rivals like they've done all year. That is really good to see. And Anthony Jordan is on his way down to the black tent you can see on your screen there that says Trent Valley. It's got Kart Club on the back of it. So underneath there, Danny Curl will be getting out of his kart, having gone through the weighbridge. He'll be speaking to the scrutineers, and the scrutineers will be telling him what they want off their kart to check for legalities, as they do at the end of every race. And then, once he's taking his race suit, once he's taking his rib protector off, and he's taking his helmet off and put his mask on, he's going to have Anthony Jordan shoving a microphone up his nose, which would be lovely. But that is the Senior X30 final for today. Now, we have to wait to see, will Danny Curl go out tomorrow? Will he not? We'll have to see. The same for Vinnie Phillips. Will the Motorsport UK permit them to wear the #1 plate? I do not know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe even a ceremonial lap for photographic purposes. We've got one final remaining, and again, Junior X30, that isn't going to be decided today, so that is going to go down to the wire. But in Senior X30, Danny Curl, British champion, and he is down, waiting in Parc Fermé to speak to Anthony Jordan.
Oh, thank you very much, Henry. Again, down in the paddock area. Danny, well, again, 2020, another win, another championship as well. We can't seem to get you off the podium, can we?
I think we've done the bunch before the race. We can make it a bit early, but
So, a few little audio issues there. Danny, we'll come back to that. But you can see that I wonder if DJ forgot to turn the microphone on. Maybe, but we'll come back to that very shortly. But I mean, you can see Danny Curl obviously very, very happy and pleased with that result. And the next race, and again, a full grid of Junior X30s, and we started the day with 36 drivers. We haven't had a repechage and we got 34. So 2 drivers at the end of the heats didn't qualify for the final. And now let's have a go. Maybe DJ has pressed the on button for the microphone, and we will see if we can hear from Danny Curl.
Awesome. Again, sorry about that, Danny. Back with you again. A little issue there, but no. Again, fantastic effort. You can keep that number 1 on the kart. It looks good on the kart. It looks good on the podium as well. But yeah, again, a fantastic weekend, a fantastic round.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, this round's gone to plan. 2 wins in the heats and then a win in the final. Couldn't be much better. So yeah, yeah, like I was saying, a massive thank you to the J Karts, Jade Engines and Birul ART for an amazing job all year once again.
Yeah, no, fantastic, and yeah, we've still got the racing tomorrow as well. It's just going to be kind of enjoy it, have a fun day, and yeah, it's going to be a fantastic one for you.
Yeah, we'll have a fun day out tomorrow. Hopefully after this year, we'll chance to see a few more drivers that are showing some interest in the product and our team, which I think has shown its process over the last couple of years. And yeah, right, we'll go again, see what happens next year. But thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Well, again, a fantastic end to the Senior X30, Junior X30. Their final is up next.
Well, 2 really good bits of news there. Number 1, that Danny Curl will be out tomorrow. And number 2, Danny Curl's going to defend this title next year. On to Junior X30. Joshua Rowledge, second in the point standing, starts from pole position alongside Luke Watts. Aaron Walker, the GP plate holder, and Sam Heading start from row 2. Championship leader Bart Harrison and Darrell Taylor start on row number 3. Matthew Higgins and another championship contender Oliver Greenall start from row number 4. Freddie Spinlow and Lewis Mackey are on row 5. Marcus Luzio and Brandon Carr round out row number 6. Connor Clifford and Sam Shaw are on row 7. Mikai Singh and Aidan Lynn are on row 8. Row 9, Alex Moody and Archie Walker. Archie now driving for the KR Sport team. Harvey Ryby and Mitchell Gibbons round out the top 20 with Oscar Joyce and Jessica Edgar on row 11. Charlie Rippin and Brandon Templeton are on row number 12. Row 13, Kanato Lee and Reese Newburn. Row 14, Alicia Barrett and Oliver Stewart. Row 15, Louis Johnson-Cool and Finley McKee. And the final 2 rows of the grid will see Adam Hayes, Hayden Chance, Harry Cottrell and Harry Burgoyne Jr. Podium last time out for Harry Burgoyne. He just scrapes into the final this time. And a quick look at the entry list tells me that sadly, and of course this is unofficial, sadly, Michael Rapsey has failed to qualify for this race, and also Jack Sherwood. They are the 2 drivers that did not qualify for this race. Now, of course, they get to go again tomorrow. That's the joy of having a double-header weekend. They get to race again tomorrow, but they are not in this one. And the championship standings coming into this event, we had, coming into this race rather, Bart Harrison and Josh Rowledge first and second. Luke Watts was third, Darrell Taylor fourth, Sam Shaw fifth, Oliver Greenall started the day 8th, is now 6th, but he's in drop scores. He moves up a little bit further during the course of the race. As always, we will keep you updated with the championship standings as they update themselves. And you saw, especially the Cadet IAME race, as the drivers changed positions, you saw Nathan Tye getting close to Macaulay Bishop, and then at one point Macaulay Bishop pulled away, and then eventually Nathan Tye won the race and reduced his championship deficit to Macaulay Bishop to just 4 points. Now, this is the last of the finals today for Junior X30, but it isn't the last race of the day, because at the end of this race, the live stream here at Alpha Live will bring you the opening heat race from Bambino's, the opening heat race for Junior TKM, and the opening heat race for TKM Extreme. They have got just 1 round over the course of this weekend, so they are starting their heats today, and then they've got more heats, pre-finals, and their finals tomorrow as well. And of course, for all the IAME classes, they have also got their heats, pre-finals and finals tomorrow as well. It's going to be a very, very busy day of racing tomorrow. It's been a very, very busy day of racing today, hasn't it, Anthony Jordan, who is catching his breath after his third sprint the length of the paddock. I'm glad you volunteered for this job.
I know. I don't usually do my steps on a race weekend in commentary box, but I definitely am this weekend.
Yeah, I do my steps, but that's because I pace the commentary box normally. I'm being quite sedate at the moment and just taking advantage of the hospitality here at PF International and the chairs they have so kindly provided for us.
They are good chairs. A little bit squeaky, but they're good.
A bit of WD-40 wouldn't go amiss.
A bit of WD-40. Green flag comes out then. Junior X30 roars underway.
Yes. And so Josh Rowledge will just be looking to just maintain this top spot. You know, Bart Harrison has been on good form. He qualified badly, but the heat race is there, and there is. I was going to say I thought there might have been a bit of precipitation in the air, but there isn't. But the clouds are very low, and there are some more grey clouds looming in. I'm not convinced, Anthony, that we have seen the last of the inclement weather so far.
Well, I thought it had started spitting slightly at the end of the Senior X30 race as well.
Oh, it's a rude habit. You shouldn't do it,
especially
this current time in climate.
I know. So we didn't see any rain, but like Henry says, there is dark clouds looming in the air. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one as the Junior X30 final, race 13 of the day, progresses. So they make their way round the last couple of corners. Everyone gets themselves lined up, as you can see. For Rowledge, Luke Watts starting on the front row. You can see them there. We had excellent races earlier on. Hopefully we get some excellent races again today. You can see Bart Harrison just in the background there, the 77, leading the championship currently, wanting to capitalise in this final. Into the tram lines, and it is green flag, and we're underway racing for the final for the Junior X30. Race 13 of the day, in towards turn number 1, 2 and 3. All getting around nice and clean. A little bit of side-by-side action, but everyone staying in formation. We then head across the bridge. Oh no, there's a spin. The 35 goes round, and that is the 35 of Connor Jupp for Fusion Motorsport.
No,
that's Finley McKee. Sorry, I was looking at Senior.
I should have changed your piece of paper.
You should. It is Finley McKee. Yes,
and there's more carnage. There's a premium karting cart off the side of the road there, coming to the second hairpin, and but Josh Rowledge. Now I think everyone has just about managed to say that at the start of the race, Luke Watts tried to come across on the pole man, but just couldn't. And he almost got spat out there because it was a great start from Aaron Walker. Now, just a couple of points of order. Nobody else has missed the Bambino race. That's coming next at the end of this one. But at the end of lap number 1, it is Aaron Walker who now takes the lead. Walker has the advantage. Over the bridge. Down. And Rowledge trying to come back at Walker. And look at Bart Harrison. Bart Harrison has played himself into this lead group. He's in 4th place. Watts to the inside, following Rowledge through. Rowledge takes the race lead. And look at that. He stops that number 10 car on a dime and gets it turned into the corner. And now Harrison, the championship leader, is getting forced wide. Higgins goes through. Sam Heading is also there wheel to wheel with the championship leader, but Harrison touched it out on the outside, and now Heading has to defend from the encroaching KR Sports number 60 of Fast Freddie Spindlow, who makes his intentions known and picks him a place with Oliver Greenall in 9th, trying to make his way up the order as well. I think Oliver may have had a post-race penalty in one of the heats for a jump start, possibly. Let's have a little look.
You check that, Henry. You check through your paperwork and see if there is anything underneath that. Under 10 minutes to go. 2 laps completed. We're on lap 3 at the moment, and it is still Joshua Rowledge leading the way for Mick Barrett Racing. You can just see there, under pressure still, Luke Watts, Aaron Walker, the GP plate. I say under pressure. The pressure has betwanged, and the pressure has been released.
That's a great word. I love a good patwanging, and oh dearie me, I love a good clumping as well. And Aaron Walker just give the rear bumper of Luke Watts a bit of a clumping. So there was a patwanging in turn 1 and a clumping in turn 7.
There we go. All sorts of betwanging and clumping going through, but now it seems to have ceased, and the drivers back into a single file piece of action. 9 minutes remaining on the timer then, and down the inside goes the number 10 of Joshua Rowledge, again moving back up into second place. 37 of Luke Watts leading the way. I think his transponder is not clocked up. Oh, there it is. It's now responded to it, so there we go. His transponder's a little behind.
Now, my research has confirmed my suspicions,
Wow,
Mr. Jordan.
Yes, suspicions?
My suspicions were that in one of the heat races, Oliver Greenall won the race, but then had a nose cone penalty, which dropped him to 12th.
Inspector Clouseau on the case.
Yes, oui.
I
know, I've just been nice. And there goes Rowledge up to second. And walk back to it again. Classic karting move. I'm going to overtake you, but then I'm going to say, now, come on, think. You don't really want to pass me back, do you? And Aaron Walker goes, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And he does.
Gets it done and back into single file. Once again, 8 minutes left on the clock. They all dive through then, the Fullerton S's. Someone quite off far in the background there, just going around hairpin 1, recovering away as they head round again through Mike Wilson Complex. Through this very twisty section. The direction change that they have to go through on there looks savage on the all preloaded on the right hand side, and then all of a sudden to the left.
Yes, yeah, and you've got to get it right. And I have seen people do try and dive up the inside. I've seen more often than not it doesn't work. Occasionally, though, it can. Now, Luke Watts, let's look at his form so far this season. Round 1 at Rowrah, he finished 4th in the final. Round 2 at Rowrah, another 4th place. Round 3 at Kim Bolton, he dropped down to 11th in the final, and then last time
down
out,
the inside, green wide there, and the rest of the field go through. It was one of the Chaos Sport carts that's come through. It is.
Freddie's got on a mad one.
Freddie Spindlow there, nicely done. Moves up into second place, I believe that is. Yes, moves up into second. Rest of the field now jostling for position just behind. Everyone clouting the curbs there as they go through the Fullerton S's. And then down the back straight now, one long train of karts. The timing system can't even put them against each other. They're all in one big group.
Yes, and as you can say, Luke Watts finished 7th last time. So Luke Watts hasn't even been on the podium yet this year. 2 4ths, a 7th and 11th in the 4 finals so far. He now leads, and he's out of lunge range officially, and Josh Rowledge is going to have to work very hard. No, and that's not Rowledge, that is Bart Harrison. That is our championship leader, Bart Harrison, who's now moved up into second position at the expense of Spindlow. There was a whole schmozzle a lap ago at the hairpin.
That's a good word.
Oh, thank you. And Harrison capitalised and moved up. Rowledge has gone backwards, and there's Oliver Greenall making his presence felt as well. So Greenall thinks he's still got a shot at this title, and who's to argue with him when he's on this kind of form? He started 10th, he's already now up into 5th position, looking to pass Spindler for 4th, but crucially, he's ahead of one of his 2 championship rivals, and that is the number 10 kart of Josh Rowledge, who was leading it, but has now faded back to 7th place. But it's all right, because there's only 1.6 seconds separating the top 7.
No, very true indeed. Any mistake, and it's you gain multiple positions. A warning flag did just go out to Aaron Walker, the GP plate. Not sure what for, but yeah, again, just a warning. Oh no, there's someone with some facing the wrong way and with some NASA panel damage there.
That looked like Harry Burgoyne Jr. It has not been his weekend so far.
68.
The Oliver Rowland Motorsport driver, so good at first ever podium at Mansell Raceway, and now he is down at the back of the grid. In fact, Connor Clifford has retired. Alicia Barrett has also retired. I think that she is a bit wounded myself. She has also retired, and Harry Burgoyne Jr. could be the next retiree. But that's at the back of the field. Half distance, and I've always wanted to do this. I want to summon the points. It's like summoning the dove from above in Shooting Stars, but I'm going to say, what are the scores? George Dawes. Oh, okay, like I said, that's this. I've been watching Shooting Stars replays since 1996. I've been waiting nearly a quarter of a century to do that, and you ruined it. Absolutely ruined it. I'm going home. I'll try again. What are the scores? George Dawes.
Oh. No. 4.5 minutes remaining. Henry's now sobbing in a corner in a ball, and Luke Watts is still leading the way. Bart Harrison, though, hot on the heels, and we've got a group of 3 for the race lead. Luke Watts, Bart Harrison, Aaron Walker, and Aaron Walker in dangerous waters with already a warning for his plate. at the moment in this race.
Here comes Bart Harrison. So Harrison, the champion, but he hasn't won a race he hasn't won a final this year. Is today the day? In fact, looking at the top three now, none of these three drivers have won a final this year. We've had Josh Rowledge win a final. We have had Darrell Taylor win a final. We've had Oliver Greenall win 2 finals, and now Harrison, Watts or Walker staking their claim for their first final win. Harrison leads. Everyone wants to be a champion. Here we go. Walker takes the lead. Walker takes the lead. Watts follows him through. This is getting really, really good, Anthony.
It is.
As you can see now, more and more people coming into play. You know, we're not having lots of like really massive defensive manoeuvres, but as they chop and change, it's literally like the sharks are circling. And Watts takes the lead. This is like 3 lead changes in the last lap.
It is, yeah, very spicy between these drivers
4.
again, and another, yeah. You start counting them. While you're counting them, what's the scores, George?
It works for you. You didn't even get the catchphrase right. That is so not fair. You didn't even get the catchphrase right, and you've got the points on the screen. Harrison leads the point standings by 9 from Josh Rowledge as things happen, but Harrison is in a real scrap. Rowledge has gone past him. He's in 4th place and scrapping to stay in the 4th place. The lead at the moment is 9 points in it between Harrison and Rowledge. Walker is 3rd. Greenall is down to 5th, I think, and Watts is 4th. It's a head-to-head fight between one of these 2 Mick Barrett Racing drivers for the Junior X30 title. It's not going to be started today. Harrison now leads by just 2 points because Bart Harrison has dropped to 4th in the race. Rowledge is up to 3rd. It is wheel to wheel. Now, could this be a change of championship leaders? Greenall and Spindlow go through. But of course, Bart Harrison can now drop this round. It's down to Rowledge, really. Rowledge to pass and pick up a place or 2. And it can happen. 2 minutes to go. At the moment, Walker leads Luke Watts by 1/10 of a second. There's squabbling going on for the Fullerton S's. There's a gap of 7/10 of a second back to Josh Rowledge in 3rd. And another half a second back to Bart Harrison. Who's down to 6th now. Greenall is in 4th. Spindlow 5th. And then Harrison in 6th. Lucio, Taylor, Lynn and Archie Walker round out your top 10.
The championship standings just changed there as well.
Yeah, now Josh Rowledge leads the points table. So Rowledge picked up a place. He is now running 3rd on the road. Harrison is down to 6th, and Josh Rowledge leads the championship. It's changed just this lap.
Well, that's drama all the way through this. Less than 90 seconds left on the clock then as we see this championship fluctuating in terms of the points. There's nothing between it as we go into the next round, the final round of the championship tomorrow. And of course, this is the final for today. There will be, of course, trophies and presentations for this one. I think that will be done tomorrow. But of course, the points are the crucial thing that these drivers are there, and that's an issue for someone, I think. That's who is that? That's gone up to 25.
Yeah, that's the 25. That's the Mick Barrett Racing Kart of Brandon Carr.
Yeah, he's gone off the track. He's had an off-track excursion.
He's done really. He's looking towards next year. Now, Brandon's bounced around a little bit this year in terms of teams, and he's run as a privateer for a little while. He's just joined the Mick Barrett Racing team with a view to doing it, for a full season next year, and he's getting himself better. He's done well, and there was a little mistake there. He'll fight back, and he's going to be on form tomorrow because, of course, this is just the halfway point of the weekend. Greenall, new fastest lap. So, 30 seconds to go. Aaron Walker leads Luke Watts by virtually nothing.
Well, it is nothing.
It is nothing. It's 0.01 of a second.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's it's something.
Definition of
it's something.
Something. Yeah.
Hey, do you know what this argument? Do you know what this argument is?
Something.
Something or nothing. There we go. And 3rd place, Josh Rowledge is in 3rd place now. Rowledge again. At the moment, lead the championship. That man there on your screen with the St George's cross on the top of his crash helmet, number 77, Bart Harrison. He is the man currently under pressure. He had the championship lead coming into today. He had the championship lead in this race. Now he's lost it, but only by 2 points. Rowledge looks over his shoulder. Harrison's got to get his head down. Final lap starts. Bart Harrison's championship, whoever's going to lead this championship going into the final round tomorrow is going to be decided on this lap. Rowledge closing in though as Walker and starts to friend from Luke Watts down the hill for the final time. Can Aaron Walker or Luke Watts take their first British Championship race final victory in the next 3/4 of a lap, or will Rowledge get them both?
Oh, Rowledge is great move there around the inside of hairpin number 1. Get the switchback. Can't quite do it here.
Greenall.
Now the 64 Greenall gets in. Now we're 3 wide as we go into the braking zone of the S's.
Whoa.
And everyone gets through. The GP plate stumbling down the positions. A yellow flag goes out in that section as well. Was that a yellow flag out for something that potentially was about to happen?
Here comes Harrison. Here comes Harrison.
Oh,
Spindlow.
no.
Spindlow spins in front of the championship leader, in front of Harrison, and Harrison took a hell of a knock there at the front of his nose. I hope his nose cone hasn't been dropped. But Spindlow, he collided with Rowledge, and he then got collected by Harrison. The checkered flag has come out. Aaron Walker wins his first final of the season by half a second over Luke Watts.
It says on our timing screen, Luke
hang on.
Watts takes it. The 42
There's the number 42 off the track. That's Harry Cottrell. Hang on a moment. Walker is down in 5th position on that there. What happened? Am I blind? Did I miss something?
No, I think that sounds about right. I think Walker was in 5th. He dropped through the Fullerton S's. Then it all kicked off through turn 8 as well into the Mike Wilson complex. And I think, he did drop a few positions. Yeah, there it is, 5th place.
I do apologise. Sorry, Luke Watts takes his first win. Luke Watts takes the win. Greenall second. He was making the move. Rowledge third. I was getting all caught up with that incident between Spindlow, Rowledge and Harrison. So Watts takes the win. Apologies. So first win for Cato Motorsport and Luke Watts this year. Oliver Greenall second. Is that enough to keep him in championship contention? We'll see. Josh Rowledge is third. Bart Harrison is fourth. Now, I think that is enough to keep Harrison in the points lead. He gained a couple of places on that last lap. Aaron Walker was 5th. Darrell Taylor 6th. Freddie Spindlow in 7th place. Lucio is 8th. Then Sam Heading 9th and Archie Walker rounds out the top 10. 11th was Aidan Lynn. Then Matthew Higgins in 12th. Kanato Lee 13th. 14th for Gibbons. 15th for Ryby. 16th for Stewart. 17th for Mikhail Sin. 18th Charlie Rippin. Brandon Carr 19th and Jessica Edgar rounding out the top 20. Lewis Mackey, disappointing for Lewis in 21st. Alex Moody 22nd. There is Louis Johnson Cool 23rd. Oscar Joyce, Brandon Templeton, Reese Newburn. Sam Shaw, really disappointing day for Sam Shaw, who came into today 5th in the championship. He finishes 27th. Then it's Adam Hayes, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Hayden Chance and Finley McKee, with Harry Cottrell, Alicia Barrett and Connor Clifford failing to finish. Now, discussions. Well, that all started when Oliver Greenall started making moves, and he made a couple of places coming out of the second hairpin. Freddie Spindlow tried to go through as well. Aaron Walker then got shuffled backwards coming through the Fullerton S's, then coming into the Mike Wilson complex. Spindlow and Rowledge collided. You can see the tyre marks on the right-hand side pod of Rowledge's kart, which is just to the bottom of the screen, kart number 10. You can see the black tyre marks on top of the side pod. That is where Spindlow sort of went up over the back of him. And of course, there they are. You can just see the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Those black tyre marks on top of the side pod. That's where Spindlow went up and over the number 10 kart of Rowledge. But then as Spindlow spun broadside of the circuit, Bart Harrison had nowhere to go and sort of T-boned him. Now, the question is, did that T-bone knock down Harrison's nose cone? We shall see. But, besides all that, let's not take anything away. What a fantastic result for Luke Watts. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that 2 weeks before the start of the British Championship season, Luke Watts had his entire van with all his karting kit stolen from outside their house. And he has had to scrabble together some kit. And 4 months later, he finds himself having won his first final in the British Championship, and he speaks to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, we're down in the paddock area, and I need to find Luke Watts firstly, because I don't actually know where he is. I think I found him, actually. I think he's over here. We're in the way of all the karts as well, so we'll try and come over here. Luke, come here. Oh, that was a tough final, and your first final win, I think, as well, for that one.
Yeah, it was quite good. It was good hack until the end, where I managed to get overtaken the second hairpin and get the win.
Well, as we were going through some of these races, it looked like, very tough in terms of track positioning as well. it was just jostling all the way around for track position. But you must be happy again. It's your first time on the podium in a final, and it is, you know, a win as well.
Yeah, very happy. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, again, you've got tomorrow as well. You're third in the championship points as well. It's very close, but yeah, all to play for tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, hopefully we can snatch third in the championship.
Well, excellent stuff. It's been a great race and fantastic. Well done today, and best of luck for tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Spot on. Cheers. Well, again, excellent end to that one. I think up next, we've got the Bambinos for the first time today.
Yes, we certainly do. The opening heat of the Bambino portion of today's event, and it's Harley Musk on pole position alongside Jensen Ackerman in Kart 12. Liam Welsh starts third and Henry Clark starts fourth. Championship contender Edward Haynes is fifth, with Luca Holmes-Ballack, who's third in the standings, sixth. Oliver Sibold is seventh, and Finley Hinz, who lead the championship by, I believe, 1 point, he starts eighth. Max Gilman, who we couldn't quite get to speak to earlier on, he really wanted to have a chat on the feature we did earlier, he starts in 9th place. Then it's Cooper Snedden rounding out the top 10. The new Scottish champion, Blair Smith, starts in 11th on the grid alongside Ryan White. 13th will be Ethan Lucas, Harry Neeson will start 14th, and the youngest lady here in the paddock, Kennedy Rudman, will go from position 15 on the grid. That is your Bambino starting lineup. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The karts come out onto the circuit. They'll be into a standing start. No rolling lap. Straight into the grid positions. Now, for those of you who are watching at Mansell Raceway, there was these Bambinos put on an excellent show for everybody. Here come the Dans now running out onto the circuit just to make sure that everything's fine, that nothing catastrophic has gone wrong in the 50 metres it's been since they last stood next to the kart. And of course, engines are all running. So 3 races to go today. This race and then the opening race for Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. And so at least the Bambino drivers are doing Anthony Jordan the courtesy of having a standing start, so Anthony can recover from that latest interview with Luke Watts. And so here we go. And again, it's remarkable. It's like the Dan. I mean, and again, these are new dads. The dads have all been with the karts on the dummy grid area. The kart are started up. They drive 50 metres down to the grids, and the dads are running after them, and they've got to sit there and stand next to the karts again to make sure that nothing has gone wrong in those 50 metres. And there are the officials now, just making sure that everybody is lined up cleanly. So it's going to be number 21 Harley Musk on the left-hand side of your screen, starting from pole position. Jensen Ackerman, kart number 12, starts on the outside of row 1. Then it's the number 88 of Liam Welsh, but he's not. And then the number 82 of Henry Clark, on row 2. Edward Haynes, second in the point standings, will start 5th in kart 46. Third in the point standings, Luca Ballack, he will start in the kart 28 from 6th. Championship leader, number 57, you can see him on the 4th kart back on the right-hand side of your screen. That is Finley Hinz. He leads by 1 solitary point. Now, I don't believe we're going to have the championship points available to us yet, because this is just a heat race. So I will not be summoning them from the dove from above, or I will not be asking George Dawes to give us the scores, because the world doesn't like me, apparently.
Likes me, though.
Must have been something to do with the fact that I was late this morning. I don't know why. I mean, it's a bit petty if you ask me. Here we go! We're off and racing in the Bambinos! Into the first corner, Harley Musk has the race lead, 15 Bambinos, 8 minutes. I mean, it's the longest lap of the year they do. It's going to take about 3 days to get around the first corner. I mean, that's a blatant exaggeration. But again, just to give you an idea of the difference in speed. I mean, these drivers 6, 7, 8 years old. Here we go, onto the bridge for the first time. And everyone so far through cleanly. The pole to Harley Musk continues to lead the race.
Does indeed. Don't know what you're talking about, Henry. These are the fastest karts we've seen all weekend. Definitely the fastest drivers all weekend. 7 minutes remaining on the time, and I will report that while I was down reporting, I can report that there was rain falling from the sky. I can report.
dear.
Yes, but the good thing is that the Bambiscos that we've got going around currently on the circuit, that they run on the treaded tyres as standard. So
Yes, that's fine.
there was no panic of changing tyres.
Lovely.
Plus, as well, it was just a light spitting again.
Oh, dear.
It's
That's not
passed,
nice,
yes.
is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, excellent, good reporting. Excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Almost like a journalist there, Anthony. Here we go. So Harley Musk leads Edward Haynes down the back straight. Number 12, Jensen Ackerman in third, and then Liam Welsh in cart number 88 in fourth place. And yeah, you can see it's like a fine mist on the camera.
And the
as they
start
go.
marshal is still in a t-shirt.
I mean, that's a man's man. That is. You know. Anyway, back to the racing. It's Harley Musk. Here comes Edward Haynes. Now, I mean, if the cadets are getting a great slipstream, I mean, the Bambinos are full throttle for literally about 15 seconds as they come on there, and they're going to get an absolutely huge slipstream. And there they go. They're 3 wide, going on to the banking. Should we play a game? Are we going to get 3 wide, 4 wide, 5 wide, or more wide during the course of the weekend?
The course of the weekend, in the Bambinos, I think we're going to go 4 wide.
I go for 5.
We're 3 wide already,
I think
and
5
there's
wide.
your 4 wide.
I think 5 wide. I think 5 wide. So that remains to be seen.
Well,
let's see what the lads and lasses can do.
Well, 4 wide is already winning, so
that's fine. It's early days, yes, Anthony. Oh dear! And that is up over the back of the number 82 cart goes Cooper Snedden. So Cooper Snedden, that blue and orange cart, number 18 there, just getting a little bit excited, like a puppy. Like a puppy sort of, learning to hump someone's leg. He just got sort of over the back of the number 82 cart of Henry Clark there. And Edward Haynes leads. Ackerman second. Then it is the number 88 of Liam Welsh in third. Now, no harm, no foul there with the instant there, but again, it just shows that these they're getting very, very excitable.
yes, they get
like you.
Well, yeah, exactly. They got very close there. You can see the S plate there in the background. Of course, going well. Blair Smith currently running very comfortably in 5th place at the moment. They go across the start-finish line.
Good, big thumbs up there from Jensen Ackerman. He's obviously getting help from behind. He's getting pushed along by the number 88.
That's lovely. Yeah, you keep
Thanks,
that push going. Yeah,
thanks, mate.
Yep. Thank you very much. Oh, you can definitely see raindrops there on that camera.
And back at the side goes Haynes, and there go the rest of the field. Now, having a little look now, Kennedy Rudman is just a little bit off the back of the pack there. We've got 12 places. Now, Harley Musk, our pole sitter, is down to 12th position. So look for the green number 21 as he comes in. And, Jensen's having a quick wave. Now, I think there's a marshal who was holding a slippery surface flag, and Jensen was just being very, very... Oh, dear, that's it. He's number 46. Okay, so it is getting a little bit slippery. Looking back behind this lead group, so look, the group there goes Haynes up the inside, and they were 4 wide again, Anthony, going into the second hairpin, so you were still winning. Now, there's the S-plate holder in the middle of your screen. That is, Blair Smith. He did run the number 45, but he won the S-plate, the Scottish Championship at Lark Hall last weekend. It was supposed to be at Crail, I think, not sure. They moved to Lark Hall, so he is the 2020 Scottish champion. For as long as he is in Bambinos, Blair Smith can wear that S-plate anywhere he goes in the country. It's a nationally recognised, Motorsport UK recognised plate, like the O plate to the GP plate. So that's probably the biggest honour he's had so far, and he's going to race with that with pride, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. You definitely want to. It's knowing that you've got a letter and not a number as a thing. It's one of those perks, isn't it? But at the front here, Edward Haynes leading the way from Jensen Ackerman and Liam Welsh, who isn't Welsh.
Nope.
They're working well as a 3. 3 minutes left on the clock. We've only done 3 laps. We're on lap 4, and there's only 3 minutes to go.
Yeah,
that just shows you how long the lap here is.
Fast lap so far.
Oh, there's a spin there. There's someone
off
on the bridge, and I'm not quite sure who it was. I'll keep it on the timing tower to see who drops down the order. But who is missing from that scene? It's the number 88 of Liam Welsh, who isn't Welsh.
Yes, he isn't Welsh or there in third place anymore, sadly. But he is still in the race, which is the most important thing of all. There is the number 82 of Henry Clark following Luca Holmes-Ballock. And we're talking about it. Our championship leader, Finley Hinds, there in cart number 57, is down in 8th place. And, he's in 8th place. And
yes, he is.
Yeah, he's
Were
not.
you going anywhere with that?
I was going to say, and amongst my sort of stutters and ums and ahs, that he's not performing as well as expected, or that he would like, especially as the two drivers that he is battling with for the championship, 46 Edward Haynes and 28 Luca Holmes-Ballack, are all comfortably in front of him. One driver we haven't mentioned much is Oliver Sibbald, kart number 40. Oliver is new to the championship this weekend, and he's having a good go. He's in 4th place. There he is.
He's actually in 3rd.
He's in 3rd now because that's right, because Liam Welsh isn't.
Yes, he isn't.
Blair Smith following through there. He's 5th. Cooper Snedden. So the two Scotsmen, Cooper Snedden and Blair Smith, they're 4th and 5th at the moment. And then Luca Holmes-Ballack, that is the Slovenian flag, I believe, next to his name. As he's speaking to that, I think his mum's Slovenian. It's going to, now, see, this is where I go wrong. It's either Slovenia or Slovakia, and I'm bound to say the wrong one. But it's one or t'other.
Yes, it definitely is. 1 minute remaining on the clock. I'm sure they're going to get to the finish line this time around.
Yep, we're on lap number 5.
Yes, so I believe they'll get this lap, one more, then the last lap will come out. You can see there the number 12 under pressure from the new driver, the number 40.
Oliver Sibbald. Yeah,
Yep.
Jensen Ackerman doing a good job in 2nd place. Ed Haynes is 1.1 seconds at the road. The fastest lap of the race so far belongs to Edward Haynes at 1 minute 28.23. Now, even though these karts are on wet tyres, the track's obviously slippery, they're now lapping 1:34, 1 minute 34.24 for Edward Haynes. Here's something. This is a 1500 or 1480 metre circuit, and they're doing 1 minute 34.24. The Formula 1 guys are going on Portimao, which is like 2.5, 3 miles, in 1 minute 17.
There you go.
It's frightening.
Yeah.
Absolutely frightening.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Edward Haynes feels like a Formula 1 driver at the moment because he is absolutely flying. Last time around, he was a 1.5 seconds quicker than Jensen Ackerman. He is now 2.5 seconds up the road. So Haynes, who won at Mansell Raceway last time, there he goes. He flashes across your screen. And then there's the chasing pack behind. The rain is intensifying.
It is.
And the TKMs are going to be out on wets, I'm sure, for their first heat. Down the hill, you've got Ackerman 2nd, Sibbald 3rd, Cooper Snedden in 4th, Holmes-Ballack is 5th, and then Blair Smith in 6th. Henry Clark 7th, Finley Hinge, championship leader, is 8th, Liam Welsh is 9th, he definitely is, and then Harley Musk rounds out the top 10. Max Gilman is 11th, Ryan White 12th, Harry Neeson 13th, then Ethan Lucas and Kennedy Rudman. That is your running order at the moment as the clock strikes 0.
It does indeed strike 0. 5 laps done. The 6th lap we're on now. And yeah, heading into the final part of the circuit. Last lap will come out this time around. Edward Haynes leading the way currently at the moment. Rain intensifying, but the track doesn't look overly wet. It's just damp. It's just a very fine bit of
greasy.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
it's that awful stage where wets won't do anything, slicks won't do anything. It's
there's Snedden. What a great save from Cooper Snedden. He was sideways
fantastic.
coming out of there. Great reactions from the young Scots driver. He does lose a position to Luca Holmes-Ballack, but of course now the painted lines are slipperier than the tarmac. The curbs are very, very, very treacherous there, and some of these curbs, they're sort of like grass block styles on the outsides of the corners, which the drivers use all the time, especially coming out of the first hairpin and the second hairpin. You see it all the time, drivers use it at the end of the final corner. It goes from being sort of saviour from spinning to a guaranteed Code Brown moment like we just saw from Cooper Snedden.
Yep, and you can see getting all over the curbs there.
Ackerman, that cost Ackerman big time.
It did indeed. So Sibbald moving up into 2nd place now. Good running there on the final lap. You can see very excited. Has got past. Oh no! Too excited. Forgot to brake. Locked up, and you can see helmet in the steering wheel. Absolutely gutted with that one.
Yep, Sibbald was on course for 2nd place in his British Championship debut. It now hands 2nd place back to Jensen Ackerman. Holmes-Ballack in the 28 kart is 3rd. Then it is Snedden in 4th. There's the S-plate holder, Blair Smith in 5th. In fact, no, make Blair Smith now in P4 because he passes his countryman. This is the final lap. Oh, Snedden's going to get him back though. Oh, Snedden shows the cam. Oh, and yep. We're aware that you're not happy with that, Blair. We've seen that. And then it's Henry Clark in 6th. Liam Welsh is 7th, and Finny Hinds again still the championship leader, mired back in 8th position.
Indeed, it is. Well, The checker flag is being readied up, and Edward Haynes is going to cross the finish line to take the win here at PFI for the Bambinos. Their first heat of the weekend takes the checker flag, and it's going to be a run to the line for second place. Who's going to get it on the board?
Oh, it's 3
Anyone's
wide.
guess? It is. Oh, Cooper Snedden takes it from Luca Ballack, and then Jensen Ackerman crosses the line. Whew. There was absolutely nothing between it. It was a 5.85, then it was 5.92, and then 5.97.
Yeah, so 12 hundredths per second between second and fourth.
Yes.
Superb. But that's something and nothing.
Yeah, something or nothing that is. Excellent. Rest of the field crosses the line. Blair Smith crosses.
Hang on, it's changed. It's changed. Ballack is given second, Ackerman third, Snedden fourth, and now this really is something and nothing, because there was 7 hundredths of a second separating second, third, and fourth places. But most importantly of all, as Kennedy Rudman crosses the line, you can see on your screen there, all 15 drivers that started this race finished. None of them, got really caught out. We had a couple of spins by the conditions. The next race, 2 to go, and that is going to be the TKM drivers. So now the next race is Junior TKM.
Yeah.
Now, I believe in the powers of telepathy, Anthony Jordan. Do you know why?
Why?
Because if I say disembodied voice in my head, please can you summon an interview with Alistair Cresswell, who leads the Junior TKM point standings, one will appear.
My name is Alistair Creswell. I race in Junior TKM. I'm number 33 for Tim Wilson Motorsport. It's been pretty good. We've had the Kim Bolton was really good. We had a qualifying wasn't too good. We got down in 8th. First heat, the first round we got second. Pre-final we got first, but then unfortunately in the main final we got hit off. Went down to last, but managed to make up a few places towards the end of the race. So with that it was okay. It's pretty close in the championship with the top 5 contenders to win it. I think I'm leading by about 5 points, and it's very close. It would definitely mean a lot. As when I was young, I used to love cars, and being British champion would be a dream come true. And it will obviously help me out in the future for anything that I want to do. So if we win it this year, we would like to get a few sponsors on board to help us with payments for next year, depending on what class we race or whatever. But it'll be very, very helpful if we win it.
What a great chat there with Alistair Cresswell, currently second in the championship standings. And here's a look then at the grid for Heat 1 of the Junior TKM. They're heading out onto the track in just a moment. Dominic Roberts starting on pole position alongside Harvey Cole. Then it's Jack Saunders and Reese Lomax rounding out row number 2. Ben Higgins and Alistair Cresswell, as you say, who we've just spoke with, 6th place on row number 3. Moving a little further back, James Barty is on row number 4 with Leon Frost. Row 5, Alfie Garford and Freddie Hull. Then we head to row number 6, Harvey Roth and Louis Harvey in number 12. Charlie King and Jake Almoassi round out 13th and 14th. Then it's Carl Casabanti and Olivia Jakins in 16th place. Tyler Harris and Freya Woodall in 17th and 18th. Rounding out the grid of 20 strong karts, Ben Cox in the 82 and Aidan Mitchell in the number 14. Henry, you joined me back after having a quick wander outside. It's got very dark here at PFI.
Yes, it has, and it's the rain is misting.
Yes,
it's a misting rain. It's the really wet rain. I think is the.
It is that. Do you know what? People laugh and giggle about that. You know, it's that really wet rain. That is. It is. It really is. You get absolutely soaking.
There we go.
Slicks.
And that is a gamble. Now, there's 4 karts there.
They're all on slicks.
And that would be the number 26 of Charlie King, the number 79 of Carl Casabante, the number 80 of Tyler Harris, and the number 82 of Ben Cox. They're starting 13th, 15th, 17th and 19th. And so they're at the back of the grid. I wonder if we've got more karts there. Now, let's have a look. Anybody on wet?
Slicks. I can't see anything but slicks.
Let's see. I think the TKM Brigade are a thrifty bunch. And they probably all got their heads together and thought, right, let's save a couple of quid here, boys. And let's go out on slicks. We'll all go and have a bit of fun. And then, but I'll see if one driver then saunters onto the grid with wets. Nope, it looks like, could be that. There's Harvey Cole. Now, this class, 5 drivers in with a shot at the title. Cresswell leads on drop scores. Harvey, and even he said it yesterday, Harvey Cole, Louis Harvey, Harvey Roth, and Jack Saunders have all still got a real shot at championship glory this weekend. I mean, you don't have to have Harvey in your name to do well in this event. There you go. There's the one driver on wets, and it's number 20. Now, Ben Higgins, not a player in the championship picture. In fact, he's 16th in the point standings. The Klassen Motorsport driver has gone for wets. They made it in time to the grid. Don't forget, we spoke to the team managers and showed you earlier on the procedure that each of these drivers has to go through, the times to get into the grid. He's made it onto the grid in time, so he's going to start. He's allowed to start. If anyone was late to the grid, they couldn't get their tyres changed properly or in time, then they won't start the race. Oh, now this is he's thinking at the moment. Well, this is an 8-minute race, Anthony. 8 minutes. Now, we've seen the track dry quite significantly. Hang on a sec. Someone else is saying it's a 10-minute race. Sorry. So all the other heats were 8 minutes long. Now, this is a 10-minute race. So will those 2 minutes make a difference? Undoubtedly, now, Ben Higgins' problem is going to be getting past the slower karts. He's going to be so much quicker than them, but he's got to tiptoe past them because they're going to be slip-sliding all over the place. Is anybody else on slick tyres? And I have to say, Anthony, that looking at that picture, it's dark, but how wet is it? So there is Higgins in kart 20, wet tyres. The banking, to me, looks, if not fully dry, I think in 10 minutes, this track, if there's no more rain, this track is going to be dry.
It is still raining at the moment, though. It's very, very fine, but it is raining out there. And, they look very confident on their slick tyres, I have to say. I
mean, they're testing they're testing the steering of those karts very vigorously, and you wouldn't be doing that. I mean, but now there's the problem. Down the straight bits, they're all right. You get to a twisty bit, and you're toast.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wasn't at Wardenlaw. You were with a young Kai Bacchini.
Bacchini in Italian, Bacchini in English.
Ah, there we go, Bacchini. And you had a couple of races where tyre choice the Rotax 177
It was
final
the Rotax 177,
was an
yeah.
absolute barnstorm. I watched it back and it was incredible. But again, one driver choosing a different compound of tyres than anybody else. At the start of the race, Henry Ayres was, 45 seconds? He was nearly lapped.
Yeah.
And then in the space of 5 laps, he had gone through, and the last lap he took the lead. Now, let's have a little look at the rest of the field. I think that's the only driver on wet tyres. Wow. Well, 0 or 0 time for Ben Higgins, starting 5th. The championship players, Harvey Cole starts 2nd, Jack Saunders starts 3rd, Alistair Cresswell starts 6th, and Harvey Roth starts 11th, Louis Harvey starts 12th. Here we go, they're going to go around again. Oh, this could be critical. So now we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds of track drying time before Ben Higgins can get into this race.
Yeah, I think the drivers look slightly planned to maybe go round again. I mean, that's because some of them didn't even go in the tram lines.
I mean, I mean, cannot believe that you would think that cynical way of thinking, Anthony.
I don't want to believe myself.
You're absolutely correct. They did it deliberately. They planned it. They no. There's 19 drivers. They know. We explain what each driver knows. I mean, we've been in races, both been in races where there's been this situation with tyres, and if you're on slicks and it's not raining, you're going to do everything you possibly can to delay the start, to screw up the guy on wet tyres, and that is just the nature of karters.
Yes.
We are all
Little terrors.
Little tykes. But hey, you know, that's you know, no one's going to get penalised for one false start. That they know that. Now, if they happen again, we have another game of Shut Up and Listen this year. I haven't introduced you to Shut Up and Listen, but Nigel Edwards, he's like the grandmaster chess champion of Shut Up and Listen. He's never lost a game of Shut Up and Listen yet.
He's in a prime position from his starting point there to throw the rule book directly at a driver.
And he launched straight between the eyes.
Absolutely.
Here we go. And again, this formation doesn't look brilliant, if I'm honest.
No, it doesn't,
but
does it?
At least this time they're showing willing. They're into the tram lines, and the race is on. Here we go. Watch for Kart 20 to try and side his way up the order, but without making contact with anybody. Look, Higgins is so much quicker, but he's just trapped in amongst all these cars. The leader's off. That was Dominic Roberts in Kart 44, understeer off. There's the lead change. Now it is Ben Higgins. Now, I'm not saying that Reese Lomax didn't make it out. I think Reese Lomax might not have made the grid on time because he was changing his tyres and he was just not quick enough. So Reese Lomax not in the race. We're down to 19 and Ben Higgins already at the second. Oh, and there's carnage behind.
That's the 9, James Barty.
James Barty and
62 as well.
That's 62. That's that is
Harvey Cole.
Harvey Cole, one of the championship leaders. Harvey Cole, as well, he won the. We didn't. He was best point scorer in the heats at Kimbolton. This is.
Oh, that looked like there was someone going straight off there as well. Oh yeah, there's a kart spinning off in the background as well at the Fullerton S's. So
there's another one off. There's another off just coming through. Can you get
off as well?
Boom! And that is number 36. That's one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport karts. That's Harvey off. So that's two of the championship contenders in trouble on the opening lap of the very first heat race. And there's your leader. That's the difference between wet tyres and dry tyres. And in second place, who is that? Another driver?
I think it's Alfie
Garford.
I think is on wets as well. I think I saw a glimpse of wets.
Just looking at the way that the wet tyres, which are much narrower than the slicks, and they're actually inside the rear bumper. So let's have a look at the gap. So end of lap number 1, Ben Higgins. Yeah, it must be 123.59 for Higgins, 125.63 for Garford.
48's on wets as well. Olivia Jenkins is on
up
wets.
into 5th place. Yeah, and everyone else is lapping in the 130s. Jack Saunders is 3rd. Louis Harvey is 4th. Jake Jackins is 5th. Now, we'll get a good visual next time by. Luckily, everybody, Harvey Roth comes across, everyone's completed the opening lap that started. So there is the 88, Alfie Garford. Good
wets.
Camera work, on wets. There is the 32 on slicks. So is Louis Harvey. Louis Harvey on slicks. So Saunders in 3rd on slicks. Harvey in 4th on slicks. Olivia Jackins in 5th place. Yeah, here she comes, the black cart. There, she's on wets.
Yeah.
So 3 drivers on wets. There's Leon Frost just scrabbling round Bobby Game corner. Wow, this is going to be a fascinating race, Anthony.
Yeah, you can see all the drivers straight away who are on the slicks. They're staying off the racing line as best as possible. Get on the dirty part of the circuit. That's where the traction's going to be. And you can just see it where their usual turning point would be. They're still turning there, but it understeers off wide, and then that's where it grips and they get round.
Alfie Garford just set a new fastest lap, 1 minute 20.51. The best lap time of anybody on slick tyres is by Kyle Casabante, who is in 7th place. He's in a 1 minute 25.4. The 5-second difference between slicks and between wets and slicks at the moment, and the leading runner on wet tyres is 8 seconds behind, and
the rain is plummeting.
Oh, the heavens have opened. So the question now, Anthony, is do the officials keep the race running? If it gets too torrential, they'll have no choice with a majority on slick tyres. It's now a case of driver safety. All these drivers are 16 years or under, so they're not classified as adults. It's now a question of the driver's safety. At the moment, no one's spinning off. The leaders on the drivers on slick tyres, well, tough.
Yeah.
You gambled wrong. If you can get it to between 25 and 75% race distance, or even you get to 75% race distance, you can call the race, red flag it, and award full points.
And where are we right now? What do you think?
We're between 25 and we're between 25 and 75.
Right.
So we're in the middle of the Porsche race. There's somebody off. That is
the number 9.
It's the number 9 car. Good spot. No, it's a good spot. That was
James Barty.
Again, so for Precision Racing, he's down in 14th position. So Higgins and Garford and Jackins, sorry. Higgins, Garford and Jackins, 1, 2, 3. The leading runner on wet tyres and the leading championship contender is Louis Harvey in 4th place. He's just gone past Jack Saunders. Leon Frost in 6th, Carl Casabante 7th, Charlie King in 8th, Freddie Hull 9th, Harvey Cole 10th. Championship leader, Alistair Cresswell, is 12th.
Indeed, there was a yellow flag out for a brief moment through the banking of turn 2. It clears quickly, so clearly just a spin and get going again. Under 5 minutes to go now. Heavy braking in towards hairpin number 1. A lot of drivers going very wide.
And the rain intensified briefly,
Yes.
but it's now sort of like eased back a little bit. It's
still a
raining,
miss, yeah.
but it's now it's giving the drivers a chance to get used to track conditions. And you can see this, the track isn't glistening, it's not covered with a whole layer of water. It's in greasy conditions, so the drivers at the moment on slick tyres, the safety is not being impinged. They're struggling, but they're able to control the cart. There's no aquaplaning, and that's what you're looking for.
No, there's no standing water on circuit
no.
at the moment anywhere.
There's Barty running wide again. Now, still, lap times, 1:22 for Ben Higgins and Alfie Garford. There's a 1.2 gap between first and second. Higgins and Garford. Then Jackins in 3rd place. It's very spread out at the moment. Jackins in 3rd is 15.3 seconds behind the race leader. Louis Harvey in 4th place is 4 seconds clear of everybody else on wet tyres. And, I mean, there's 30 seconds covers the top 12. Very spread out because there's so many spinners, but somehow everybody has managed to keep it, has stayed in the race.
Yeah, definitely so. It's, like you say, it's incredibly tough conditions. A great way to practice for situations like this is to go corporate karting when it's raining.
Yep, that's perfect. You're spot on there. Absolutely spot on. Get out there on slick to the wet, and when you can do 10 laps or 20 laps of a rival drive corporate session in a Hulk in Pro kart on slick tyres in the rain without spinning, then you can afford to go out and buy a set of wets because you can actually know how to use them.
Yes,
it's great skill.
Yeah.
So Ben Higgins, kart 20, trying to find him on circuit. He's coming out of the final corner now. It's the race leader coming out of the final corner, and Alfie Garford is catching him. So we're watching the midfield battle going into the second hairpin. The leaders are out on the banking now, and Garford is closing in. Here we go. There are the leaders. Higgins and Garford. Clean track behind them for miles. They're in a race of their own.
They really are, aren't they? The rain has massively intensified again.
And there is a Litchfield Motorsport kart off.
It begins with a 4.
And I think that might... does it? It might be Dominic Roberts, our pole man, Dominic Roberts. Yes, that's his second crash of the day. There is Roberts coming back on. Well spotted, Anthony. Good eyesight there. And understeering off goes Carl Casabante, the Jamaican driver. But he is running very strongly in 7th place. Championship contenders update. Louis Harvey runs 4th. Jack Saunders runs 5th. Harvey Cole runs 6th. Alistair Cresswell is 11th. And Harvey Roth is 19th. But again, this only is going halfway towards deciding the intermediate points scores of the day. So all is not lost yet. I mean, still take nothing away from the fact that just 1 second separates Higgins from Garford. Into the first hairpin, that would be 2 of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers. That was Alistair Cresswell. Oh dear, Barty's off again. Well, the Precision Racing kart, he's had an absolute nightmare, I've got to say. I mean, he's been pushing and pushing and pushing, but he's pushed too hard. That's the 3rd time James Barty has gone off. Ironically, though, of the drivers on slick tyres, he's got the 2nd fastest lap of all of them.
Well,
so you can tell he is really pushing, but it's sort of like he pushes, gains a couple of seconds, then loses more when he throws it off. And now here comes the rain again. 1 minute 15 seconds to go. There is Harvey Roth. He is in 18th place. Roberts has retired, so we're down to 18 runners, and Roth is about to get lapped as Garford closes in on Ben Higgins. So they're about to come and lap Harvey Roth. So this is going to be tricky because you've got the leaders on wet tyres coming up to catch a tiptoeing back mark on slicks, and you never know when they're going to understeer, when they're going to spin. Into the Mike Wilson complex go the leaders, and I think some of our cameras might be suffering from a little bit of mistation.
Yes, I think they're going through a stage right now of wrapping them up so they don't get wet.
Yes. I mean, hopefully the cameramen aren't wasting time by putting coats on and stuff. I mean, they're expendable.
Oh yeah,
Equipment isn't. Here's the lead battle on the start-finish straight now.
Yep, cross the line, 20 seconds to go. Last lap board will be out this time for these drivers, and of course you'll think of this. Alfie Garford will know that. He'll want to get right behind this battle. We had a track walk with Alfie at Fullbeck a couple of rounds ago, the last round just across the way.
Literally half a mile away from
literally
here.
half a mile away from here, yes. But a completely different world, and yeah, again, fantastic running on that effort, and again here as well.
Higgins leads for Klassen Motorsport. We spoke to Ashley Klassen earlier. She's going to be absolutely bellowing from the stands there, urging her man home. Alfie Garford, though, privateer driver, he's got the bit between his teeth. The clock has struck 0. Next time by, they'll get the last lap board into the Fullerton S's. And now this is where people need to go back and relook at the onboard lap that Bart Harrison did for us, because again, he was using the wet lines. Much different there. So Garford, that wasn't too clever. He going into there, but he's taking a much wide line into the Mike Wilson Comet. It's all about getting the kart in a straight line as early as possible. Once the kart's in a straight line, you can start applying the power. While the kart is still turning, you best be staying off that throttle. It's like having an egg in the throttle. You don't want to crush the egg. You've got to be so gentle. And there's the number 14 of Aidan Mitchell being lapped. He's down in 16th position. Aidan is 11th in the championship at the moment. But out onto the banking, Alfie Garford running out of time. The wet tyres, I mean, they needed that last sprinkle of rain to avoid overheating. But Olivia Jackins is third, but she's 23 seconds behind this battle. So it's been a very, very strange spread out race, but we've got a battle for the lead coming down. Here we go, and they're coming all behind James Barty on slick tyres. Now, this is where you've got to tiptoe. Barty's been off 3 times, and he gets out of the way. Oh, his kart stopped. His kart dies.
He's really struggling there, isn't he?
He's got a few issues there. And Garford, I don't think that really helped him, but it hindered him, but it didn't really help him either. So, still about 5 kart lengths in it between Higgins and Garford.
Yep, you can see Garford there tucking in behind the steering wheel as much as possible to try and gain any sort of momentum to catch Ben Higgins, but I don't think it's enough. They enter the final couple of corners now through Bobby Game Corner and into the Mike Wilson complex. There's not many opportunities to get this move done. Just doesn't look close enough, but anything can happen into these last couple. But final lap, checker flag's going to be out this time for Ben Higgins. 1 corner to go.
Yep, you could see when he was sat on the dummy grid, he got there late, you could see in his eyes, he was a bit like a rabbit in the headlights. He knew that the pressure, there was a gamble. The gamble pays off. He takes the win. Alfie Garford, a gamble pays off for him as well. He finishes second. Now we've got to wait for 30 seconds before driver number 48, privateer driver Olivia Jakins, comes into view. It's a black kart, plain black bodywork. These drivers are all a lap down on slick tyres. There she is. So, a best ever 3rd place finish for Olivia Jackins. She is going to be delighted with that. Well done. Gamble pays off for her, and now we wait for another 10 seconds before we see the number 3 Klassen Motorsport kart. Here he comes. That is Louis Harvey. He crossed the line in 4th position. I'm not quite sure what we got that up for, because that's the end of lap number 9. Not all the drivers have crossed the line yet. Now Harvey Cole will come through in 5th position. In kart number 62. Then Kyle Casabante. There's Kyle Casabante coming across the line, the blue and white kart in 6th position. Leon Frost. Oh, that's spread at the last corner. There's Leon Frost. Frosty comes across the line. He waves to his mechanic, Sam Johns. Good job there, guys. He finished 7th. Charlie King comes home in 8th. And it was Jack Saunders, another of the championship contenders, who spun on the last lap, the last corner, and dropped to 9th. Alistair Cresswell, the championship points leader, finishes in 10th place ahead of Tyler Harris, Ben Cox, Jake Almasawi, Freya Woodall, James Barty. So that's only the top 14 finishers on the lead lap. Barty, Mitchell, Roth, Hull were a lap down. Roberts and Lomax failed to finish. that was one of the most topsy-turvy, upside-down races for a long time, and there's one more to go.
There is one more to go, but you have to remember that they have just seen what's just happened out on circuit, and they've had plenty of time to prepare.
Yes, you would have thunk that
you would have thunked that.
I would have thunk it, at least, and I'm sure that the realization is that slick tyres is not the answer for this race, and even if there's no rain now, the track is much wetter now than it was at the start of this race we've just seen finished. So, TKM Extreme, you're up next.
TKM Extreme will be heading onto the circuit in just a moment, and hopefully they've all got those wet tyres on. Here's a look at the grid then for the first heat of the day for them. Chris Whitten starting on pole position alongside Lee Whittingham on the second row, two of the privateers. A lot of privateers actually in this one. Matthew Taylor and James Pashley, they round up row 2. Kai Springfield and Joe Fowler on row 3.
Row 4 is Theo Hesketh, currently second in the point standings, and Joseph Reeves-Smith. Adam Sparrow, championship leader, starts from P9 alongside Jack Dan. Archie Strong and Aaron Lask complete the top 6 rows of the grid.
Lewis Wadley, Jack Stockford, and then it's Michael Cornell, and then Jake Campbell-Mills, Matthew Ornett, and Megan Lawson, the top 18.
Harrison Williams and Isaac Marsh round out the field. I have to say that championship leader Adam Sparrow again not getting it done in qualifying. He's a racer, not a qualifier, is Adam Sparrow, and Adam Sparrow's qualifying issues have enabled James Pashley and Theo Hesketh to consistently outscore him in the heat races, even though Sparrow has won both how many has he won so far? He won the opening round. Yeah, he's won both finals so far. So he won at Kimbolton, and he also won at Fullbeck. So
tough weather that we've got here at PFI. Do apologise to anyone who is at home. It is struggling a little bit, but of course the weather here at the circuit is playing absolute havoc
with the Tinterweb.
With the Tinterweb. The Tinterweb is not immune to rain, unfortunately, but it is satellite internet that they've got here, and that is just playing absolute weather, just playing havoc with it. So we do apologise for anyone if it is a bit laggy or anything like that. Usually it's a lot crisper than this. And
I should tell you. So I mean, if you are watching the lag, then I should apologise in lag language, which is
oh dear, Henry.
That's how it sounds on the lag. There we go. But we do apologise. We hope you're enjoying it elsewhere. But I mean, we are at the mercy of the satellite system here in Lincolnshire, and well, hopefully we've got a good race coming up. Chris Whitten and Lee Whittingham on pole position. All the threes, 33. Well, 33 and number 3. Here we go. Whittingham on the right, Whitten on the left. Somebody starting from the pit lane. Here we go. It's Chris Whitten who has the lead going into Bruno Ferrari S's, and I'm sure that everybody is on wet tyres.
They are indeed, as they head through turn 2, up the banking for the first time. Everyone, like you say, on the wet tyres, holding on to that one over the bridge, disappear out of shot and then loom back into shot. Down the hill, heading towards now the hairpin number 1. 3 wide in the background there. Everyone taking to that wide line. Everyone braking. Someone not braking.
1, 2, 3 off.
Completely missed the chicane. Yeah, completely missed the chicane. Some of them have gone straight through.
And that was Adam Sparrow. One of them was the championship leader. Now, he didn't make contact with anything, but he did definitely outbraked himself. I'm just wondering, I'm looking there. No, there's nobody on slick tyres. That would be madness. That's a madness. But you can see Joe Fowler in the number 31 car almost understeering off, going through the Fullerton S's. Now, the one saving grace that they've got is that it's very windy, so the track will be drying out. If it stops raining, there's the number 90 kart of Joe Reeves-Smith. If it does dry out, then of course they're all on wet tyres, which, that's not going to affect them in that way. But This is the last race today, but what I can do to assure people that that are having problems with the live stream is that this gets uploaded in full at the end of the day.
It does,
and then it will be completely fine. So anything that you have missed will be get uploaded, and you should be fine. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Off the bridge.
Yep.
Whitton leads, Whittingham second, and that is the number 5 of Matthew Taylor.
Yeah.
In third place, that very distinctive sort of Union flag design helmet. No, I don't say Jack anymore. Union flag design helmet, and they're using all the track and a lot more there to get round. Of course, the very wet line. Here comes the number 13 Kart. Now, championship leader Adam Sparrow is down in 14th position at the moment. James Pashley and Michael Cornell did not go out. They missed the grid gate, so they are not there. So we're down to 18 drivers at the moment. Leading the race is Chris Whitton. Lee Whittingham is second. Matthew Taylor third. Then Hesketh Springfield. Archie Strong up into 6th position, followed by Lewis Wadley, Matthew Allnut, Isaac March, Jack Dan, Jake Campbell-Mills, Joe Reeve-Smith, Joe Fowler, Alan Sparrow, Joe Stockford, Aaron Lask, Harrison Williams, Megan Lawson. James Pashley and Michael Cornell are in the race. I do apologise. They were just delayed at the start there. In fact, nearly a full lap down. They were the drivers that went through the cut-through, DJ.
Yes, they were. Yeah, they were the ones that, like you say, blinking, you'd have missed it, straight out of sight, straight through that first hairpin sort of area. Luckily, there's not barriers completely covering that. They had to take to the grass in between 2 barriers to get through that. It was about the eye of a needle at about 40 miles an hour.
But they threaded the needle nicely. Code Brown moment both times, but they're back in the race. Now again, here we go. Watching from the banking, the drivers coming through the second hairpin. In charge now, of course. In the wet, there's no slipstreaming, there's no drafting. You've just got to tiptoe around. There is a move. So Adam Sparrow now coming back into contention. Sparrow, last time around, was 12th. He is now up into about he's up into at least 11th position. Lee Whittingham in second place sets a new fastest lap of the race. There's number 31 of Joe Fowler going through. So Fowler, who said earlier on to me that he's still got an outside chance of the title. I mean, it's Sparrow, Pashley, Hesketh, Springfield, Taylor, Reeve, Smith and Fowler, the top 6 in the championship. So yeah, I mean, there's 30 points between the top 6 in the championship, with Chris Whitten 8th, and he is only 40 points off the lead. So anything can happen. And of course, races like this, conditions changes, order getting shuffled around, then, you could see Whitten just fighting the kart going into turn number 3 there.
Yeah, it looked like it was doing a little dance with it as it was going up the corner there, but you can just see now the number 3 of Lee Whittingham still under massive pressure from Matthew Taylor as they go into the braking zone of hairpin 1 again. No moves taken there. Another attempt potentially into hairpin number 2. You could just see hugging that inside line and then switching straight away to the outside, getting onto that dirty part of the track, getting the grip, getting on that power nice and early, and again onto the next straight in towards the Fullerton S.
Oh, that's quite all right, It's right, okie dokie. So, Whittingham, Taylor through the thing. Oh, and there's Kai Springfield in kart number 89, that blue and white kart there battling, and you can really see, and again, it's because of the TKM engines, you're seeing these karts moving around an awful lot more. It's the nature of the TKM, the way that they are, these drivers at every single corner. I've driven a TKM in the wet, and every single corner the kart literally wants to reverse around the corner, and you've got to stop it, because if it reverses around the corner, then you're done. So it's obviously a lot better now. It used to be one of these where you had to no clutches, so when you obviously clutches engine, when the engine stalled, that was it. The only way you were getting back in the race is by picking the back of the car, running alongside it, and then hopping in. Now, of course, you've got the push start button on most of these, but still, just these TKM engines, they provide great racing in the dry, and they're so hard to control in the wet. These drivers are doing an excellent job. Now, they're coming, the lead 3, because Matthew Taylor is moved into P3, and so Archie Strong, meanwhile, just behind this, is having a really, really good race in kart number 13. I'm trying to say he's 9th in the championship so far, and he is, he's 5 seconds behind the leaders. Lewis Wadley is 5th. Theo Hesketh is down in 6th position. So championship leader Adam Sparrow is now up to 9th. Second in the championship, Theo Hesketh, is 6th. Third of the championship, James Pashley, is 19th.
It is indeed. So 3.5 minutes remaining of the time. You can just see their Kart's jostling for position. That is the number 31 diving down the inside of the number 9. That's a good move there. Joe Fowler on Lewis Wadley.
Wadley was thinking about coming back.
Yeah.
And I have to say that in the last race, we had a precision racing kart with the number 9 on it, and it spun about 3 or 4 times. I had visions of another precision kart racing kart with number 9 on it, Lewis Wadley, doing the same thing there, but he held together.
Yeah, did very well there. And you can see now that there is quite a bit of water on the circuit. You can see the spray is now starting to really kick up from those karts. As you can see, dark clouds looming over the circuit once again. It looks absolutely awful out there. But these drivers, nonetheless, ploughing on with confidence as they head into the braking zone of heavy number 1. I must say, I think Matthew Taylor must be struggling a bit. He's got a very dark visor on there, and it's quite dark out there.
It is, and that is a factor. You make a very good point there that I hadn't even thought of, that these reflective visors, they look really cool in Chris Walker's photos, and when it's sunny, obviously, very useful. When it is... how should we say, the conditions are somewhere between miserable and mud bog, then they're not much use to anybody. Going into the Fullerton S's, and now there is Adam Sparrow now trying to pick up another place. Sparrow, the second kart through the gloom there on your screens, coming into the Bobby Game corner, and he's actually getting passed there by Isaac Marsh. And the number 40 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. Oh, did he have a little go? The leaders are coming up to lap Michael Cornell, the number 85, who missed the chicane on the first lap and has obviously now lost a lap. James Pashley is still 19th, and that's where he's going to stay because he also missed the chicane and had to come to a complete. They had to serve a penalty to come through. But there, out on the banking go the leaders. So Cornell looks over his shoulder. He can see the lead trio coming. Whittingham, and then Taylor. Matthew Taylor has stayed right behind Lee Whittingham, but he hasn't made a move yet.
No, he hasn't, and as you can see there, Kart's getting out the way. That looks like the 85.
Yes, that was Cornell.
Cornell.
Oh, and there's Pashley off again.
Oh, dear me.
Pashley just rejoins behind them. So again, another disappointing day. Now I'm just looking at. He's not on slicks. Obviously, that'd be crazy talk. But he just had outbraked himself into the first corner.
I'm thinking there's 50 seconds left on the clock. We've got a couple of laps remaining. Yesterday, we had an absolute monsoon later on in the night, and I'm looking out these commentary windows.
It was about this time, wasn't it?
There's a horrendously dark cloud about to hit the circuit. The heavens
and your
opened.
man on the starting gantry.
He's still in a t-shirt.
Go on, you utter legend!
Waving a blue flag as well. Look
utter
at that
legend
as well.
Oh. I'm crutched up to you now at the moment in the commentary box. You can't see that because I'm so cold. But and he's standing out there with his t-shirt on. Go on, me lad. So, 13 seconds ago, Whitton leads Whittingham by 0.7 of a second. Taylor a further half second back. Then it's Strong, Fowler, Wadley, Allnut, Sparrow, Marsh, Hesketh, your top 10. And again, a very spread out race. The racing is very, very different. It's a different style of racing in the weather. Matthew Taylor, he's been, sat just camped off the rear bumper of Whittingham's kart for the last half dozen laps. Now, in the dry, he would have gone in about 5 or 6 times on him, and they would have been chasing him. But in the wet, you get your braking point, and then you can't go any further. You know exactly that's the latest I can possibly brake and get the wagon round the corner, and that makes overtaking very difficult indeed. You're relying on the driver in front of you making a mistake, and you lead the top 3 drivers in the race at the moment, a British Championship round. Mistakes are not going to be plentiful because it's the British Championship. Chris Whitton, he started the year, he had a really poor start there, I have to say. He retired from the final at Fulbeck, and he didn't have a great result in the heats at Fulbeck either. But I mean, he's dropping like bad scores, so actually he's not out of this championship yet either. I mean, TKM Extreme is going to be, an absolute storm. Both TKM classes are going to be absolutely storming tomorrow. As you can see there, yeah. Now, that cameraman that you're looking at there, you can see the difference in the track surface. Yes. Here come the flood, boys.
I will have to say, that cameraman on that camera there, I don't think he's very wet. because that's a static camera. There's actually no one manning that one.
No, you ruin your illusion. But anyway, but the cameramen that are out there now, they are about to...
yes. These cameramen.
And do you know what? That is remarkable. Exactly the same time as yesterday, the heavens doth open and empty...
Look how dark it is.
Empty their bounty upon this green and fair land.
Yes. It's about to do the same again. It is already doing it. But final lap time, you can just see there again the 33 of Chris Whitten still leading the way. Couple more corners to go. But Matthew Taylor right behind Lee Whittingham as they head through these final corners as well.
Yep, Chris Whitten from pole position. He converts pole into a race win in TKM Extreme. He tiptoes around the final corner. All three of these drivers have been absolutely faultless. Whitten wins from Lee Whittingham. Oh, Matthew Taylor gets him on the line.
He does.
A dead heat now. At the moment, it's got Taylor.
Does he? Because you can see Lee Whittingham. Is that correct?
Well, we've got two different timing screens here. They both say Taylor second, Whittingham third.
Yeah.
Archie strong, great result for Archie in fourth. Joe Fowler in fifth, and then Lewis Wadley sixth. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.